Hello, hello, hello. Your girl is on time tonight. Making up for our missing Beyond the Gates live this week. Hey y'all. Welcome, welcome, welcome in. How y'all feeling? How y'all doing? I hope everybody can hear me all right. Let me adjust the chat, child. Let me adjust the chat. I feel like everybody not prepared for me to be on time. And that's my fault. That is my fault. Um, and it's a different day. So hopefully folks are available. But I guess we gon' see. We gon' see. How do I adjust this part? If you are popping in, let me know how you're feeling about the episodes. What are you rating where we currently are with the story? Am I live? Hold on, child. I gotta make sure. I thought I pressed go. I think, where my phone at, child? All right, my bad, y'all. I had to check really quick. How's everybody feeling on this lovely, lovely Wednesday? I just finished today's episode. I literally just watched it. It gave kind of like Phyllis and me, but we're gonna talk about all of last week and the parts that we have of this week in this live stream. So no worries, no worries. Hey Booze, welcome in. Hey UMC Call. Hey Nikki Baby. Hey Janelle. Hey Cassie. Welcome, welcome, welcome in, y'all. It is good to see you. I'm excited to get this conversation underway. I feel like this week I've had some very interesting talks with my breakdowns. And then also we're in a very weird place. We are in a very, very weird place. Or at least if you are Dani Andre Hive, we are in a very, very weird place. How y'all feeling as we wait for more people to come in? How y'all feeling about where we currently are with the story? I know last month, after the whole liver transplant of it all, people were like, "Oh, the soap has died down. It's a little bit slower." Do y'all feel like it is picked up yet? Are you still waiting for more things to happen? Share your thoughts. And y'all, this is audio only today simply because, y'all, I'm sitting here in my pajamas. I am so tired. And I'm in the dark. And it's so great. I'm so cozy. Love this for me. Hey, Coco Love. Yes, you have caught alive. Hey, Lola. Welcome, welcome, welcome in. Oh, and let me get the Discord open, child. Why am I acting like I don't know what I'm doing over here? How are we feeling about Fairmont Crest and the shenanigans that are happening in it as of right now? Live stream link. Hey, Sutsy Milora. Child, I'm so terrible at pronouncing things. Y'all gotta tell me phonetically and I'll get it right, I promise. But hi, boo. Welcome in. They said, hey, very excited about this today. I've been feeling like this week's episodes were terrible. It's the same conversations over and over. I'm tired. I think I got that feeling today. With the whole Andre of it all, the reveal of like Heather is the blast from his past, I feel like that part didn't feel like it was redundant. Definitely when it comes to Joey and Vanessa, it's a lot of the same conversations happening over and over again. Bill and Haley, same conversations over and over again. It's interesting. After watching yesterday's episode, I'm like, okay, Nicole and Vanessa have found a grounded place to land where Nicole can still hold her feelings and beliefs about Joey, but she has created a certain amount of space for Vanessa. But then also it seems like Vanessa is demanding less. So that was interesting to me in their conversation, even though a lot of their conversation is the same as well. Aside from, oh my gosh, Nicole is now exclusive. You know, they got to make a big shebang about it the same way that I think that they handled the Nicole getting into an exclusive relationship so much better and less performative than what we got to see when it was Ted and Shanice. Ted and Shanice, I don't like Nicole in this relationship with Kyle, but I felt like they actually handled the whole moving into the next step of their relationship in line with people of their age. Ted and Shanice has felt like high school for me, and I just oh, love you too. But sick of Haley already. Enough of this foolishness. Yeah, I'm over it too. Haley specifically for sure. UMC Call 1 says, I don't know why they are dragging the Kill Bill storyline out. They have wrapped a few things, but Bill is still in the dark about his midget wife trying to kill him. Okay, Meliora. Did I pronounce that correctly? That's beautiful. Meliora. Don't forget I'm from Baltimore too, so that comes out every now and again. But Meliora. Oh, I love it. It like dances on your tongue. Coco Loves is just happy today got a break from bobblehead Barbie. Child, her thinking that she was gonna finish the job by riding Bill into the damn sunset and take him out with a nice old heart attack was just, girl. And you got this tight ass dress on. You weren't really trying to. Anyway, Lily Norfleet, welcome in. They said, hi, Erica. My mom and hubby and I have been very underwhelmed this week with BTG. I hope tomorrow and Friday's episodes are better, but I'm not holding my breath based on the trailer for this week. Oh, I feel that. I've been so preoccupied. Y'all know my people are Dani and Andre as a couple, Kat, and I rocks with Naomi and Jacob too, but they don't give them enough material. Like even with this little like random old Mexican night, like this Mexican getaway in Ashley's apartment, I'm just like, Jacob, I love you, but I love you. So anyway, those are the like people that I care about most, I think. And then like I'm really invested in Bill's journey, like potentially his redemption journey. So it was a decent week for them thus far. But as a whole, I totally understand if y'all are underwhelmed, especially today's episode. I was deeply underwhelmed with today's episode. I'm like, Lord, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to make an 8-minute video for what happened today. It's just like, okay. Sutsy Milora says, at this point, Bill needs to go to the upper room for a few days. This man needs a chat with the Lord. Maybe then he'll find some sense. You know what? I'm here for it. Somebody needs to intervene. Hey, Tasha Kelly, welcome in, boo. And clearly, the Lord needs to take the wheel. Oh, hey, Allie. Okay. Thank you for popping in. If I'm still on when you're done, please come back and hope all is well. Y'all check out Allie's channel at Allie Nick Official. She has such great commentary. Whew. and great music. UMC Call 1 says, Erica, I love your commentary. I wish you would cover Bold and the Beautiful for at least a week. I would love your feedback on the messiness going on. So I don't know what's like. I have been wanting to go, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I've been wanting to watch Young and the Restless wherever Shamar Moore and Vivica A. Fox are. I wanted to watch them, but I'm just like, I'm so nervous to watch it because I don't know what the hell is going on. I don't know who nobody is. Soaps are just so damn intimidating. Like, this is a rare occasion where I've been able to start with Beyond the Gates from the very beginning, and I appreciate it because I have very clear understanding of the ins and outs and the backstories as it's being built. But that is one of the big, well, one, I'm not a soap watcher for real. But then the other part of like why I haven't ventured into any other soaps yet is just like, I don't know who nobody is. Like, I don't know what the stakes are. I don't know what the backstory is. I have no clue. So I would want to watch because you want me to watch it and give you my thoughts. But I feel like my thoughts would be like, she don't know what the hell she's talking about. and I don't. Child, The Bold and Beautiful cannot possibly be a short soap to catch up on. Hasn't it been on for like 60 years? There's no catching up. That thing has been on longer than I've been alive. But I don't know. I might peek into some other soaps because every now and again I want context, and I'll be wondering, like, is this like because it's a soap that Beyond the Gates is doing this way, or like the writing is this way? I really do wonder at times. So I might y'all gonna have to tell me specific episodes though to watch. And I really want to go and watch and support Vivica and Shamar. I would love to see a storyline that's in this cat without Tomas and Eva. I would love, but this is not gonna happen. She's so grounded in like her family. Her entire life ecosystem is built around her family. I would love to see Kat operate outside of the family as a whole. Like, I want to see her out on her own for real. And I hope that Tomas is really about to be out of here. I cannot wait till we are rid of him. Today's episode was boring, Nikki baby. I was very much so distracted. I pray Haley gets arrested soon because she needs to go. Somebody needs to get arrested. If they're not going to arrest Leslie, we need to arrest somebody, and we need to get a jail scene that we can like go to and like watch the people in their cell. Like, we need more set pieces. We need something. Aubrey James says check out General Hospital. Has that one been on 100 years? Y'all, people are already on my damn neck about all the stuff I have yet to talk about. I'm supposed to talk about Raising Kanan. I'm supposed to talk about The Shy. And y'all want me to dig into a bunch of soaps with 80 million episodes? We'll see. We will see. Oh, Bold and Beautiful has been on for 39 years. Child, just barely younger than me. Just barely. By the skin of his chinny chin chin. Kat and Chelsea trying to name the new bag Nikki is wild. It is so wild. And shout out to y'all. I'm glad I have y'all, because when I turn the mic on and I just start talking, I'm just like, child, nobody's gonna get it. And then y'all be in the comment section like, yeah, that's what I thought too. And I'm like, well, okay. I took offense on Nicole's behalf, truly, because who the hell are you, Chelsea, to be talking about reclamation is real? Yes, reclamation is real if you want to reclaim it, but if that person don't want to reclaim this thing, leave them the hell alone. Aubrey James says storylines are repetitive and boring. They just talk, no action. Did they regress Dani character so bad? She woman back. Imagine if a man cheating on you like 200 times, humiliated her to her face. Okay, so we need to have the Dani conversation today. We need to have the conversation because I think Young and the Restless has been on 53 years. See? That's the soap with Shamar. Okay. Are they good over there, y'all? That's what I really want to watch. So if I do watch another soap, I will probably watch that first. Is The Bold and the Beautiful with the man Victor Newman? My mama don't like him. She's always fussing about him. Um, we'll see. We'll see if I can check into some of the other ones. But y'all, we need to have a conversation about Dani, because while I get y'all know when I take a second and take a breath, it's like, okay, Erica, what the hell are you about to say? I literally have to prepare myself sometimes for some of the things that I think to say. No, Victor's on Young and the Restless. Oh, okay. You used to watch Bold and the Beautiful, or Golden and Beautiful with Victor Newman. That's when he was in high school. Child, I remember, and when I was in high school, I was obsessed with God and Light. God and Light was my steez. Reva? Oh, I was going to war for that white lady. Reva? And she was going through things. And her little raggedy ass sister, I think her sister's name was Cassie. I'm starting to remember some of the plot lines from God and Light. That was the last time I actually paid attention to any soap, and I was literally in high school. Hey, Quake Simmons. Oh, Kelly, you're over here. I'm sorry, boo. Let me bring you in. Hello? Hey, Kelly, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I didn't even realize you were over here. I was over here yapping, looking at the daggone chat. How you feeling today?
I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm good. A little tired, child, but I'm good. Did you want to come and share some of your thoughts before I corral this
I
conversation
do.
and talk about Dani? Anything you want
I
to get
know
off your
what you're about
chest?
to say, but I do. I want to just say, like, I want to talk about three different things. We don't have to talk about it right this second, but I want you to, I want to talk about,
Pennant? Okay.
um, yeah, I definitely want to talk about um, Tomas and how, I want to just dig a little bit deeper into finally that Naomi cussed him out, which is I was looking for that. I don't know that I've mentioned it, but I would like to talk about it a little bit. And I'd also like to talk about the Joey thing. I also agree that I really hate them saying, boss, boss. That's a completely a whole white thing of black men have always had to call white men boss, and
Mm.
regardless of the fact that he is their actual boss, but people don't really do that typically. You don't say boss to your boss. You don't do that
Mm-hmm.
necessarily, and the fact that they're doing that is offensive to me as well. And then I also want to talk about Andre and the whole thing about the Heather and his reluctance to talk about it with Dani. That he's very very anxious. I feel like he's afraid of her, and if he is afraid of her, he should be sharing that with Dani to, because she right now this woman is all playing in her face and she don't even know about it. He's got her unprotected in the streets without telling her what's going on with this woman, even though he doesn't necessarily know she's befriended her. But the point of the matter is, if you're worried about this person, you should be telling the first person, you should be telling is your spouse that this is an issue. This was in my past, but this is coming up now. And, I just want you to know I'm worried about it. But so I wanted to talk about those things at some points.
Got you. Okay, let me
Yeah.
bring Toy in as well and then see what she has to say. Hey, Toy. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. How you feeling?
Girl, it's been a day. It's been a day.
I feel that. I feel that. You want to pin any topics that you want us to talk about during this, or get anything off your chest before we jump into this conversation? I'm starting the conversation off talking about Dani, just so you know.
Okay, so if we're gonna talk about Dani, we can talk about Dani. I definitely do want to say I was watching your live in regards. I just watched your live. I mean, not your live, but breakdown, girl. I'm telling you, it's been a day. Your
Mhm.
breakdown. When I was watching your breakdown and how you were saying about the Joey thing, I do agree with that 100%. I was like, why do they keep? Okay, so if there's one more black person, I see they keep
They
saying,
gotta sprinkle something
oh,
in. They gotta give me a little
right.
diversity. Like it need to be some other type of person also doing this because I'm not really feeling it. But
Me either, because it's like they keep like everybody's so scared of Joey because what he has, what the information he has, and all that stuff. But why does it have to be black people who are scared of Joey? Why can't it just be people are scared of Joey? Period. You know what I mean?
mhm.
And then it's like the other thing is he. It's like he holds all the power. I don't like that. No,
Yeah.
no. That that brings me back to our trauma from back in the day. I don't
Okay.
like that at all. And I was like, when you said it, I said, I've been saying this for a while, but of course, you got other people who are like, nah, it's not that. And I'm like, that's
I've
what I
definitely
got.
felt it before, but then in yesterday's episode, I was like, okay, no, it really just gave yes a boss, and I was just like, I can't, I have to say it now, like I really have to say it, and if people mad at me about it, fine. Sometimes I get pushback because people are like, well, why you gotta make it a race thing? And I'm like, I promise you, I am not, but I also am a very aware person, and like if this,
Mhm.
I don't know, it's my spidey senses is going off every single time it happens. Y'all gotta come up with some more dialogue for these people to say because this ain't gonna work.
Right. And then the Andre thing, if he's that scared, I don't think this was a mutual relationship.
Okay.
It doesn't seem like that to me because even when he was talking to the other guy like the guy who was trying to infiltrate her, like whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and when he was talking to him, he had like some type of shakiness in his voice, but every time he talks about her, it's like shakiness. It's not a, oh, da, 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 because that's not something you should be afraid to tell your wife about your past. Like, yo, I was in love with somebody, because she was in love with somebody too. So there's more to that one. I definitely, at first I was thinking, well, maybe he's a call guy, and like she's the gigolo. Like, I was just thinking all these things.
Yeah.
You see what
Trying to
I'm
figure it
saying?
out. Well, we can definitely
Trying to figure
unpack
it
that.
out.
We can definitely talk about it because that is, I think that's going to wind up being the biggest thing of this week, the whole Heather and Andre of it all. But I do want to start with talking about Dani. And real quick, I want to bring someone else in before I get into this. Hi, TX Grammy. This is your first time up. How are you? Can you hear us? TX
Hello?
Grammy. Hi. TX Grammy, you gotta turn the YouTube. You gotta mute the YouTube. And then listen to us in Discord because you are actually live on air. Well, I think she'll catch it once it catches up because there's a little bit of a
Hello?
delay. Yes. How are you?
Hi, I'm wonderful, and you?
I'm good. This is your first time up. Welcome to the live.
Yes, man. This is my first time, but I was actually in your chat already as you McCall one. I'm from
Oh,
Texas,
okay.
and I love your show.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay, cool, cool, cool. All right, we're getting a list of topics of what y'all want to dive into. We're going to go into Dani, but if there's any like pressing things that you want to say or that you're feeling, you can say that now before we go into the conversation.
No, the conversation it's been going great, and I'm with you guys as far as Danny and Andre. I feel with their relationship lately is definitely taking a turn. Not to the negative point, but it's a lot of secrecy between the two of them. And I feel like they're trying to mask what's going on through their sexual relationship.
I agree. I agree 100%. So let's talk about Dani. And this is a conversation I'm a little bit reluctant to have because I get it. Like, I totally get it. I actually want to pull up some comments while I'm looking at this, while I'm doing this. But I know that we're like, Dani, how could you? This man cheated on you. He did this, he did that. He disrespected you. Like, where's your self-worth? Like, that is the conversation that is in the comments, and I understand it. And this is not me trying to make excuses for her, but I also feel like in reading a lot of the comments that I see, some of it also feels not grounded in reality, because in reality, a lot of us have taken cheaters back. A lot of us did not really understand our worth. A lot of us have navigated in toxic cycles with toxic relationships. And I don't think that people are registering that when they look at Dani as a character. The thing that has, I think, helped me navigate her infidelity is the ability to be able to truly watch her in the process of, like, what does it look like. Now, I don't love that she's still holding the secret of the elevator sex. I don't love that it seems like she's not being truthful to herself and to everybody else in reference to how she actually sees Bill. But then when I really look at her, I'm like, I also think that some of this is the truth that she has. Like, I think that Bill doesn't really understand or is aware of what he really wants from Dani. And I don't necessarily, if I'm going to believe that Dani wants Bill back, I don't necessarily know if she truly knows that yet. What are y'all's thoughts?
Well, I think Dani needs therapy. And I know what you're saying in terms of people have taken a cheater back, but let's look at the totality of their relationship. He wasn't just a cheater. He was a multi-cheater, multiple times. She took him back over and over and over and over and over again. Um, he not only cheated, but he was in her bed and she came and saw it. And then also not only that, she was a fabulous model, and she subjugated herself to him and turned her whole life into him. She got him that law firm. She got him all those connections. She did all these things for him, for him to then. Okay, it's one thing okay, I don't want you no more. I want to be with this person. But then the way he also did it was so deeply demeaning and mean and humiliating. He didn't just say, well, we just gonna break up and that's it. He just did everything he could to, like, dig his knife in her back and twist and twist and twist. It's just cruelty, ultimately cruelty. Now that doesn't mean that she needs to then wish him to die. And I hope he dies. I'm not saying any of that, but I'm also saying that I don't see that she needs to go so hard for him like that. No, we don't want him to die. Okay, fine. I we don't not wishing death on you, but do we have to go through all these lengths and just for this person who's done all this multitude of things, not just cheated, and that was one thing, but like he just demeaned her. It would be like I said, if he just would break up, I don't want to be with you no more. Let's just end this. But he just was so deeply humiliating about it, unnecessarily, after all the things she's done for him. She did nothing but love him, and it's just too much to me of the things that he did, to then therefore for her to be so hard on him, especially since those kids, they share kids together, but those kids are not 10 and 12. These are grown kids, and yes, they're always going to be your kids. I have a 29-year-old, so they're going to be your kid, and you're going to love them, and you want them to, that whole thing. But I don't know. Like I said, no, I definitely believe she shouldn't want him to die. She didn't. I mean, she could if she wanted to, but it's like, okay, yes, I want him to live. I want my kids to have a father. I want all that. But is it your responsibility? He has this whole wife that he slept in the bed with, in your bed, and threw you over for. Let her do it. All the hard work. Yes, go see him. Make sure he's, okay. I just think she's just it's too much. That's my feeling, and I think this therapy would help her with it, and then for her to then now sleep with him after now having this man, Andre, I don't see why. Anyway, that's my feeling.
Hmm.
Okay, toy.
Yeah. Danny. Okay, so with Danny, I feel, and this is how I feel. Y'all may not agree with me. Danny, after watching all the episodes again, I had to evaluate Danny. Okay, because I still love Danny. I still rock with Danny. I just don't like her choices right now, but
Mm-hmm.
I do like Danny. What I watched when she was in that law firm and the way she was talking to Bill, and she said that she feels worthless and that she feels like, remember when she was sitting there and she was telling, that's one of my favorite episodes, by the way, but it was in season one when she was telling them how she felt in regards to the cheating and all that other stuff. Danny, because Bill is her first, and I mean like first real relationship, like she's real that like she was really in love with Bill. I think it's hard for her to let it go.
Mm-hmm.
However, she knows what she has in Andre. She knows it's good. She knows because Andre always reassures her how amazing she is, how beautiful she is. That's just like that storyline she had where Andre is like, you get the mastectomy. She's like, I'm not getting that mastectomy, and she was freaking out. She told Bill, she was like, I don't think he would want me because of the fact that I would do it. And I think the reason why is because they've always been sex in her head, right? They've always been sex. That's how they started out. And you know what I mean? So if I take away my beauty, quote unquote, you know what I mean, then he's not gonna want me. So I can see her thought process in that. And then the other thing that I think is interesting, Pamela had told her, stop thinking of all the good. Think about those bad things that this man has done to you. But he has screwed her up so much that anytime he calls, she comes. And she comes because of she keeps thinking of the good. Like even when they were capping all the stuff Bill has done, and it was all good stuff. None of it was really bad. If you notice, like when she was thinking about Andre and she's thinking about Bill, she's thinking about all the good stuff of Andre, but she's also thinking about all the good stuff of Bill. But she's not thinking about the bad stuff that Bill had put her through. Because Bill put her through some stuff. Not you're right, not just cheating. He also, took away her like ability to be like stand on her own 2 feet. And then also she felt worthless. So she's just like, this is what I'm gonna take. And it sucks that we have those thought processes and we're like, you know what, maybe I could go back to him because she was gonna go back to him, but he took Haley. I and it sucks that she has that because she's such a beautiful woman inside and out, and she didn't realize what her worth is until she had Andre. Andre was the one that showed her the way and everything, and I just need her to remember that. Remember that Bill made you feel some type of way with everything that he has done. You're just keep remembering all the good stuff. And that's what makes you keep coming back and coming back. Because when she had that little flashback of good things of Bill, she went to go see him. You see what I mean? So, like, that's what I'm saying. Danny, you got to stop thinking about all the good and start thinking about that bad stuff. Does the good outweigh the bad? No, it doesn't. Because, yes, he's a good father. Yes, he's a ride or die. He'll be there for you, whatever. But I don't think Bill really wants Danny. I think he wants to it's a possession. He has to have it because he's still messing around with Haley. Even when they had sex in the elevator, you didn't hear him say, "Danny, I want to be with you." Da 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 da. He said, "Oh, I can mess with you and be with Haley." Do you see what I'm saying? So like, I really don't think that he really wants Danny. I think it's more like she's my possession because even finding out about Andre, he was like, that'll never have like what we had and all that stuff. So listening to the way he's talking, I think he does want her, but not in the way that everybody's saying that he wants her. And I don't think Dani wants him either. I think she just wants the Bill that she had before. She doesn't want Bill itself. She wants the Bill that she had before. The one that was like, down. And every time he shows it to her, that shows the person that she actually wants. Not the trifling man who cheated on her. Not the man who basically demeaned her and degraded her. No, she wants the guy who was there for her, who ride or dies for her, who's always there when, like, even when she was sick, he came in and, like, you know what I mean? You can see he's so possessive, like, this is mine, like, you know what I mean, like, as a possession, but not as, like, this is my, I'm always, this is always gonna be mine. Pretty much is what his thought process is. It's always gonna be mine, regardless if we ain't together. You are mine, and I don't like that. It does remind me of Victor and what's that girl name? Child.
Well, I don't know the reference, so I wouldn't even be able to help you.
Nikki.
I definitely hear that, and like, so I was in the comments because I try my best to be in the comments as much as possible. And Rookie TV Watcher posted a comment last week and said, I don't necessarily empathize with her regarding her hospital behavior like you do, but I agree with you and believe her when she says that she still wants to be with Andre. She has no reason to lie about that. The paltry $10K, she likely spends that on a dress. I think they were referencing the deal that she has with, or the bet that she has with Joey. She clearly doesn't care that much about what people think, so that isn't keeping her there either. Now, the Bill thing, I think it's soapy. It creates another showdown, and I get that Dani has agency, but the same emotions that created her hospital behavior are the same ones Bill plays on. I don't think Dani responds to Bill the way she does because she wants to. I think it's an unconscious conditioning from years of inconsistent treatment. Dani has to actively think in order to make decisions, and she tends to be impulsive, so her worst decision is often her first. And my response to that, which is why I wanted to get to, and like how I wanted to color and give context to this conversation, was, yeah, I just think releasing who you thought was the love of your life and being walked into a new, better, more robust version of love you never knew existed simultaneously is a lot, and it takes time because you are figuring out what exactly releasing this person you will always love looks like, while learning you don't deserve what that person has done to you and that God has had better in store all along, but you aren't fully convinced you're worthy of it just yet. It's a lot of heavy emotional lifting happening with Dani. And they responded like, oh my goodness. As y'all can see, like, I love the way that you put that. And it was for me, this is the first time I like articulated it in this way. Like, aside from like whacking her, because girl, you should not be cheating on your husband. Andre is great for you. Yada, 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 yada. All of that is still true. But when I took the time to like type this out, this really also helped me like ground in the place of empathy that I have for her, because we don't know what we don't know. And I think it's easy for us to say, girl, you need to know your worth. Girl, you need to do better. Girl, this was disgusting. Girl, she was in your bed. Like, yes, all of that is true. And if you don't know that there's a better love out there, then how do you actually leave? How do you actually cultivate this confidence and this knowing that people are asking you to know? Like, she has the context now because of Andre, but even with that, especially now that her secrets are bumping up against his secrets, which is not going to do her any favors, honestly. Now the Andre ground is starting to feel a lot shaky for her. And she's thinking it's because of how she behaved with Bill, but it's some other stuff. So even after she clears out this whole thing, he is still struggling in that regard. And it's creating what I think is going to be something that actually plays off of her insecurities. And I think it's just, when a person is actually in the process of trying to learn, trying to move through, trying to evolve, I try to give them as much credit as possible. I don't feel like Dani is like just stuck in this place. I think that she has made a bunch of progressive decisions. Unfortunately, she has made some regressive ones. And I think that the critiques that come up with her right now and people throwing her away is so grounded in like, okay, you're not making all the perfect decisions, so we're done with you. And I hate that for her, and I hate that for women, because I just think it's very, very unrealistic. Ideally, she would have made these decisions in her 20s like I did, because baby, when I tell you I was a fool for a man, well, no, this one man, he got the most foolish behavior out of me for a solid 6 years. My ass was a dummy like no other. And that was probably the only man that I can say that I loved more than myself. But at the time, I didn't even know that that's what it was. I didn't realize that I loved him more than I loved myself until after it was over. And I think that that's something else that is also like could be playing out with the whole Dani of it all, especially if Bill was not only her first in reference to big romantic love, but I also am believing that he might have been her first sexual partner as well. I think that Bill holds a lot of her first. And I kind of want us to hold her accountable for making better decisions, because now you have further context, girl, and you actually have a safe ground to land on in this other man, even if you don't necessarily believe it to be as true as it actually is, and hold space for like what it looks like to get there. Because if you're a girl who has put all your worth into this man and to believing that you are only what you have been to him and what you have been able to do for him and your kids and this, that, and the third, and then next thing you know, like the only distance that has happened in between that time is a year of him dating your daughter's best friend, and now you're launching this into this whole new life. Like, I don't necessarily know if a year is enough time for her to get with the program and now think highly of herself and think this and not backslide and not do this and not do that. I don't know if that's realistic.
That's why we say she needs to seek therapy. And by no means am I throwing her away. I love her in general, but I don't like this part. And I do. She needs to. Anybody who does anything along those lines, who lets another person, who loves another person more than they love themselves, needs to have help to see that difference. You know what I mean? Whether it's, if they never was shown it, if they didn't, if they've never seen it, you can't do what you've never seen, but you need to have help to get there by all means. But and I do agree, she has made strides, but she needs more. Like the same way we were saying, Eva needs therapy. Dani needs therapy as well. She just does, to help her get through it. Because you can't just do it instantly. Just wake up one morning and necessarily do it. You have to do work to get there. And I don't see any indication that she's ever done any work after the relationship ended to help her mental health. To get herself to a point of that. She's just has happened. Andre has helped her to do it, but even that's not, you don't want to get it from some other person. You need to get it from yourself on the inside. And
I think ideally, yes, but the writers are not writing that
of
in.
Course,
even with one person being a therapist on the actual show. So I think that I don't necessarily default to like, okay, you need therapy, because that's a given. Most of us do. A lot of Black people that have survived countless things do. And more often than not, Black people are not going to therapy. So for me, that part is not even a part of the conversation. I can only deal with what they're actually putting in the show.
Yeah, but we're talking about how we feel about it. And I feel like that's what she needs to have to fix her, to fix herself and help her to get over Bill. But I agree, it is a soap opera. But she does have a whole therapist sister right there. But and it was brought up that Eva should have therapy. So they're talking about therapy as a solution. So yeah, I think that she should, and have some in general. Now, will she? Probably not. But I think that's what would help her to get to where she needs to be. But I don't, I do love her still. Again, I feel the same way. I don't love what she did, but it doesn't mean that I'm not throwing her away. I'm just pointing out, I can point out what I like and what I don't like about, a character. And what I don't like is that part about her. I like other things. Again, I love her mothering. There's a lot of things about her that are excellent. I love her, how she rides for her sister and all that. But, this part, yeah, I just feel like this is not, I don't agree with her behavior there. And I think it's based on everything he's done. that it should, she needs. I don't like it. I wish she wasn't doing it.
I mean, yeah, ideally, I wish she wasn't doing it as well. I think for me, I can go back to my past and see things that I also had to go through to actually get through. And that's the part that I feel like people are skipping when it comes to Dani. And that's the part that I want to draw more attention to, because it doesn't, for me, it's not a switch that flips and you just magically have all the confidence in the world and you just magically know that you're worthy of more. It looks messy like this. And if you haven't chosen to go to therapy and to have lean onto somebody else to help you navigate and process the things that have happened to you and how you respond to them in your life, then you only have, how you actually make decisions and make adjustments based off of whatever the results of those decisions to try to move you through and to help heal. So Allie says,
Absolutely.
I think that Dani has always wanted Bill back, which is why I have never been a fan of Dani and Audrey. I knew those feelings she tried to keep dormant would rise again. She's been lying to herself. I think Dani finds joy being in close proximity to Bill and Haley and knowing that she still has an influence on his life. Interesting.
I definitely think she enjoys the influence that she has on Bill's life. Yes, most definitely. Because look at her when the sunglasses thing. She's like, look at what I did, y'all. Like, she had that attitude because Haley hurt her the most. Like, she let her into the house and try to help her as much as she could, and then you go and mess around with my husband. Yeah, I probably would. I don't know how I would deal with that, but I also think the way the family had handled it at first, they were ambushing her at first. And then finally they were like, you know what? We here for you, girl. Whatever you gonna do, we here for you. And I think that was what she needed to hear. But I also think sometimes like Dani needs somebody who's gonna like tell her what. That's why we need Pamela. Because
Child, we need
Dani
Pamela so bad.
Yeah, we
had
Oh
definitely do
my
need
God, we need
Pamela.
Pamela.
We
Hey
need
Hope,
Pamela.
welcome in Hope.
Hey, hey. Yeah, agreeing with everything Erica was saying. I truly feel like you said, she has to figure this out on her own. Not on her own, but you know what I'm saying? Like, truly figure out what she wants during this time of, how the show goes and all that kind of stuff. And, when it comes to Bill, like y'all were saying, that's like her first everything. So it's just gonna be she's not gonna be able to just shut it off like that and, forget all those feelings.
Bill's her kryptonite. It's
Yeah.
almost like that untapped little bit the
Yeah.
past that she has with him, and it's
Yeah.
not so much wanting him back as
Hmm.
much as feeling like, oh, I can get him back. She feels like at this point she needs to one up Haley because her and both her daughters have relegated Haley forever to the side piece. And right now, it's like, oh, you want me to step back from being his wife, even though she hasn't been his wife in over a year. And so, even the little small moments that Bill gives her, like, oh, she walks into his law office, oh, walks into his house, like she's still the lady of the manor, even though they've been divorced for over a year. So, I think a lot of that is like trying to reclaim her power that she felt she lost by him cheating with Haley.
And I think
And
that is it. I think those two things are
I
two
can see that.
different things. I actually don't think that she wants to prove to anybody other than herself that she's better than
Yep.
Haley. Like, I think
Exactly.
that because we know that she placed so much of her identity in being the wife of Bill Hamilton and how well she
Right.
excelled at that, I think that there's a certain level of reclamation that's happening for her right now and still showing up in this way before she had sex
Yep.
with him in the elevator every other in all the ways that she would have before, because she did that job and she did that job beautifully, and you were the one who didn't see it, you were the one who didn't appreciate it, and then you made me look like the damn fool, and then lo and behold you actually still need me to operate in that space, and look at how I do it while
Exactly.
also still maintaining my own marriage. Now once we get into the elevator,
Exactly.
that's when things get dicey. Like, that's when things for me also get so like, I honestly really couldn't believe that she actually went through with the physical part of it, because up until that point, I actually understood a lot of it. I understood the dangling of the carrot. I understood, because part of it is like, to y'all's point, in how he disrespected her, it was heinous. It was crazy. But also, if you put yourself in the mindset of a woman who has prioritized and pedestalized this man, and your value you draw from how much he values you, and that your stock had dropped for a long time, he divorces your ass, and then now all of a sudden your stock is back up. Now all of a sudden he's coming to your rescue. Now all of a sudden he's father of the year. Now all of a sudden, girl, you know I will always love you. Now all of a sudden, girl, you know I'm sorry. It's like, wait a minute now. I don't necessarily know if I would be able to just completely turn a blind eye either, even with mind-blowing sex happening from Dudley Do right over there. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right. You break it down. You break it down to me in the hospital. Like, what?
And I think that
And I think she's a little shook. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
Do you want me to call you TX
No, I was
Grammy,
saying-
or what's your name?
My name is Eureka.
Eureka. Okay.
Okay. I think she's a little shook because when she and Andre first got together, he was 100% for her. Not so much in relationship status as much as, hey, I can be open with you. I can be just Dani. It's not so much about being the mom or the ex-wife of Bill Hamilton Esquire, or Chelsea and Naomi's mom, or Anita Dupree's daughter, or any of that. It was just, he saw her. And she felt like she can be stripped down with him, not just literally, but she was able to be bare with him.
Yeah.
Bare herself, the pain, the emotional breakdowns, the mental breaks and everything. She was able to share things with him that she couldn't share with anybody else, including her own sister. And I hear you ladies talking about she needs therapy. If she does need therapy, she definitely doesn't need to seek it from Nicole. No shade. Because
all shade, all tea for me.
All shade.
I agree.
I agree.
She's very judgmental.
Yes.
Yeah, she's very judgmental of Dani, and she doesn't come at her like from a therapist standpoint, or even give her the same energy. Like, hey, I'm your big sister. I'm gonna listen to you. I know you've been through a lot of stuff over the last year. You've had your ups and downs. I mean, even to the point of shooting at your ex-husband's wedding with his side piece that he cheated. But it's like, she felt like with Andre, she can let everything go. She can just release it all, put it in his lap. It was no judgment. Yes, they had the mind-blowing sex, but it was more about that friendship. Like, oh, you can be you. You didn't have to worry about nobody judging you, nobody saying how you should act, how you should behave. And now, with her having taken that step to sleeping with Bill in the elevator, now it's like, hold up, there's a whole part of me I can't even share with somebody who's over the last year become my best friend. And so it's like, she can't be 100%, she can't give 100% to everybody. So at this point, I feel like Dani's kind of splintered, where she needs to compartmentalize her relationships with different people in her life. There's nobody that she can just come 100% and tell them, hey, this is what's going on. This is how I feel. I may be thinking about getting back with Bill. I love my husband, but I'm a little confused about what's going on right now. So I think that's affecting her.
She definitely does not have anybody to go to.
Pamela.
Because even with Pamela definitely, but I'm just saying, like, even I'm talking about in her family.
Oh,
right?
yeah,
The father and all that.
Duprees.
That intervention was so hilarious. It was
funny that she called it on herself. I said, girl, this is not how we do this, but all right.
Exactly.
Right. That was hilarious. And I also agree with you ladies 100%. I don't know your name. Unica, you just made me think of something. Eureka, I'm sorry, girl. I'm so sorry. You made me think of something that I didn't even. That's why I love these talks, because it then makes me like think. When you said that she felt comfortable with Andre and like she can't go to Nicole, I think I've said this. She can't go to Nicole. That's why she went to Vanessa, because she knew Vanessa. Even though I wouldn't have went to Vanessa, but she went to Vanessa because she didn't want that. Somebody to like basically look down on her. And I'm gonna be honest, the Duprees look down on people. They are very judgmental.
No, but it's just Kat is the stuck up one.
Yeah, I do know.
It boggles my mind. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't know if I would be Erica at this point if I don't bring it up, because it's just so crazy to me how people are just like, Kat is so elitist and stuck up and this, and this. And I'm just like, are you looking around at her damn family? Like, even if she is any of those things, look at these people.
Have you forgot what Anita said to
really? Chelsea made everything about her when everybody was going through what they was going through. I'm not going through anything. I'm like, Chelsea, shut up. Like, you know what I'm saying? So really doesn't have anybody. Nicole has her own issues and she has to take care of herself. So she can't really say anything. And even when they first got married, how Nicole handled it. Oh my God. Dani, what are we gonna do about you? Like, Nicole.
And to this point, like, I want to drill into this too, because Kelly, I hope you don't feel dismissed because I made the comment I made about therapy. But part of my driving force around, like, I can't even have the conversation, like, therapy is not even a thing in the orbit right now, because everybody wants to come together and like, how are we gonna fix Dani? But y'all also knew that Bill was cheating on her for years, and it's not until he left her and she started spiraling that now y'all are all circling the damn wagons. Where were y'all at when the cheating started, when the affairs happened? Like, when all, like, now y'all pissed that she's now become this person, or you're having to put out all of these damn fires. But when were you stomping out the little campfires as the girls was popping up? And I think that is when the therapy conversation would have come up. So now it's telling me that it ain't gonna come up. You got a therapist for a damn sister, you got a senator and a damn EGOT for a mama, and ain't none of them told you to go to therapy, but all of them are concerned about your damn behavior. Clearly that's not an option. And they also did not intervene until he left your ass for the daughter's best friend.
Exactly.
And it's like, even with the Andre thing, they were already judging about the Andre thing, and didn't even look into what Andre was until later on. They were like, "Oh, we accept him." We didn't ask you for your exception, fool. Like,
and you accepted it late. You accepted it after it was already like so clear. I want to take a moment and go into this too. There was another comment. I've been going back and forth with Super Taurus, so hopefully you don't feel too called out, Super Taurus, but I'm gonna say what I gotta say. So Super Taurus said, yeah, Andre looked weak for confronting Bill in the hospital. He should have had that conversation with Dani and confronted her about her attachment to her ex-husband. Dani is just being selfish. I don't think that she's actually in love with Andre, and she's not going to tell him the truth. She only wants Andre for what he does for her. Please tell me what she does for Andre. I respond, I would love to. She gives him home. 1, he feels safe enough to anchor himself. 2, but doesn't compete with the memory of the family that he had. She gives him consideration regarding his life right now and his grief from the loss of his parents, past playboy ways, and even things unsaid that he carries. He has been desperately seeking but unable to find in shallow relationships that he made and abandoned since his parents' death. She gives him affirmation vigorously of his goodness and his worthiness, to which he too is not always convinced. Most of all, Dani has given him partnership he values and is committed to learning how to love in a way that he has never done before and found meaningful before. Yes, she is requiring a lot of patience and hard convos, but Dani is not some slouch in their marriage. Up until the elevator, she was just as loving and respectful of Andre as he is of her. And then they responded, I get where you're coming from, but Dani has literally built a house of cards. The lying, being untrustworthy, and betrayal with Bill is going to crush Andre. I'm with you, but the reality is that Dani has not provided any of that for Andre. It's an illusion. And I just responded, okay, this is the brick wall that I was talking about, because you asked me to say what I believe Dani gives to the marriage. I detail what Dani brings to the marriage, and then you tell me, well, all of that is just an illusion. She don't bring nothing. Okay. Would y'all actually agree? Or what are your thoughts on what Andre gets from this marriage?
He
I
gets a
agree.
home.
I think he has gotten a lot from it. She has helped to make him feel more secure. I mean, in fact, he's settled down. He was never settling down. He didn't even see a reason to, but he's doing it because of being with her. She's done a lot. She's helped him a lot, which is the other reason why I also feel like if she tells him, um, and I know you think she should tell him, and I think she should not. Now that you've done it, now she should take it to her grave because he will be devastated beyond belief because he's never given himself to anyone, it feels like. And now he's given himself to her only for her to then not only cheat, but to cheat on him with Bill of all people who he, clearly does not like. Um, and so that I think that will wreck him. It'll crush him and he will be hard to recover from it, and I don't think he'll recover. But yes, I do think she's given him a lot, and I don't think she's selfish. I think she does love him. I just think she's, like I said, whether she got therapy, read a book, do something, So there are things you can do to, help yourself. And no, it doesn't happen overnight, but you have to work on changing yourself. You have to, you can read books. Um, it's just things to do to change. No, and I definitely wouldn't go to her sister, again, because you're all right. They're very judgmental. They have always said, well, what has Dani gotten into now? And what's Dani done? And she's, it's always, this Dani and Kat. They've just been more, we've been focused on Kat and how they disrespect Kat, but they've also disrespected Dani from the beginning in terms of, oh, she's always doing something. Oh my God, it's always that kind of, we looking down on her as well on Dani. So she needs to get it from elsewhere, from validation from,
Yeah.
other sources. But no, I definitely don't believe that she's been a slouch in the marriage at all up until the elevator.
Mm.
She sees Andre. She sees him a lot. I mean, even like the panic in his eyes. One thing that really that I remember specifically is when they were supposed to do the couples campaign for Forrester Creations. And he sent her that selfie from the airport. She took one look at
Mhm.
that picture and she canceled it. And she's like,
Okay.
no, this is not him. This is not something that he needs. So what he needs is for me to step up as his wife and remove him from this situation of making him uncomfortable. And so she connects with him on that level in family. Yes, Ted is his uncle, Nicole was his auntie-in-law, and Kat the cousins and everything, but he never saw Fairmont Crest as home until he got with Dani.
Facts.
Yeah. Jazz, hey boo, welcome, welcome, welcome in, says in the chat because they're tired of her. They've been putting up with her mess for 20 years. Jazz has her foot on Dani's neck. I just want to go ahead and incorporate the chat as well. So, y'all, it's not just a one sided conversation. Toy, Hope, did you guys want to add
I
anything in reference to what Dani brings to their marriage?
Yeah, I definitely think that that's his home. That is definitely his home. He said it many a times. I also think that she also grounds him, helps him out. Like like I hate bringing this heifer up, but Ashley was different, right? She would just allow whatever and all this stuff. Dani's not that person. Dani's gonna be the one like, hold up, what you doing? You know what I mean? She's gonna help him out to make him see like this is not right, whatever the case may be. She's also honest with him, except this Bill thing is the only thing that she has not been honest about.
Mm-hmm.
They have been honest with each other. She even told him about Bill kissing her, all that stuff. She's always been honest with our Andre. And then even in the fact of when she said I'm still into Bill, she still was honest about it when it came to that. So I mean, I think that's why we're all upset in regards to like why she won't tell Andre about her and Bill. But I also think that what I mean. She has helped him out so much. He's always been like a mover and a shaker, and finally he's stable to be like in one spot. He's stable, like she listens to him, she knows when something is wrong, everything. It's and it goes both ways, really, to be honest. But really, that's why they work, because of how their relationship is. And like even she puts the kid in him. I mean, she sometimes will accept his kiddie ways too. Like the cartoon thing, I thought that was so cute. You know what I mean? They them watching cartoons and eating cereal together. Like, you know what I mean? They laugh together, they cry together, they do all of that stuff together. Right now they are having problems, but we've all had that where even in relationships where you run into those type of problems. You know what I mean? And all you have to do now is, how do I get out of this situation? How do I figure out how we can communicate better? So, you know, this episode today, she got, wait, hold on. Did everybody watch today's episode? Because I don't want
Yeah.
to spoil.
Yes, I
Okay.
watched.
Okay. So when she pulled out them coloring books, you know what I mean? I was like, okay, Danny, see what you doing. She's still doing activities with him. She's trying to connect with him. Even when he tries to like not connect with her, she's like, nah, we don't do that. Connect. What's going on? And he talks. She pulls it out of him. I don't the only thing that she's not pulling out of him right now is that Heather situation.
And see that I think that's also why I couldn't give her too much credit for the coloring books. Like, okay, you get points for creativity, but I feel like at this point, because like the secrets are just building up to such astronomical levels, the only way that you're actually going to get back to y'all's true essence is if you level the playing field with truth. And I get that you're scared. I get that the both of them are scared, honestly. Like, I get it. Like, it's, you don't want to betray someone who you have said that you love, who you believe that you love more than anything, right? But part of that is specifically part of that for y'all's relationship requires you to be honest. And you guys have like talked about this, and I have loved that it has come up organically, because that is the biggest thing for me when it came to rooting for Dani and Andre within their relationship. They see each other. And that to me is one of the greatest forms of love, when you actually get to see the person that you are claiming to love, right? Like, us navigating this world, we put on whatever mask we need to survive, to put us in a space of what we believe to be thriving. And oftentimes we don't ever really learn to like let that go or release that, and that becomes a weight in and of itself, and that shapes your personhood in and of itself. I have come to respect and to honor the versions of love that I can operate in, whether it's romantic love or platonic or familial love, when it's with people who I do not have to mask for. I treasure it so much. But then and again, that is also something that I have had to evolve into. That is a understanding and a definition of love that I did not actually start with. And I feel like that is their strong suit. They know it's their strong suit, and their mutual poor behavior is ultimately going to be the test that is actually their strong suit, but they don't want to test it because they're too afraid to lose it. Hope, did you get a chance to chime in?
Yes, I agree with what y'all are saying and like how she holds him up and all that kind of stuff. But I just feel like in the end, like the lying and just when everything boils down, it's just gonna be very. I don't think it'll be hard, but it's gonna be hard. It's gonna be
Yeah.
hard for them to kind of figure it out. But I don't know what he's so. I'm just with the Heather situation. I don't know what he's so afraid of. Of just not just tell her what's going on. I don't know. It's just
I want to
to
talk
see
about
their
that too.
relationship go just to see their relationship how it's going right now. It's just this wasn't what it was built on in the beginning, when they talked the first
Yeah.
time yeah, so
And they're
that's
drifting
all.
so far away from it. It's crazy. But I do appreciate the writers are giving both of them two things to rip the band-aid off about. They literally both
Yeah.
have the power to like rip the band-aid off and return back to their core essence, and they both are afraid to do it. And we're just watching that double dutch in real time. But we could go to that. We could talk about Andre and Heather next.
I think what he's afraid of, just thinking about it again, remember, well, he obviously doesn't know that she's the impaler, but the person he was talking to was very afraid. He had some kind of knowledge. He may not have known that she was the impaler, but apparently she's got this reputation of this killer person, this deadly killer. And he even said she'll kill you and eat your carcass and go to your family too. So and Andre believed it. And so I think he's afraid that she'll kill him. And Dani, he's afraid for Dani's safety. But that's where the fear's coming in. I
My
still
little
feel like
light
he should
pushback
tell
from
her.
that though is, okay, you're afraid that she's going to kill you, so you're going to sit around and wait for her to kill
No,
you?
no, absolutely not. He should definitely be telling her. He should
No,
be
no, no. I
definitely
know
saying,
that, but
look,
I'm saying even just
oh,
following that thought process, like I think that it's a valid thought process. I'm not negating that
mhm.
part, but for Andre, like that still doesn't make any sense to me because if she kills people that don't give her what she wants, and she's communicating that she wants you, and you are not giving her you, and then you're going to just go home and color with your wife, but you're worried about
Yeah,
y'all
exactly.
safety. What are you going to do to
Exactly.
counteract it if you're not going to go head up and like, girl, okay, you just gonna have to kill me now, then what are you gonna put in place? Who are you gonna call? Like, I cannot take the whole just staring off into the damn abyss,
Agreed.
throwing back whiskeys,
Yes.
but you're so
Yeah.
concerned that she's so damn dangerous. I'll be running around trying to get a gun license. Like, I'll be doing all of the things.
Right.
I still have
Yeah.
yet to see a damn
Wrong.
restraining order pop up because we were supposed to have one for Leslie. I guess they don't damn exist in Fairmont Crest, but there's so many things that he could do, and he's doing
Yeah.
nothing.
He's doing
Agreed.
nothing. It's
Absolutely.
so crazy. It's just like he's just not even trying. It's just and like every time Danny's like, "Baby, is everything all right? Like, what is going on?" She's
Yeah.
literally asking him, and
So
he's
many
just like,
openings. Yeah.
"It's crazy."
So many
My
openings.
question is, where is this picture, this infamous picture that he had of her doing something related to
He
their
deleted it.
past for her? Oh,
In that moment, he
missed
deleted
that
it.
part.
The person told him to delete it immediately. He did.
That's
Maybe
crazy
he
though.
didn't. Maybe we'll find out that he didn't delete it, and we'll use that for some sort of evidence later. But yeah, I agree that he definitely needs to be doing something. But he's definitely afraid. But he's afraid. He's like freezing or whatever. But I agree. He definitely should be, definitely making more moves, or if nothing else, at least telling her so she can be protected and so she can know, because this woman is now in town and she clearly doesn't like the fact that she can't just get him, and so he should already know that she's gonna focus her attention on Dani somehow, because Dani is her obstacle in her way as far as she's concerned, that's keeping her from getting Andre. And so it just should make common sense to him to at least protect her in some way, or if nothing else, just to tell her that this danger is existing in Fairmont Crest. I've seen it, and let me tell you about it so you can know. So I'm very, very disappointed in him there that he's not, doing that.
And
And
no
now
way
she's
am I
befriended
okay.
his wife.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not trying to be I know we're not talking about Bill in this situation, but it's just you can see the difference between Andre and Bill.
Ooh. Go
Protective
ahead, talk
styles, if
about
you
it,
know what I'm
Hope.
You're
saying.
right.
Go ahead and wake that
Yeah.
up, Hope.
I'm sorry, 'cause like,
Don't
Bill would-
apologize.
he
Wake it
would-
up. That's what we here for.
Right. He would not stand for this.
He
Like,
would
he would not be playing.
not.
He
You're
would not
right.
be playing right now. I'm sorry.
You're right about that.
I
You
thought
are
about it. I was like, Bill would not be playing right now. Like, I said this, like, if something happens to Danny, Bill is not gonna be able to handle it. I just know he's not gonna be able to handle it. If something
He's
actually
gonna go
happens to her,
scorched earth.
yeah, he's not gonna be able to handle
Yeah.
that if Andre allows something to happen to her.
And
He's not gonna
That's
be able
the
to.
thing.
honestly,
Even
it's put me in a
we
very
need
weird place when it comes to looking at the Dani and Andre marriage, because I have been
Yep.
all for it from the beginning. However, now I'm like, oh girl, it feels like you kind of were just drinking the Kool-Aid, because yes, anybody can show up. Well, I mean, he's had some things to navigate. He's been very patient up until most recently with Dani and her like uncoupling with Bill and like being, very graceful and creating a safe space for her to land as she like unpacks all of the toxic behavior that she allowed and then also participated in. But now it's getting to the point where the marriage is really getting to the nitty gritty, and it's like, oh yeah, it looked all great when all you had to do was tell her that she was beautiful and stroke it right. Now you gotta actually protect, and your ass is down at the damn uptown day in and day out. Like, sir, this is also part of the damn you being a husband and you dropping the ball, and Bill would damn never. So while yes he was heinous and yes he was diabolical in his damn cheating, but also now you drawing up a flaw as well, because you are leaving everybody exposed, including your goofy ass self.
Yeah, that's correct. Because Bill would not have done that. That's the part about Bill that he wouldn't. No, that part is definitely there. He definitely would not have allowed that. So yeah, Andre is falling down on the job there, because that's part of the job description right there, and he is falling down by not addressing it. By maybe he'll get himself together. Maybe he's a deer in the headlights at the moment. Maybe to give him some kind of a reason, but and then he'll get himself together. But right, it is very disappointing that he's just drinking himself. And it's not solving anything, instead of immediately saying, like you said, yeah, look, I hated that he let her touch him so much and all of that. I just hated all that. And then he let her kiss him, and he actually kind of kissed her back a little bit, even if it was for however long, but it was too long. Any amount was too long. You can easily turn your head. He actually let it happen. So I was very disappointed with all that. And no, he didn't have sex with her, but he still kissed her, and he still let this happen. And he didn't tell her, maybe even if he didn't tell him he kissed her, he could tell her that she exists and she presents a threat to us and to you, and be on the lookout for this person. Avoid, know that this is happening. And the fact that he's just totally not doing it is very upsetting.
Yeah.
I think.
Hold on one second, Toy. Let me read Allie comment real quick. Allie said, I think my issue with Dani and Andre is the deceit, which I know comes from who I am as a person. I cannot look at someone in the face and lie to them. I have done some trifling things in my life, and I only keep a secret for a week tops. I will always tell on myself. I believe Andre deserves the truth. It's been long enough. I agree. Now, real quick, Toy, remember your thought, because I also, Kelly, you said that you think that Dani should not tell Andre. So, you would condone her keeping the lie going. Is that what you're saying?
At this point, yes. I wish she never slept with him, but now that she did, then yes, I mean, I agree. I think honesty obviously is the best policy, and you should tell. But in the case of this situation, in the case of yeah, I think it would be, he's absolutely won't be able to handle it. I think that, especially after all this time has passed too, and it's not just the lie about sleeping with him, but it's been all this time, and she was, yeah, I was in the hallway, I was scared, whatever excuse she had given about.
You don't think that that's manipulative
for Dani?
Mm-hmm.
Or to not tell?
To not tell.
But like you've slept with him now. I'm sorry, what?
To not tell.
What's my name? Yeah, I mean, yeah, but now that it's happened, it's like, I don't think there's any hope for their marriage ultimately. I don't think so. If she tells him, not only, like, again, there's the ego of men in general. They can sleep with somebody else, but they can't bear the thought of you doing it.
And I think that maybe not. Maybe you might be right? Like, maybe you're right that he can't recover from it. It's the end of their marriage. But then also that is his right. Like, I think in being honest, that gives you back some type of power and say. I don't like the idea of her holding it. One, because of they're supposed to be built on transparency, trust, and like being able to see each other as they are, flawed and all. But then the other part of it is, I don't like the idea of like basically like manipulation or coercion of somebody into like continuing to love you. Like, if they want to leave, let them leave. You made it. You were given all the choices. Bill, did what he did, and you chose to stay. You were still given that choice. I think it makes it 10 times worse to rob people of their opportunity to be able.
Oh, I agree.
To make the decision for themselves.
In real life, I do agree with that. And this, yeah, I do agree with that. I just think that if she does tell him, it's going to be the end of it. So, yes, but she should. I do. Okay, so I think she should tell him in theory that it's, you should be honest. I do believe that, and you're right. Give me the choice. If I want to forgive you, I should be able to. And if I don't want to forgive you, I should be able to do that too. I absolutely agree with that. Maybe I should just have said that if she does tell him, I feel like their marriage will end. I don't feel like it'll be like, okay, well, we're operating on truth and honesty, and
Got
I
it.
appreciate you told me the truth, and so now let's continue this marriage. I don't think that that will happen. I think that it'll be too late if she does tell him. But no, you're right. She should tell. It should not be it shouldn't be a secret. But now that it is a secret, like I said, if if she does tell him, I believe
It's
they will be
over.
done.
Got it.
I do. Yeah.
Toy, what were you about to
It's the
say?
bill of it all. I'm sorry. Go
No,
ahead.
you good. I just know I cut Toy off. So what were you about? Did you remember your point?
Yeah. Okay. I definitely do think she should tell him, and the reason why is because that's what's messing up their marriage, is them not being honest with each other. If you start off a marriage with honesty, and that you're always honest with each other and everything like that, and you guys can talk to each other, once you take that away, it's not gonna work anyways. So, and I do agree with Erica, like, he should have the choice. Like, you're taking his choice away. What if he does decide to stay with you? He stayed with you when you kissed Bill. What if he does decide to stay with you? I'm not saying he will, but I'm just saying, what if he does decide? But that is his option. He is allowed to um decide if he wants to or not. I also think it's very interesting, and I love these, like, conversations, but I think it's very interesting how, a lot of people are like, well, the dishonesty and everything, it goes both ways though, because they're both being dishonest. It's not just one side, it's both of, because everybody's on Danny's head right now. I'm not talking about it here, I'm just talking about in general. Everybody's on Danny's head, but also Andre is lying as well, and that's what's gonna destroy the marriage as well,
Mm-hmm.
because of the fact that they're both being dishonest. And then with Dani, I think she's really scared because of the fact that she doesn't want it. She doesn't want to lose Andre.
Yeah, this is the best
Like,
love she's ever experienced.
she doesn't want to lose the comfort that she's had with Andre. She doesn't want to lose the time that she's had with Andre. The way that he's built her up and helped her out so much. And like, she's fighting it. Like, should I fighting it so much with the Bill situation. That's why I said she needs to start thinking about the bad and not the good.
Mm-hmm.
She thinks about the good. Then she's like, you know what? I think I might go back and spin the block. You know what I mean? But just what I'm
Yeah.
saying, you might want to look at the bad sometimes though, and that might trigger her a little bit different. And then the other thing is the whole thing with, like, them two is just, it was so beautiful to see, because of the fact that you had so many people against it,
Mm.
even though so happy, showing her happiness with this man, regardless of how old he is and all that other stuff
Yeah.
that Bill was,
And because it
you
was
know.
grounded in so much truth, meanwhile, everybody who had a problem with it are all the people who are fighting to keep their damn masks up. I think that was the thing that locked me in with them. It's like, you
Yeah.
hoes are not actually happy either. Y'all keep pushing this goofy ass, on Maui. Me and Ted met on Maui, an old love fairy tale, yada, yada, yada. Meanwhile, he was blowing that goofy ass girl's back out down at the damn diner. Stop it. But y'all want me to not root for Dani and Andre, who come to each other broken as hell. Started off like, you know what, let's just go ahead and scratch your itch. Well, wait a minute. I see a little hurt in you. Wait, I see a little hurt in you. Wait, what is that? Let's uncover it. These two people are being honest with one another and happen to fall in love through the damn honesty. And y'all don't want to root for that, but you want to root for goofy ass on Maui story. Tomas dumbass. Well, I think I like you yeah, this will work. Like, all these other relationships are a bunch of bullshit if I ever seen it, and y'all don't want me to root for Dani and Andre? Please. Child.
She has to tell him. She has to tell him, because it's coming out. The point is, whether it comes out from her or comes out from Bill, because once they go haul Haley off to jail or wherever they're going to take her little ass, it's going to come out. Bill is not going to be content with Dani standing at marriage, knowing that they had those relations in the elevator. Like, no, you're not going to continue with your happily ever after when my whole life just imploded. because of the choice he
Bill's
made,
gonna
but
tell.
it's going to
I think
come
that's
out.
And see, that's
yes,
and
I think
that's and
Bill's
that's
gonna
when I
tell
need to
it.
start kicking Bill's back in, because I hate that for him. I want him to grow so bad. Real quick, y'all, I'm gonna bring Lancray in, but I also gotta hash something out with them when they get in here. So give me a second. Hey, Lancray, welcome in.
You gotta unmute.
You there?
They'll come back.
Child.
Told you.
Lancray, you there?
Yes.
Okay. Well, before we get in, hopefully you're doing well. But before I get into anything, you made a comment in my comment section that has been sitting with me all day long.
Uh-oh.
Do you recall? Lancray?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Did you hear me?
Okay. Yes. First of all, how is this happening right now? I thought it was supposed to take place Monday.
I postponed it. I had something come up on Monday, so now we're here.
Okay, because I was like, did I miss it? Did I oversleep?
No, I
So
put up a
stupid.
community post about it to tell everybody on Monday.
Where?
Yeah.
Where's this community post? I don't know where to find it because I was like, oh gosh.
On my channel, if you go from videos and you click posts, you'll see any written notices that'll get posted. And usually it'll show you in your feed, but because you're a newer subscriber, it might not be populating my post yet for you.
Yes, and because again, you have to forgive me because I am new to doing this type of thing, and so it's probably something that I have not done on my side.
Oh, no
Right?
worries about that,
But
child. That's your experience, and as you get more acquainted, that's fine. The thing I can't forgive you about is your comment.
oh no, I know exactly what you're talking about, and
Okay.
I know exactly what you're talking about. But first of all, before we get into that, who would like to congratulate me in my um soap opera predictive powers when I said it was Heather, the woman that was in his life?
I
I mean,
can't congratulate you yet until I figure out if you my op or not. I can't do it.
Yeah, I gotta hear
an
this
op,
comment.
op.
I gotta hear this
What do you
comment.
mean? What do you mean an op?
An op is an opponent, a person who is against you.
No, I'm not against you, but hold on. Let's okay. Well, you know what? The congratulations they will pour in. I'm very sure of that. But Erica, I want you to go back and listen. Now,
I
does anyone know
did.
the
I went
name?
back and listened to it, and I also sent it to 4 friends.
Uh-huh. You said my imperfections, and you said, "Am I black?" And I'm like, wait, what?
What did I say?
I know I did not hear when you spoke about your, or was it? I believe the word you said was imperfections. Was that the word you used?
Okay.
And then you said my black, and it sounded. And I was like,
That's
but
not
I
what
know
I
I didn't
said.
hear it. Okay, well, I need to hear that because I'm like, one of us either my hearing is completely failing me, or
I fear
I
that might be the case, Bookie. But so just so
I
everybody's
don't
clear,
feel so.
Lancray said that
Only
I
you
needed to
said.
check myself in his comment. I need to check
Yeah.
myself because I said something that was
Mhm.
extremely disturbing in my episode
Wrong. It was
147 breakdown. And the point that he's referencing is when I was talking about Eva's struggle with the scar and feeling like this is just entirely too soon. Like I basically, the gist of it for her part of it was like, girl, give it a year and then like let's revisit it. And then I said,
right.
I am a 6-foot dark skinned black woman. And I was talking about beauty standards and us ascribing to beauty standards that are not actually real. They are made up and they are pushed on us. And the moment that we decide to reject those and actually accept ourselves, we'll be doing a lot better. I likened the fact that I have stretch marks on my stomach and I'm going to put the crop top on regardless, because at the end of the day, you need
Right.
to accept your body. So what of
Right.
all of that was me saying something extremely disturbing?
Erica, well, you said after you said that is true. Everything you said there is absolutely true, and I follow you on that part. But then you went on and you said my imperfections, and then
I said I have plenty of
you said
imperfections. That's what I said.
right. Yes. However, there was the one thing that I thought, and maybe I need to rehear that part because I absolutely was about to put in, and I wish I had gone back into the comment and done what I said and written what I initially was going to do. I was actually going to put in that the particular time code. And I think that
Yeah.
is what I really should have done. And that would have made it a
I also
lot
think that
easier.
maybe you should have re-listened, because I literally rewatched the video 3 times and sent it to 4 different people today, because I'm like, wait a minute. I
Mhm.
just said something that's extremely disturbing. For me, I try my best to create a space where my commentary is rooted in, yes, what I think, but I also apply a lot of myself in my life. So to get that particular comment, it really bothered me, especially with the use of like saying that what I said was extremely disturbing when I'm talking about myself. And I'm talking about myself in a way of like, I am not the typical beauty standard, but I am beautiful. And Eva needs to look at it and have it be the same way. I think that maybe there is some type of miscommunication that may happen because you're based in France and because you might not know how things are discussed, I guess, here in the US. But it really bothered me. Like, that comment really bothered me all day, so much so that I sent it to multiple people. And I'm like, please tell me if y'all see what this person is saying. And not one person came back and said, yeah, I understand what they're saying.
I'm going to have to listen. If I misheard what I thought I heard, then I will apologize in front of everyone. Because I did not mean any harm. However, I don't think I misheard what the particular part. Everything you've said about, like, you talked about the when you got to that part
Did everybody here
and you
watch
said
that video?
imperfections.
Yes.
It's and
Real
then
quick,
you
hold on,
went
Lancray. Did
on.
everybody on the panel currently watch my episode 147? Do y'all recall that particular take
I
recently?
do.
I did watch it. I did not see anything wrong with what you were saying. You were basically just explaining like how you felt in that process, like basically saying like, this is what I have to deal with, and so that's understandable. I didn't think that it was uncalled for or anything. I mean, but it could be you misheard a little bit, because sometimes language can be a little bit different, but it could also be that sometimes we hear stuff, but we're not really hearing the stuff. So, or we could have been doing something other than, and that happens too. Cause so I don't think that there was anything wrong with what you said. Girl, we watched that like 3 times. So I was like, yes, Erica, get it. And, so, and I wanted to send you like some, like a flower basket. Cause I was like, girl, I feel you. I be having that same problem. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because it's a
But,
journey. And I think this was very, very touching for me, because that's a real thing. Like, there was a time that I thought that something was wrong with me, or like, why can't I look like this? Like, I live in Los Angeles where people are nipped and tucked all to be damned, and it has been a process. And I think that everybody should accept and love themselves as they are. Like, if you want to make improvements, cool. But at the end of the day, the only thing that you can actually do is be with yourself. Like, what is the alternative for Eva? What is the alternative? You're not going to be here anymore because you can't fathom this scar. What is the alternative for me? I'm not going to like function and frolic because I have stretch marks and this, that, and the third. Like, no. And that's basically what I was saying. And I'm taking the time to make this particular point because this is a dialogue and this is a conversation that's happening. Even though I'm releasing the videos and you guys are not able to respond until I host a live like this or into the comments, I am paying attention and I am trying my best to interact as much as possible. But in doing so, I have to make sure that I'm constructing a safe space for myself, as well as trying to have a safe space for y'all. And my platforms will always be, first and foremost, a safe space for Black people, well, Black women, then Black people, first and foremost. And when I read your comment, I was just like, dang,
So
What
that's
did I say?
crazy.
I'm gonna
Mhm.
go back to that, and I'm gonna because there was something, and the way I
Yeah.
remember that, there was something that really, really struck me. It had nothing to do with stretch marks. Everybody has stretch marks here and there. Everybody has. Some people. I'm only 5'7". For me, I'm like, oh, do I wish I was like 5'10"? Absolutely. For me, height, things like that, except for Andre's height. These are things that I
The
Wow.
can
only
take
other thing
into
that I didn't say
consideration.
yet is I also said I am a person in a bigger body, which is the truth.
Nobody cares about that.
Well,
I'm
you
calling
did.
this
You
out.
decided to post, Erica. You
No,
need to
no,
check
oh no, no,
yourself.
no, 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 no. That is not what I found shocking. It is
Okay, so
not at all
what
what I
did you feel find
so
shocking?
when you were speaking and you said my imperfections, right? And I was like, okay, fine, whatever. But it sounded as if you said you were about to say my black, and it's like it sounded as if you literally cut yourself off. And I was like, wait a minute. I know that I didn't just hear what I thought I heard. And I'm like, hold on a second. And this is the reason I say this, right? I wish I came from I'm not going to say exactly, give too much detail on my background story, but I wish I had known at that time what I went on to learn and that I would one day end up scouting for the biggest agencies, the biggest modeling agencies in the world. And there was this girl I knew. This girl, her name was Christine. This girl, and maybe this is not what you were about to say, but this is what triggered for me. This girl was Christine. This girl was dark as pavement, beautiful white eyes, almond eyes, striking. And I wish, and I had always regretted that once I got to Paris, once I started with these modeling agencies and placing all of these models in these agencies, that ended up getting these campaigns for John Richmond, for Dolce and Gabbana, for L'Oreal. I regretted not having gone back and grabbed that girl because that girl was one and is still one of the most beautiful dark skinned women I have ever, women in general, right? But from the place where I come from, people did not value darker skinned beauties. It wasn't a thing until Alec Wet came along when it was finally okay to have dark skin. And today I am a professor, and I literally had to tell some of my and then most of the students that I have in my classes, let's be clear, these are white males, 99% brilliant students who come from all again, over the world. And I had to literally sit up and tell one of these students in my class, well, the entire classroom, I've been black for a very long time, and I can personally tell you, black people, we don't give a fuck what white people think about the
Cannot
color
say
of
the
our
F
skin.
word on YouTube.
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I was literally quoting myself from
Okay.
what I literally said in my speech because it's something that I feel so strongly about. And maybe I misheard you. And
Okay.
if I did, I sincerely apologize. But when you said imperfections, I swear you said the word black. I thought that it's
No,
go
and
back and
I
listen
said dark skin, but and I am not
because
that
okay,
person. I understand being
okay.
triggered, but I love being dark skinned. I want to be as dark as
Oh,
possible
because oh
at
my
any
God,
given
that
point
was
in
oh
time
my
in
God.
life. And this
Oh
is
my
also
God,
something
thank
that
you.
comes up a lot in my content because people like, why do you
Okay.
make a point of saying so and so is light skinned? When certain people start to do certain things that become stereotypical X, Y, and Z, I point it out. And I don't do that from a place of like, oh, I want to be like, no, absolutely not. I have the conversations and a lot of people struggle with that sometimes, but it is what it is. That is not my ministry. Erica is proud to be black as
Okay.
fuck. Will never want to be anything other than black on any other day of any other year, just so
Okay.
we're clear.
So okay. And I just want to say this right. That girl that I was talking about, I being able to go back and get her, she would have been one of the, in my personal opinion, would have become one of the most sought after top models in the world. And this would have been during around the end of the time between Tyra Banks and Alec Webb. She would have been in that group of girls. And I still believe that with all my heart. And you have no idea from today. I regret that. I have these students, these elite schools where I work in. There are not a lot of dark skinned people. And I have to do, in France, we're not supposed to even acknowledge that race exists, as if it doesn't. And and for me,
Kelly, you have
a
something
few
warping in
months,
your background, boo.
me?
No, Kelly.
That's not me. Oh, okay, all right. Let me just say this. A couple of months ago, right,
Yeah, I need you
I
to
had
land the
to go
plane
to.
link right because we gotta get out of here at some point.
Okay, all right, all right. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry because for me, this is also a sensitive topic. And a couple of months ago, I went into this office to pick up something, and there's this dark skinned African sister who is in there, right? And she's the only one that looks like her in that office. And and I stopped and I looked at her, and in front of everyone, I told her, I was like, "Oh my God, your skin is so beautiful. It's so dark. It's like a miracle." And I know that the people in the room, but you understand when I say the ones who didn't look like her, they found it shocking that someone would pay a woman like her that particular type of compliment, because for them it didn't register. But I knew exactly what I was doing because she was beautiful, and I felt that in that moment she needed to hear that in that particular space. And so I feel I feel very, very, very strongly about those things. I grew up in a household where half of us look like one thing and the other half of us look like the other. And if you didn't look like this one thing, I understand how. I remember the insults. I remember the put downs. And that's something that I said that I can't and I won't. And I will never allow someone else to feel that way in my own way. I'm not trying to, and if I made it seem as if I'm putting something off on you that you didn't say or that you didn't intend to say, or then that's just my own personal trauma.
And I appreciate you identifying that. I think for me, I wanted to make sure to bring it up because in cultivating this community, I think we also still need to navigate with care. Even if it is something that you are of concern with, how you went about it, it was not in a way of like, I would actually receive it. Because the
Okay,
girl, you need to check
I get
yourself.
that.
Like,
I
I'm
get
like,
that. I get that.
I'm all for y'all whacking me when I'm actually like out of line, but we need to operate with a certain level of care. But I get it. I get that it could have been traumatic for you to hear the words in the group that they were in. I think that you should definitely go back and listen to the video.
I will.
Uh,
I am definitely going back to listen to it.
and
I am
and
definitely
now I
going
can
to listen
proceed.
to it.
I could not actually. I was wondering. I was like, if he shows up, I cannot
I
move
got
forward and
him.
be in
I got him.
conversation without addressing it because I feel away.
What can you think? I was up Monday night looking for. I was up Monday night. I was like, we have to talk about this. We have to.
Gotcha. Okay,
Uh,
so
uh,
sorry, y'all.
okay.
Back to the original
So
conversation.
so do I get my flowers for my predictive powers on here?
Yes, yes, you were right. You and a lot of other people. People were posting in the comment section for quite a while, and they were like, "Oh, it's Heather, it's Heather." I'm just disappointed in it, honestly, y'all. Like we have already started to unpack what it is, like Andre being scared, and you also need to grow a pair because if you're scared, you still need to do something. Was anybody else taken aback by the fact that this is Andre's past, and is this something that they're trying to tell us about Andre in reference to like cougars?
That's what I think it is. And personally, let me say this: I personally encourage all of my female friends to go out and date themselves a younger man. They're more fun. They have so much to offer, and they ask for so little in return.
Oh goodness, how y'all feel? Y'all feel that Andre is in the cougars, or were you taken aback by Heather being a woman from Andre's past?
I think that she could have, I don't know. I think he could have, she should have been something more, I don't know. I don't see, I think he was just sleeping with anybody. He didn't really have any discrimination because he was into Ashley too, if you recall, um, as well. But, so I don't know. I don't know if he's totally into who I think he was just a little, a slut, and he was just, whoever was around, he wanted to sleep with them. He just slept, he went from pillar to post, sleeping with whoever would let him. It seems like,
So wait,
from
you
what
say
I
you
feel,
thought he was an escort?
a slut. Oh, maybe.
The way that they had,
Oh,
did that, and then like I'm not trying to slut shame nobody. No. I was saying in the
you can.
I would
the
say
way that
shade.
the way that they had shaped the episode, right, and how she was talking, I was like, is he a gentleman caller? So I was like, oh, okay, that's why he don't want to tell Dani. That makes sense. Yeah, I was trying to make sense of why he ain't telling Dani.
Mm.
That's what I was doing. So I was like, maybe it's that. I don't know. Then I was like, it's a man, and then I was like, no, it's Heather, because they keep showing this heifer, so it's got to be Heather. And then
You
I
did
was
say
like,
it was a man.
I did say it was a man.
I forgot about that. That was you.
Yeah, because I
Child.
was thinking,
Even the
why do
escort
he
thing though,
so
Toy, he has money. He's a trust fund baby too.
No, I know.
So you was
But
just
you
out
know
here
what?
selling it just cause?
He might have been looking for that connection. Listen, Erica, he had
Andre
his
is
parents
stressing me
passed
out, man.
and he was looking for a connection. Okay, because
I'm,
first
I'm
of all, did he not mess with? He was trying to mess with Ashley. Come on
I
now,
didn't
really,
understand that to
Erica?
save my life. And
No.
people were on my head about it. They were like, Erica, you just don't want an interracial relationship. I'm like, no, it is not that. It is not that. This girl is not it. I don't understand what is his attraction. It doesn't make any goddamn sense.
Don't. They don't. So that's why I said it's not a far fetched idea to think, well, okay, maybe he a gentleman caller or something. And I was just thinking of things.
I don't
But
know. Andre's stressing me
I
out. I'm gonna go back to the rivers and lakes that
me
I'm used to. I'm about to just ride with Jacob and Jacob only. I'm not rooting for near another man in Fairmont Crest except for Jacob Hawthorne, because
for Vernon and Jacob. That's it. That's
well,
all I
Vernon is
got.
a given. I gotta do a better job of being more articulate because people feel like you be counting out Vernon and Anita. They kind of like are omnipotent forces that I don't factor in until I have to talk about them, but they are just a given. So when I say like the best couple in Fairmont Crest, I don't even think about them because y'all don't count. Like y'all have already arrived at a place that like this isn't even a question anymore.
But I need some more dirt on Vernon too because the too squeaky clean, way too squeaky clean. So I need something like to happen with them. But I definitely agree with you. I was just like I said, I was just pulling straws. Like you know what? It's a man. It's this. It's because what is making you not want to tell your wife? And then when I saw the episode and they was like it was a dangerous situation that he had seen, I was like, oh, okay. But still, that don't make no sense why you don't want to tell your wife though.
Well, y'all, okay. Sometimes maybe it is just as simple as it can be, right? Maybe he don't want to tell her because it was purely a sexual engagement, and he don't want to be Bill Hamilton, and he thinks that Dani is not going to go for a cheetah anymore. And it could just be simple of like, I don't want to tell her because I don't want to lose you.
I don't think I disagree with that though, because I think everyone has known that he was a person who slept around. He went and everybody knew that. So I think I used to be this way, but now I'm in love with you, and so
Well, I'm
it's still
saying
a
now that
reason.
he's kissed her,
Oh, kissed her.
because that has now
Okay.
entered him into the category of like, oh, this could look like exactly how Bill started for her.
Oh, okay, that part. Yeah, I was thinking just in general why he should have, why he hasn't told her, that this woman is breathing air.
I feel like
But yeah,
before this, he probably thought that he wasn't going to see her ass, and then now he has seen her and let her put her lips on him. What if I don't know? I mean, it might not be that, y'all, but I'm also like I don't want to overlook the most simple explanation either.
it's possible.
Well, him being involved with Heather before, that would kind of explain why he didn't want to be photographed if he was trying to run to get away from her. Because if she had that type of history and that type of reputation, he definitely wouldn't want himself to be pegged there in Fairmont Crest.
That tracks. But then also it just takes me back to like Now, Andre, I'm really getting off your boat because you thought that you was going to avoid photos for the rest of your damn life. Is that the plan? You're never going to be in another photo. What are you, 30? You're never going to be in another photo. Sir. Andre, please.
I think it's more like being on like social media sense of photos, not photos.
But he's adjacent to the Duprees. You're going to this country club. You at like.
Yeah.
It's like he doesn't know what he signed up for.
Andre is quickly not making no damn sense to me, and I don't like it.
He definitely has a type now, and his type is starting to show. And I think that when that comes up with Dani, that's going to trigger her too, because I remember her reaction when he was trying to see what would unroll for him and Ashley, and she was bothered by it.
Oh, brother. This is really just an anomaly and not actually who you are and who you are growing into be, Andre.
Yeah,
well, let me start grieving him. I'm about to start grieving him. That's fine.
Anybody, who they are.
This is so disappointing.
It is very disappointing.
You guys are hard on Andre.
From what?
It's a question for me or for
whoever said that she has a hold on him. I don't know who said that. I was looking down at the time.
Oh, that wasn't me.
Somebody said that she has a hold on Andre, and I was saying for what? Like for what? What is the hold?
I think somebody said you're being too hard on him.
Oh, I'm being too hard on him.
Oh, I said that. I think you all are being hard on Andre. Well, most of you are being hard on Andre. It's like remember. He said in that flashback, he literally said that he saw something that he couldn't unsee, and it literally terrified him. And then that other guy told him that she is a killer.
Oh, Lancray, you weren't in here before when we unpacked that. We gave him grace in that, but then we start asking the natural questions. So you are terrified for your life, and you go to drink whiskey day in and day out. You don't go get a gun license. You don't go get a restraining order. You don't go do any of the things to prepare for the imminent danger that's now at your door. You go and plop your behind at Uptown and throw back double shots of whiskey and wait for the girl to come.
Well, we don't know, first of all, what it is he saw that he could not unsee and that frightened him so terribly. And let us not forget that he left Europe and he went back to the States. That could have been a way of getting away from this person, right?
It is a way. I agree.
And remember, because he used to travel a lot, this is why it made sense to me that he didn't want to be in front of cameras where people could pinpoint, oh, so now this is where he is. And also there's this thing of out of sight, out of mind.
I understand all of that, but to me, the pattern that is presenting itself is that Andre is very short-sighted in his thinking, and that is a major drawback. Because if you're supposed to be the husband that's supposed to provide and protect, and you believe that to be the case, and you want to create the safe space for Dani, but your response to an imminent threat that you are just so unconceivably scared of is to go throw back double shots of whiskey and wait.
Okay, two things. See, now you said that he was short-sighted, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, remember last week when I said that he was too short for anything of consequence?
I knew it.
I don't get to make short jokes because I'm tall, and that would be considered punching down.
It's okay. It's okay. Listen. I'm in a place right now where the women are extremely tall and the men grow. The men on average here are like 6'6". They go from 6'6" to 6'9.5". So I don't mind the short jokes. I really don't. So But this other thing about Andre is, remember, he just saw Heather for the first time.
That's true.
And there was,
I'm
of course, there was the
sorry.
champagne. This woman was playing mind games with him with the
And he
champagne.
let
That
her.
particular,
You did.
he didn't have the
That's
confirmation
Van
until
Craig. I'm
he actually
sorry.
saw her
You're
face to
not gonna be
face.
my man, and I got my life in your hands, and this is what you're choosing to do. It's just I'm just not gonna. It's not gonna make sense to me because if it's me, this would never be able to be the case. Y'all would probably not even be able to find me. If I'm doing the most weird prepper stockpiling guns or something, like he has to do something other than walk around, look sexy, and throw back whiskey shots.
Yeah, it's no longer just him. It's now he now has a wife and stepdaughters, so he has that proximity. So even if he's trying to keep it on the down low as far as his relationship or interactions with Heather back in the day, still
We should be
he
seeing him
needs
do
somebody.
something.
Yes.
Now, you
Yeah.
guys know this thing has to be handled with a delicate hand. I mean, this woman is dangerous. Do you go out and then you do something that might provoke her, or do you try to talk to her and get her to be reasonable? And there are many different ways of handling something like this. And listen, and you guys know I'm not a huge fan of Andre. But on this, I'm trying to be patient. I feel as though I don't have enough information. I haven't seen enough for me to be able to formulate a harsh opinion on his behavior in this moment because, um, I mean,
Very
what
least,
he
though,
said
he should
was
tell her.
traumatizing.
Even if he doesn't do anything else, he should tell her, at the very least.
I agree.
Yeah. At the end of the day, he got to do something. Hey, Company
He should be
Confidential, welcome,
prepared.
welcome,
Yeah.
welcome in. May 200587 says, remember Andre has no personal social media. That's supposedly part of his mystique. That's why I said it was dumb of him to align himself with a supermodel who comes from a prominent family. Hello? If you was going to just stick your head in the damn mud, then you should not have this is not where you should be. If you're going to make a decision to be passive, then be passive. If you're going to make a decision to be out of the spotlight, be out of the daggone spotlight. I think I'm only saying all of this, Land Craig, because I don't believe that we're actually being too hard on Andre. I think that Andre has been getting a pass for quite a while, and now I'm starting to realize how much of a pass he's been getting because he's loved Dani so beautifully. And it's like, okay, but there's also some other stuff that comes with the responsibility of the position that you hold, and you are dropping the ball miserably there. And I get being scared to tell her because you don't know what she's going to think and you don't know if she's going to leave you. But you have to do something. The first thing that you do is reach out to Smitty. Smitty? What the hell is Smitty supposed to do?
Right.
But y'all want me to believe that you're so terrified of Heather. You can't possibly be scared of Heather that much if the first person that you reach out to, which is even a half reach out there, is Smitty. Jacob has now offered himself to you. Have you called him back yet? I ain't seen it. And he's a cop. Even if you do nothing else but have a conversation with a cop, that would be more than what he's choosing to do right now.
I would like to know, Joy, what do you think about this? Because Joy,
Toy.
you and I, I don't know if it's Joy, it's Toy. I'm sorry, Toy. Toy and I, we have a certain um we have decades of soap opera understanding that you babies don't.
That's
You know,
true.
and we have to see this play out. And again, I want to know what Toy thinks about this in her soap opera wisdom.
Okay, so with other soap, I mean, this soap is a little bit different because you see that the action is not the same, right? So, like for the fact of Haley hasn't got caught, but then I was thinking about it in the show Passions, it took forever, and I mean forever, for them to get Gwen. They waited till the last episode for her then to get her. She was doing all kinds of stuff, and then like I watched other soaps, and it was a little bit different. But with this Andre situation and listening to Sean Freeman and on Facebook what he was saying, I think it's gonna get worse, y'all. I think it's gonna get worse, And I feel like that he's gonna do something with this woman, and it's gonna be on tape, and Danny's gonna see it.
Oh God.
Yeah, yeah.
Let me just,
And
like I said, I'm gonna just start grieving the damn relationship now. It is what it
I get
is.
what you're saying, Erica, in the sense of like him putting his crusty lips on her. However, we do backslide sometimes because it was familiarity, right? So, and then also he feels like, okay, I'm in a hard place because I just told this girl I'm married and everything, and then she kisses him, and then he's like, wait, 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 what did I just tell you? I'm married. Like you see this, right? I'm married. So she already know because if you saw her, she's like, I see you again. Don't even worry about it. You know what I mean? She already know he coming back. So they're not the way that they're setting this up. It look like something finna go down, and it's gonna be on tape. And Joey's gonna be the one that sees it, and then Joey's probably gonna leak it to Bill or Danny. Or it might even be at one of those special events that they love to have because they do that in soaps as well, where they'll put them on
Child.
like display. Because you seen what Leslie did at their little anniversary party, so they probably might do that where it's, or it might even leak out about Bill and Danny and have it where they have the video.
There you go.
Well,
That's what's going to
that
happen.
this is gonna be the
That's
this is
what
gonna be the
about.
last thing. Like that's gonna be Danny's saving grace, I think. If he does anything else with this woman, but then if he does something else with this woman, it's just gonna completely ruin their relationship for me. Because Andre, you weren't in love with this damn lady. You have no, not that Danny has an excuse to be making missteps with Bill, but you don't have nowhere near the amount of emotional ties and connections to this lady that she had to Bill. So what the hell is your actual excuse? You don't even seem like you like the lady.
No, and that's the other thing too. I also think, and, and this is just my thought process, the way I've watched soaps. I also think that either like it's gonna get into a, it may not even, they may not even be able to do it. It might be Bill and Danny would be on the board more than them. But I also think that she's gonna cause havoc because she's supposed to be dangerous, but I don't see her as dangerous.
At
That's why
all.
I'm confused.
At all.
I was like, where is the danger? And then like, I get it because it's Joey's sister, but I still don't see that character being dangerous, like to the point where you're just like, oh my god, what am I gonna do? Like, let's color. Like, I don't know. So personally, to me, I think that they are going to, his dirt's gonna come out before Danny's, and then Danny's comes out later, where it's on the dag, like it's got to be a big thing where they're gonna show that Bill and Danny thing. It can't be small. That's why they haven't did it yet.
I think that his if his dirt comes out before hers, that's gonna be the thing that saves her when it comes to him.
Yeah.
Um, anything else y'all want to say about Danny and Andre? Because I have a headache now. I don't want to talk about them anymore.
I want to say this, please. I think that, in my opinion, I think that Vanessa is going to get drunk. Heather's going to get Vanessa drunk, and Vanessa is going to reveal
Yeah.
what happened.
Yeah.
Vanessa is going to want to tell Heather
Brother.
about Danny sleeping with Bill.
Yeah.
She's
That's
already
the way.
kind of talking about it. Because if you think back to when they were together
Oh,
at the country club,
brother.
she was
Yep.
kind of
She kind of almost
talking
slipped up.
in on the around the peripherals about Danny and her feelings for Bill and questioning her marriage, not knowing that the chick she's talking to is
no.
her husband's ex, who still, for whatever reason, still has feelings for him or trying to hold on to him or have a whole period. So yeah, Vanessa,
Oh
she's very chatty because
no.
she's seeing that she's trying to become best girlfriends with her man's sister, and even though Joey has warned her away multiple times about stay away from Heather, keep your distance, but she's not listening. She feels like she knows better than anyone else. But yeah, she has a habit of talking Danny and Nicole's business a lot more in public than she should, and that's definitely going to come up.
Yeah, Vanessa's gonna
There's
slip up. Vanessa's definitely gonna
I
slip
did
up. I
not
can just see.
think about Heather being the one to reveal it to him. Oh my.
Yeah,
there's
she'll
that as
slip up
well.
and
That's normal.
tell.
You don't have the years and years and years of soap opera experience like Toy and I. I mean,
I
we
do too.
told
I
them
I
that
go back
we
to
are
the old.
old. Like,
To the
we
old
Right,
we
you
are
go
we
back
office.
to
are
the old
old.
no, you like, wait a minute, where they setting up? Like, it's the crazy thing about it though, with Heather and all. Yeah, Vanessa. That's why I said she should have never told Vanessa, because all it's gonna do is take his pillow talk. There's that too, but then it's also, I do think she is gonna start telling Heather, because she wants Heather to be her best friend. You know, Heather got her drunk and she didn't drink nothing. It ain't gonna take much to get Vanessa to open her little lips and stuff. So I do think that she might be the one, because she's trying to destroy the relationship between Dani and Andre. Anyways, Heather is.
Yeah.
Child, I don't know.
And she may have been doing a little recording there at that table at the country club too, because she got real quiet when they started talking about how Danny's going through some things and she's confused about her marriage and whether she wants to stay in it.
Mm, that loose lip heifer.
Child.
Shut
I
up.
cannot. I definitely can see that coming.
Yeah.
And
Definitely.
Vanessa
But I
can't
do
hold
see that
Vanessa can't
bill
hold
one
water.
coming too, though. I do see the bill situation coming as well, in the sense of like they got to do it at a big event so everybody can see it, because that's what Fairmont Crest be doing when it comes to these big events, though. I kind of see that happening. It can go
Child.
either way.
Well,
Can
Kelly,
we
you
talk
said
about
you wanted to
Hayden's
talk about
rest?
Tomas in this live.
Yes, actually, I want to end on a, well, not necessarily end, but I want to end the stream on a happy note, and that is my joy and excitement that Naomi finally, even though it could have been a little more, but I'm going to take it. What I got, she finally cuts Tomas out politely and tell him, who do you think you're talking to? What do you mean? And then when I didn't like that she, forgave him instantly right away. But okay, I was just so excited that finally, at last, it's like, who the hell are you talking to? What do you mean? What am I doing here? Like, I just could not believe him. And then she was just accepting it. And finally, I just wanted to clap about the fact that he
She's getting a
told
little bit
him
more
that. And
proactive with it. I'm just
yeah,
surprised that he found some audacity again to still come at her.
still doing it though. It wasn't good enough. But yeah,
And
I didn't get to
You may
celebrate
get
it.
your wish.
God,
But
You
yeah, he
you may
sounds
get
like
your wish with the cat finally kicking him to the curb because you can see that her nerves are wearing very thin, especially with him
very.
keep bringing up her cousin.
Child.
Mm,
And she was
I
not
knew
here
that.
for it, talking about he want a little afternoon delight. Sir, I'm busy. I got campaigns to plan. I got things going on. Go to the gym. I said, absolutely,
did
cat.
you see?
I did.
Absolutely.
Right after that, he started talking to Isaiah like she wasn't busy. It wasn't
Ooh.
about that. She didn't want
But
to talk to
but
that
but
man.
what
I'm
I
like,
will
girl,
say,
you didn't even know
because people in the comments did say that Erica, you didn't talk about that. I forgot to talk about it in the breakdown. What I will say is that he also took interest in her work, and that
Yep.
was his way in. She
Yep.
was definitely much more chummy and more like personable, but even like he wasn't talking about himself and talking about what he wanted from her or wanted her to do or wanted her to stop what she was doing. He fit so beautifully into the flow of where she was at, and it's talking about, well, yeah, your last drop and the AI of it all, and like she's like, oh my god, you saw that? Like it became this thing also about the work, which also helped
Yeah.
create that organic moment when Tomas came and was like, girl, forget whatever you got going on. I need your attention right now. And I am
Yeah.
so proud of her to be like, no, I'm not going to allow you to distract me. That is like, to me, one of the most clearest visuals of things that happen for us when Demon DICK comes into the picture to derail you. Ladies, look at it. If you don't know what it looks like, this is what it looks like. Do not let that man distract you.
Yeah. I loved it too. I thought she was gonna fold. I really did. I was thrilled that she didn't, but I really thought that she was gonna say, okay, I'll put this away, but she
Yeah.
didn't. I was thrilled that. And also the fact,
Girl,
though, remember we asked her to spy on, not spy, but like, can you talk to Naomi? Tell her to back off and all this other stuff. And he says he's so transparent that he only cares about himself. But again, she's like, no, I'm not doing that. That's my family. I'm not gonna
Right.
um, talk to her. But he's like wants her to, use your influence and help my cause. You know,
mhm.
um, He is the worst. He really is.
He really
But I really,
is.
really thought she was gonna fold. I never dreamed that she was gonna say no. I'm thrilled that she did, but I really thought she was gonna say, you know, all right, I can spare, I can spare an hour.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Did you think she was gonna do it?
The way they
No,
have
and with
written her, it made me feel like no, she was going to fold immediately because they have her like just catering to him so often.
That's what I thought too. I thought she was gonna say, whatever. I was so glad she didn't, but I really thought she was going to.
And she
However,
remembers because she came to him when he got back about helping with the whole Haley cause of it all.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah.
it's like, had he been like, okay, well, we can work together, but I can kind of help out where I can, it would have been different. He probably would have been clued into the fact that Naomi is trying to find out information about the prenup and all of that. And so he wouldn't be coming in hot every time he sees her sitting in Bill Hamilton's chair. But when he kind of shut her down, like, I'm not getting involved with my boss's marriage and all of that. Like, no, you do it on your own, keep me out of it. But then you turn around 5 minutes later telling me, hey, can you talk to Naomi? Because we kind of got into it. So yeah, I think that kind of made it a little easier for her to tell him no.
Yeah.
I did expect her to say no, and the only reason why is because that one conversation she had with him, and she kind of seen his true colors. Because when he was sitting there and he was like, you know, um, I'm having so much trouble with Naomi. Can you talk to her for a minute? She was like, "Whoa, hold up. I'm not doing that. No. No, no. That's your business. I'm not about to talk to my cousin and all of this stuff. That's between you and my cousin." And I was like, "Yes, Kat, yes. Yes, that's what I want to see. And then I want you to get rid of him. I'm tired of looking at his face. God, God, just get away with your one note ass.
I
I'm
think
getting
I
you. Getting on
think it
my
for me, I didn't think that she was initially going to say anything or wasn't going to turn him down because up until this point, they had her like again
Yeah.
catering to him when it comes to sex specifically. Like they didn't even really flesh out the whole he wasn't sexually gratifying to her at the beginning. Then all of a sudden they find their groove in a closet at the damn country club, and they've been having quote unquote great sex ever since. So because it wasn't something about Naomi specifically or about the law firm, I was like, oh, they're gonna have her just stop what she's doing to go in here and give him some, because up until this point they had never shown her actually pushing back again when it came to them in sex.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
When are we going to see this new condo?
Child, I don't know, but I need some new sets. I got all
There we
excited
go.
when they had Darlene in that little corner with her little station. I said, "Oh, we get another set," and it was just like a wall. I'm like, "Come on, y'all got to give us some more set pieces." Child, I don't know. It better be fabulous, to tell you that.
Yeah,
I
with the
think it
big build up, talking about the interior designers and going back and forth about how she's going to have it set to her standards and is definitely going to represent her. Yeah, I'm ready to see it. It's like we've seen all of the Dupree's houses or their condos or apartments, but we yet to see Cats. She need her space. I'm tired of seeing Eva in her little closet her mama left her in.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, but it was
Y'all
funny.
are not playing when it comes to this girl.
I love Kat's character. I just hate the way they treat her. They
Mm.
treat her like she is a redheaded stepchild, and I do not like it at all, not one bit. Because and like I mean, again, you see this all the time in soaps, but with Kat, it's like she don't even deserve it. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
and then her family does it as well too. So it's not just like Eva; it's also her family as well. The ones that are supposed to have her back. And don't get me started on Martin's ass. Can't stand him either. But he plays like he's the good guy, but he's not the good guy. You know what I mean? Like he plays like I'm the golden child. You are not the golden child, Martin, because you done said it like 3,000 times that you don't like your sister. Many a times by your actions and by your words. That's how you've shown you do not like your sister. You are not a good big brother. Because a good big brother would have had her back when she was sitting there talking, and you was over there like, I can't, shut up. Like I just don't like Martin. He annoys me, and I get it, Erica. I was with you when you said he shouldn't win. He shouldn't.
I'm rooting for his downfall. If Martin don't have no haters, I'm no longer here.
Every time.
I think okay, so that's the tricky part about the Cat character, right? because we feel for her, we feel like she should be getting more, but also I think that the writing is very brilliant for her because it's accurate and like as a black sheep of my own family, and specifically a black sheep because I'm so honest, and it has not been until like most recent years where certain people in my family are coming around to like, oh, Erica, you actually did see the best for me. You weren't a yes person, and you were the one trying to tell me the truth. You were the one trying to help me. You were the one trying to do this, trying to do that. But people automatically assume the words, or forever wanted to like shoot the messenger. That's one of the reasons why I resonate with Kat so much, because she doesn't deserve the treatment that she gets, but because of who she is and like her personality, this is also how it really goes in real life.
Yeah, it does.
And that's
Unfortunately.
why she's so simpatico with Dani. They're like they see each other. It's
Mm-hmm.
like they're both considered like the black sheep's the wild child, the one that has no filter, who doesn't seem to care about anybody but cares about everyone that they're close to. And so yeah, she definitely feels closer to Dani than she does her mama. Her mama, I can't explain the code. She definitely gives like, hey, you guys were raised by a nanny kind of vibe, as opposed to, hey, you're my miracle child. We went through all the loss and everything, but now we finally got the second child that we wanted. But she doesn't treat her like that at all.
And I
Yeah,
think it's
'cause she told
because the disruptor or the truth teller, it just makes people uncomfortable. And again, that's something I pull from my own lived experience with. I now can give my family more grace in reference to like how they have navigated me, because I can respect and understand how I make them uncomfortable. A lot of the things that I push back on is like, this is what so and so has been doing this, and this person has been doing it. Like, this is how we have been doing it. What do you mean we have to do something different? What do you mean that we cannot cater to the boys in the family and then be extra hard on the girls, and you got a problem with that? What do you mean you want to hold everybody accountable? That's not how this works. We need to protect the man. And that, like, so many things that I have pushed up and pushed back against within my family, I can now look at it and see like, all right, I understand the resistance to a certain extent, because y'all don't actually know any better. Like, most of them have not traveled outside of where I'm from, and like seen some of the things that I've seen or experienced the people that I've experienced, so they don't know anything different. And I think unfortunately when it comes to the Duprees, they are so indoctrinated into these personas that they have created, this legacy that they want to protect at any cost, that they have untethered themselves from any type of real grounding in reality, so that they look at the performance and how they perceive as the actual prize, versus being able to truly know one another and truly see one another and allow each other to be safe. They don't actually value that. And that's, I also think it's a thing that happens in families as well. Sometimes families are more committed to the performance of, oh, we're good family, versus the actual work that it takes to get to know one another as family, and to show up with one another as family, and to work through things.
I definitely agree. I also think that's why we love this show so much, because of the fact that we can relate to these characters. I mean, in the black families, they do this all the time. You know what I mean? It's just families in general, really, not just black, but black families, they definitely do it. You know, where the boy is the one that they pay more attention to than the girl in the family. Or, you know, there's always that one cousin that you be like, girl, she get on my nerve. You know, she don't never see it the right way, or whatever, whatever. And then, you know, you've got all those nuances in this show. That's what makes this show. And I
Mm-hmm.
love that, because I can relate to Kat too. I can relate to Kat because I'm the middle child, but not
Mm.
in the sense of like brothers and sisters, more in the sense of cousins, because I'm the oldest to my brother, but I'm the middle child between my cousins. So I've been the only child for 17 years, and then my brother came along. So we're 17 years apart. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So like, because of that, I'm the middle child. So everybody, instead of them coming to the oldest, they always look to me. They always want me. So it's like I'm the oldest, but I ain't the oldest. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So they always looking for me. They're like, "Oh, Toy, what should we do?" I'm like, "I don't know what you gonna do." Like, you know what I mean? But that guidance every chance I get, but also I'm also the black sheep in the family too, because I have all these cousins and stuff, and people be like, "Are y'all really cousins?" Because look at her and look at, you know, them. You know how you were talking about your dark skin, and mine is a little bit different. It's not because I'm dark skinned. It's because I'm corny. And also, I'm a nerd. So I love like comic books and all that kind of stuff. I'm not really into fashion and all that other stuff that everybody else is into. So then they look at me and they're like, oh, that's your cousin? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because then they look at one cousin as the gorgeous one, or one of the cousins as the beautiful one, and the other one as the tough one who's always fighting. You know what I'm saying? So there's all these stereotypical things on us. And I think
Mm-hmm.
that's what they show in these families on the Beyond the Gates. That's why I was saying it this way, because like you've got Nicole. Nicole's supposed to be the oldest one, but sometimes she the youngest one in some aspects. You see what I'm saying? And
Nicole
then
is
you've
supposed to
got
be the perfect one.
that part. She's supposed to be the perfect one. Then you got Dani. Dani's supposed to be the wild child that everybody has to, you know, look at and make sure. But sometimes that can be annoying too, especially when you're older. You don't want to always be known as the wild child or the person that everybody has to look over their shoulder. Oh, here come Dani. Here she go again doing this. Like that's annoying.
It's
And
definitely an
so,
acquired thing. I think it's an acquired thing. I definitely had to make peace with and accept it. And I'm like, I love the fact, I love my reputation now. Love it. I love that my
exactly.
family know that I'm coming with it. Don't start none, won't be none. I love it. But I definitely, when I was younger, I struggled and I wanted to be like everybody else and I wanted to be normal and I wanted all of these things. But now, I ain't playing.
Your
And y'all
question
know I
should
ain't
be
playing.
but what is normal,
Y'all
Erica?
know Erica will
Because
flip this table.
But Erica,
Stop
your
playing.
question should be normal, because are they really normal? All the things that we thought
Mm-hmm.
was normal,
Mm-hmm.
it ain't even normal. They got their own issues. Some of them
Yep.
crackheads, all kinds of stuff. They got all kinds of issues.
All
So it's
types of
like,
things, for sure, for sure.
right. So,
Um,
Nicole the perfect one, but she got her own things in her closet as
Nicole the
well.
perfect one, but she's jealous of the wild one because she never actually got to meet herself. But that's a whole other conversation on a whole other day.
That's why it's
Um,
You better
manifesting
tell
through
the
Nasty
truth.
Nikki.
and I would rather be the wild child, the truth teller, the unpredictable one
Right.
that knows
Exactly.
themselves, that have experienced themselves, and is walking in a personhood that I designed
He has
over
he has lived a
being
life.
over living a life that somebody told me to live and I'm not too sure about. I would be Dani any damn day of the week.
Facts. That part.
Lived a life. He's done it. He's
At
seen
least
it
I
all.
know that my decisions are literally my decisions. It wasn't something that somebody put in my head when I was 13 and I've been believing and I'm 50 and still unhappy. Absolutely the hell not. Another
That has
thing,
to be
ladies, this is just a
tiring,
little
Pastor.
PSA for my black women. We got to be more outwardly enraged. We hold the rage in, we repress our feelings, we get autoimmune diseases. Once I learned that and read the scientific study behind that, it was up and it was stuck. I said, oh, I ain't holding nothing no more.
Facts. But that has to be tiring to be perfect all the time. To have to hold that up to be perfect all the time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Shoot, you're right. I want to be the wild child. I ain't gotta worry about nothing. You go ahead, be perfect, boo. I'm gonna be over here doing what I do. You know what I'm saying? That's all
No,
right.
sometimes we all have to go through our villain stage in our life where you gotta say no. People they're gonna get offended one way or another. Take it,
Baby.
take me as I am. But yeah,
The
sometimes you
villain
gotta
era
just
is
take
so
that ownership.
liberating. I didn't know.
See,
I did not know the villain era was so I would have came into it so much sooner had I known.
Right.
hated the scene where hated the scene where Nicole was stopping Dani from going at Haley. I mean, I hated that. I just
Mm.
Yes,
hated
Mm.
that. Hated that because
that's Miss Button
Dani
Up.
was really,
She's too
yeah,
button up.
She
Dani was
wait.
really getting. She was doing what she felt. Like you're not gonna talk to my children like that in front
Yeah.
of
Fact.
me. And then I
And then
just,
for
yeah, go
Anita
ahead.
to call her to the hospital to basically handle Danny,
Yeah,
like
Yeah.
that was too much. Let that woman feel what she feels. It's like that's why she still sees herself as Bill's wife. She knows it in her mind, but she doesn't know it in her heart because it's like he's been cheating for years. Now you're telling me, okay, this little what you call her bobblehead Barbie, she done came into the picture and took over, and we know that she ain't ish. So it's like, yeah, that's a lot.
I want to bring the word trollop back. Because she is a
Absolutely.
trollop. But
Absolutely.
I also think it's really interesting how they stopped Dani and thought that Dani was, because they want to be poised all the time. That's the whole point. I need her to pull some hair. Listen, she didn't pull out a gun, so we okay. It wasn't like
Hello?
she pulled out a
I
gun.
feel like it's
You
still
know,
Exactly.
growth. It
yeah, it
is
wasn't
very
Right.
much
wrong.
so still growth because the Glock is still tucked. She don't
Oh
even
Right.
yeah,
like what y'all really worried about.
Like you
I
could
didn't
A
see
see
her
wait,
go
the
wait in
exhale
the
moment.
exhale. Right, she do a wait in the exhale moment and slap the hell out of Haley. You ain't. I'm
right.
waiting for that. I am
Me
waiting
too.
for it. I'm like, girl, can you just smack her like
I
Vernon
don't know
do?
if we get another one. They gave it to us in the first episode and they said that's all y'all get.
I need more.
Me too,
No,
child.
I'm gonna need those daughters to show some of the other side, like
Oh
they came from the
They
other
yes.
side of
can't
the
do
tracks
it.
because
They
they too
can't
it's
do
too
it.
much.
It's not in them. It's not in them. It's in
That ass
Cat, but
out like
it's not in them. And it's so funny because I had this realization when I was making videos. I think 2 weeks ago. I was like, yo, I kind of was like, dang, I wish that Dani and Bill were Kat's parents, but Kat would not be who she is if she had those parents. Naomi and Chelsea are only able to be as passive and as devil advocate ish as they are because they have such formidable protective parents. They don't have to fight any battles because their parents is going to fight every battle. But Kat has to fight her own battles because her parents are not going to do it.
Yeah, because if you notice, when Bill was in the hospital, they called Dani to come down, the girls, and like Kat was like, "What we got to do?" Like, girl, keep talking. What we got to do? I was like,
Mm-hmm.
"Come on, Kat." But I love that about Kat
I love it
because
too.
she knows that Chelsea and them aren't gonna do nothing. So she like, if I got to be the one, I'll be the one. What's up? Like, what we doing? Like, and I love that. I was like, yes, Kat, get him. But then they had to push her back. I'm like, damn, we ain't never gonna see it. You know, and I'm waiting for that. And I love how they try to make them like they're villains, but they not really villains because honey, until I see them burn down freaking Leslie's like hotel room or something, just she did nothing. Maybe she choked her out a little bit, but she ain't did nothing at
Nothing from what she
all.
could have done.
Man, for real. And that's what I'm
Wait, the
saying.
comments aren't working for y'all. Let me try to refresh. Sorry, they're in the chat saying that the comments aren't working.
But yeah, I definitely think that Cat is the one that steps up because they can't. They're passive aggressive. They're not passive. They're passive aggressive
Mm-hmm.
because they can talk behind the back, but they won't do nothing. And
Yeah.
that's what I don't like. I'd be like, why y'all gotta come on, man? I thought Naomi would like might go gospel gangster, but I was like, nah, she ain't gonna do it. She ain't gonna do
Child.
it.
No, and as long as she sat on that secret about Haley not being pregnant and faking the sonogram and all of that, like no, she lost some brownie points with me there. So she
Same.
shows she can keep secrets when she wants to, but she wants to ride Derek down to the grave, rest his soul. But yeah, she was all on that man for keeping the secret about him being able to start taking steps. You arguing with him like that's your man, not your girl, your best friend's man. But you sitting up here, your daddy, his new wife, who is your homegirl, she lied about being pregnant and the miscarriage and all of that. But you sat on that like it wasn't important information for your father to know.
I don't understand why she never shared that though.
I
Haley
honestly,
wasn't that
y'all,
good
and
for
this is not me trying to excuse what she did, because yeah, she should have told it. I do think that Naomi is a person because she's a lawyer. She needs more damning evidence, and I think that she don't believe that Bill's going to believe her.
Yeah, that's
But there's
true.
also the way how she learned that information because remember she learned that from Ashley. Ashley could be, she could lose her license if it comes out because it wouldn't be that hard to figure out how Naomi got that information.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
She got it from Ashley. But I want to say something. Everyone is like talking about like the perceived image of the Duprees. I think that the way the family has been structured or tried to has been written is if they try to live up to higher moral standards, and and we're nonviolent, da 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 da. But is that really true? I think that the writers show
No,
them in a very human way. The
Martin is
writers
a
show them no,
murderer.
no. The writers show them in a very, very human way where they have aspirational values, but like all humans, they fall short of them. Remember, Anita told Leslie, "You better get out of my face," before she slapped her. Nicole, who is the perfect embodiment of poise and grace. She choked Leslie at what is the name of that place where they go to
Orphe
all the time to
jeans.
time? Orphe Jean, right? Then let's look at Martin, murderous Martin, right? Then we turn around and we look at Dani. She slapped someone in the first episode and then shot up a wedding. And then there was this, then after that, there was the golf club situation, right? And then let's look at Kat. Kat, well, we know Kat. I think Kat is damn near perfect. So the thing about it is though, even though they preach one, and I don't want to make it seem as if I'm saying that they talk out of one side of their mouth. I don't believe that, but I think that in moments like that, they're showing people, yes, we do really believe in this, and this is the way we really do try to believe, but we are also human as well, and we have very human moments. So that's the way I see it, and I still can't stand Martin.
No one likes him. No one likes him.
He's horrible.
Oh my god! Every time he come
And
on
I,
my screen, I just want to push fast forward.
Y'all know how I feel about him.
and Andre's going to end up offering up Smitty indirectly to Heather because that was part of her reason for coming back to town
Exactly. Yep.
to tie up some loose ends.
Yep. Cause she
Child.
did want to get rid of Smitty first. She was saying that. She did say that to Joey.
Smitty,
I
you
gotta
in
get rid of
danger,
Smitty.
boo. You in danger.
Wait, when did she say that? I must have missed
She
that
told
episode.
Joey that she needed to deal with the journalist that won't let the red ring go, and
Nice.
he said that she could not kill him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Because that was the comeback from her was, well, at least that'll help the congressman get reelected because he'll get the sympathy votes from being a widower.
Now
That would
finally,
be the only way that his behind gets in. I was just thinking about that. I'm like, if they kill Smitty off, would I be mad?
I would be only because he's Martin's. Martin ain't the artist, but Smitty sometimes do be having some smart moments. The only thing I didn't like about Smitty is why are you like on the case with Jacob? I didn't like that part. I was like, come on, look, this ain't realistic. What are we doing? What he gonna do? He ain't even got a gun. He can't shoot nobody. We on the corner, the Walmart corner, you know what I'm saying, and waiting for Smitty and stuff. So I didn't like that part of him, but I did like him at first because he also tells it like it is to Martin, and he keeps it real with Martin. Their relationship when they crumbled, he was like, telling them some hard truths. So for that, yeah, but sometimes, yeah, Smitty do get on my nerves. But yeah, I think it's more because he's a reporter and he's just got to be like all in everybody business. So,
He's a Dudley Do-Right, and he definitely was to add his 2 cents to everybody's conversation.
what they call him,
like
Andy
Smitty.
Griffin.
I like him.
Right.
I wouldn't mind seeing Martin, fall into a coma for a couple of weeks. That would give us all a break, and then maybe we could appreciate him better.
I
I
won't.
don't know.
I'm taking this one to the grave here.
I'm trying to be
Right.
kind
It's
here. I'm
in
trying to be.
Well,
I'm
bless your
trying to
heart.
do
Be kind for me. Do it 2 times because I don't have no kindness in me for him. The way that he come at Kat is it's never going to work for me. And the fact that you are her big brother and you hold this animosity, you hold this resentment, I want him to roast in hell.
Barney Fife. Yeah.
Kat has the burden of being the sister. Kat has the burden that a lot of us face. You end up having people be jealous of you. Martin is a hater. He hates on Kat because of his jealousy towards her. It's just jealousy. It is jealousy.
And to me, jealous men are dangerous.
Mm.
That's just the
But
belief I
Martin is
have.
dangerous. But
Kat
Martin
needs
is
a new
dangerous.
set of parents. She needs to fire her mama and definitely her daddy.
I mean, I
'Cause the way
did
he
this
be-
video a long time ago, the very beginning of the
agree.
show. I did the video about our Eva and Kat switched at birth, so she might wind up with a new mama.
Oh, y'all need to
Be
stop
careful what
that.
y'all wish for.
No,
Be
because
careful what
Oh,
you wish for.
I
stop.
see
Oh,
Ted.
stop.
Ted is out here just whining and dining Shanice, and he's showing up with breakfast at Eva's, and it's like he has all this extra energy for everybody else except for Kat. She gets popcorn visits.
Yeah.
Agree.
But I don't
Agree.
know,
I
y'all.
didn't
When
like.
you look at the complexions, I feel like they cast specifically with that particular thing in their back pocket. I'm not going to completely rule it out.
Wait, doesn't
I don't
Bill
like.
seem more like a father to Cat? It seems like in terms of personality, doesn't Bill seem like his personality would be a better type to be
It
Cat's
does, but
father than his?
because Bill is the type of man that he is, he will always create a Chelsea or a Naomi.
Yeah.
Kat literally
But I
has the
also think.
fortitude in the truth teller gene. Like, she only operates the way that she is because of her conditioning and the lack that she had to experience.
Okay, so I say this. What do y'all think about this? The reason why Kat is the way she is because I think she hung out with Dani more than she hung out with Nicole.
I don't think that's the case.
You don't think so? Because
I mean, I think
more
when
like
when hanging out with
she
Chelsea, yeah, but I feel like Dani is probably always prioritized her daughter, so I don't think that she had a ridiculous amount of time or exposure as compared to her own daughters.
and only reason why I say that is because she's more like Dani than she is Nicole. And then on top of that, Bill is like very protective over Kat. More than freaking Ted is. Like Ted be like, oh,
But that's
Kat, where's
because
she at?
Bill
Oh, she was
respects.
there? Oh,
And now I know this sounds crazy. That's because Bill respects the women at that level in his family.
mm.
And I think it impresses him how Kat is as well. Not to mention Kat goes up for
I
his
think
daughter Chelsea, and Chelsea is his baby girl. Like, there's so many reasons why Bill will not ever not be in Kat's corner.
Yeah, I do agree, but I also think that she was also hurt by the whole Haley thing too, because of like her and Bill's relationship. Like she
Oh,
actually
100%.
like, you know what I mean? And then the other thing with Kat that I seen with how the family is, because like I said, her and Dani are alike because, they're supposed to be the black sheep of the family, right? And even like with Dani's responses, right? So like Dani was like, girl, I couldn't have did that. I don't know how you did that where you gave that girl your liver. I wouldn't have gave that girl your liver. I understood if you didn't. You know what I mean? Like she understood the whole thing. Or even in the fact of when Kat was like, no, Ted was pushing Kat to be with Eva, like talk to Eva, have a sister or relationship, and Dani was like, please, and Nicole was like, well, it's understandable that they need to do this, and Dani like, no, they don't, no, like you see what I'm saying? Like everything that Kat feels, Dani is right there, like, yo, I agree. Like, you know what I mean? So that's why I said, do you think it's because she wasn't around her mother that much, that she was actually more around Dani more? Well, her and Chelsea are best friends more than cousins. I don't see it sometimes. But anyways, you know what I'm saying? Because of the fact that they're around each other, she probably like, rubbed off on Kat. So Kat became more like Dani than she is more like Nicole.
I mean, I
That
hear
makes
you. I
sense.
just don't. I don't think it's. I personally don't think it's the case because in my experience, I came to be not from anybody's influence, but because of the circumstances. I literally had to choose to go along with the things that I thought wasn't quite right, or to figure out a new way, and then be like, yeah, no, this ain't right. And then with every time that I did that, I learned something else, and like, oh, this is how people are. This is how they respond to me in this way. Am I okay with that? No, I'm not okay with that. But we are literally watching Kat. I feel like we watched Kat in the last year and a half reinforce how she is, because we got to see like the behaviors that they do, the patterns that they have with her, it seems like that has been consistent. They don't agree with her. She tells the truth. They don't agree with her. They force her to find proof. Then they come back and they half-ass like, oh yeah, well maybe you were right about this, but you still are too bougie, or you still too entitled, or you still. And then she goes and she's like, well wait, maybe and then she has to reinforce herself. She has to decide for herself, okay, I'll change this, but I won't change that. Like all of that is stuff that we have actually seen her do. I can't give Dani credit for that.
I can see that. Yeah, I can definitely see that.
I just think Kat is literally the result of what surviving her parents would look like if you want to have a mind of your own. And Martin looks like if you want to go along with the program and you the firstborn grandson.
That's why I say he's more like Nicole to me.
But he's not. I don't think that he's like Nicole because he spent so much time with Nicole. He's like Nicole because he agreed to the same things that Nicole agreed to.
Mm-hmm.
Does it make sense? Like, I don't think that Nicole actually influenced Martin. I think that Martin allowed himself to be raised exactly how Nicole did, and he agreed at different stages and points to go along with all the same things that Nicole did, which Vernon and Anita had a plan for Nicole. Vernon had a plan for Martin. They both followed the plan. Yeah. That's why they're alike, not because he was trying to follow in the footsteps of his mama, in my opinion.
Yeah, because he didn't go to his mama with the situation, you know, the murder prop.
Yeah.
He went to his grandfather.
I think a lot of the influence that Nicole and Ted have on their kids as parents is more of in spite of and less of in inspiration. If that makes sense. Like, I look at myself and I'm the way I am in spite of how my mother raised me. And that's just real, because there are certain things that I just rejected very early on that was very normal but very dysfunctional within my family. I think that Chelsea and Naomi have the benefit of being who they are, inspired by their parents and the safe environment that they created for them, the opportunities they provided, the resources and all that. And Kat and Martin are who they are in spite of who their parents have been. Martin leaning heavily into being reared by Vernon, and Kat having to find autonomy and having to push back and settling into this black sheep role and knowing what that looks like and how to navigate it.
Right. I agree. I definitely agree.
You also wanted to talk about Joey and his black minions.
Of slavery, if I ain't never seen it. Yes, boss. I see it, boss. I understand, boss. Like,
and it's really just like, just change the dialogue at this point. Just at least change the dialogue. I don't want to hear these black men say, yes, boss, so we gonna get it together. Like, no, I can't. Oh, I cannot. And Joey doesn't come across as like a racially motivated character, so I'm not even tacking it onto him. I'm literally making a critique specifically of the writing and or the casting and or both. Y'all gonna have to get a little bit more intentional with it.
I do agree. He kind of reminds me of Joey. Reminds me of Alistair Crane from Passions, or even Sonny Corinthos from General Hospital, because he knows, like, and then like the way he moves and everything, he's supposed to be this big mob boss, right? But to me, he doesn't seem like that in the aspect of like, but everybody's so scared of him. But I'm trying to figure out why. Like, what is it? Is it the information he has that you're so scared of? Because he don't do his own dirty work. He got everybody else doing it. You know what I mean? Sonny, at least you see somebody get shot. Sonny did it. You know, so that's what I'm saying. Like, what are you so scared of Joey for? Is it the information that he has on you? Or is it that he'll kill you at any instant? But I ain't seen that yet. I seen other people do it. Like, he get ready. See what I'm saying?
He values the information above all else. He likes, like he said, he likes the Duprees and people of the upper echelon owing him, because he knows where the bodies are buried. he knows he knows the secret. So yeah, he's definitely knows Sonny Corinthos. He came from General Hospital, but he's definitely knows Sonny Corinthos.
Right.
And I think his sister is going to be his downfall, not so much taking over his so-called empire as far as his business, but I think somehow she's going to be a linchpin to what happened to Doug coming out.
Mm.
Mm. Somebody posted in the comments that he is phony soprano, and I will never be able to not say that anymore. Like, that is who he's going to be moving forward. Because, like you said, Toy, I don't get why he's so scary.
Yeah.
He doesn't scare me. But Heather also
Not
doesn't
at-
scare me. Allison scared
I
me
think-
more than any of these people.
Yes. That girl. What the frick? I'm sorry. When I watched that episode, I was like, oh my God, where'd she come from?
Yeah.
Like, no. That girl was scary. Like I said, these villains that they have on the show are not scary. Like, you're not like, oh my God. Well, okay, maybe Leslie, like you could see Leslie. 'cause
Even
she
her,
ain't
she's no longer scary. You are a little house cat that just want to be liked in the Dupree so bad. I think,
That's
okay, I'm
because
glad
they
that you
find-
brought up Leslie, because I think that that was also inspiring. That was inspiring my conversation around Dani too, because of what the writers are doing with Leslie and like trying to have her. They want us to empathize with her so bad, like, oh, she just wants to be loved, and I'm like, nah. If I'm gonna pull up any damn empathy, I'm gonna double back and see why Dani making these dumbass choices before I go over here to Goofy, who going to try to make this thing with Marcel work, and your daughter is advocating for you to settle because nobody else wants you. Like, what in the Narnia is happening here?
Oh, Erica.
Am I
love that you
tripping?
said- No, you are not. 'Cause I was like, no, she is not singing to this damn Shaft wannabe.
Child, I said, I don't know who's worse. Auntie Monica talking your ass off of the yacht off the dinner, or your daughter saying nobody else gonna want you. You might as well go live on that boat with that man. I said, what the hell?
They're trying to give her a redemption arc. So, it's not working.
It ain't.
Because we not falling for it. We like Leslie crazy. She done showed her
Started
crazy
laughing.
times. And it's like we can't look at her like, you know what? I feel for Leslie. I ain't did that yet. I'd be like, girl, you deserve all of this.
And
Like,
I don't even think that she deserves a good partner, but I also don't think that your daughter should be telling you, girl, better take whatever you can get. What?
That whole scene today was hilarious.
That was hilarious. I'm sorry, I was dying laughing. I said, so you just basically called your mama you ain't shit. Pretty much that's what she said. Nobody said that's what you said.
But that part
I'm
is
like,
the truth. I didn't have a problem with that. Of like, you need to lay off my daddy. Cool. Like, stop it. Like, you're delusional. Cool. But when you get to the point of advocating for her to make it work with Marcel,
yeah, all people.
Of all people, Marcel.
and the man
right?
said, "Move on to my boat."
And he was for real.
Yeah, he was.
Like, Eva, are you? Well, actually, I don't know if he was for real, y'all. I think he playing her. I think he said he did that because he knew that she would not accept it, and that would be beneath her. And I think that once she actually like doubled back and was like, "I'm gonna make a grand gesture of my own," I think he got scared a little bit.
I think because I didn't see the scene, but just that he said that, you were saying that I need to be more serious. I think he's just doing that because what she said. Because
Right.
it literally, Leslie, you got yourself into the exact same thing you did with Ted. Really, to be honest, you got with somebody who is not available, not really, and they don't want you. Like, I'm gonna be honest, he don't want you. Like, it looked like he
But
did,
but she also don't want him. You only want him now because your daughter just told you that you're a loser. And that's true. But like, how about you work on not being a loser? Not going to go align with another loser. I'm sorry, y'all. It was Eva at the end saying, and maybe I misheard it because I think I also checked that. I said this girl cannot possibly be telling her, how are you turning down something that don't want you when you have something that do want you, and what wants you is this random old Jerry curl wearing grumpy ass crooked detective who wants you to move on to his little skip of a boat, because I know damn well Sheila ain't no yacht. She ain't no catamaran.
Right. This nigga ready for the world. I agree 100%. What the hell?
I was so shocked at Eva today. Like, I was just like, wow, she really basically told her mama, you better take what you can get. Who are you to turn down what you being offered?
Eva tries her best to like contain Leslie because she know Ted don't want her. But the way she did that, though, I'm sorry, I was dying laughing. I could not stop laughing. It hurt a little bit because I was like, dang, not your daughter telling you ain't shit.
Toy, you can't keep dropping the S bombs. S and F you cannot drop.
You ain't it. My bad, you ain't it.
Child.
It's crazy work. I couldn't believe that she would say that to her mama. I mean, oh my God, not mama. You know, the one that she was just protective of.
Right.
Mama, that's what I'm saying. Like, what?
And that lady got up and sang for this man because her mama is Barbara. I said, I don't know what in the Narnia is going on here. Let me out of this episode, please. Let me out. Unhand me.
Just because your mama's name is Barbara does not mean you can sing, ma'am. I need you to sit your tail down somewhere.
Why did they end with that scene? It was so unnecessary.
The whole episode gave unnecessary and filler, but my word.
It was a freaky episode. I'm like, everybody it was just too much.
No, but Leslie, she got to get her comeuppance because, like, at least let her not have no more money. I would love to see that.
Yes, please.
She keeps throwing it around like, yeah, I'm going to pay money on it. I got money. I'm like, how much money do you have, ma'am? Because you ain't got this much. Ain't no way, dog. Ain't you in like zero balance yet? No, we not there.
Okay. I need her release from the funds.
It was just so unnecessary. I mean, everything today. I mean, I enjoyed the singing, but other than that, I was just like, y'all are doing a lot. Maybe it's just a lot.
It was a musical episode.
Yeah, it was just a musical. It was just crazy. Today was just the coloring books. I'm like, what are we doing? Like,
Aubrey James says, if the writers were smart, it looks like they're afraid of drama. Put Leslie and Carlton together to make Ted and Nicole jealous. I would be down for this if Carlton was not a great guy.
Yeah.
Carlton won me over. In this last week, like, I was already rooting for him and Nicole, and I felt like he was the best choice. But how he has been handling this breakup, I am just like, oh, I'm in awe.
I know. But I think
he's handled it well. He has.
Yeah, he is. And I think that him and Leslie ain't gonna work anyways. He can't stand Leslie. He don't like Leslie.
Yeah. and it's literally like, he's a good person, and that's immediately no. Like, that's oil and vinegar, because she's a terrible person.
Yeah.
I used to hope there was a backstory between Leslie and Carlton, like where he turned out to be Eva's daddy, but they were running a con on Ted.
Until they made him a good person.
Yeah.
People wanted him to be so bad because he decided to date Nicole. When he said, I guess me and Nicole were never supposed to be, because if we were, y'all would have never happened. I was like, okay, Carlton, I guess.
He deserves somebody.
He does. And I would want to see it. I know he's not a main character, but I really would want to see him in a really good relationship.
Him and Shanice would have been a good.
He can't do it. He can't do it. I don't give a damn if he likes Shanice. He cannot do it because Ted went there. We
No, I'm
cannot do
saying
2 for
before
2.
Ted. Before Ted.
Oh,
I was saying
yeah,
before.
for sure.
Yeah, before.
But they got
That
Shanice
was
being
more Ted.
simple.
Yeah, I didn't like that. I didn't
Girl, if
like
you was
the
going to go
Shanice
for somebody,
and
why
Ted.
didn't you go for Carlton?
Yeah.
Because first of all, I don't understand the character of Shanice. Can we talk about that? Because, ma'am, you like writers, you literally gave me something, and I was like, ooh, okay, I like her. Like, yes, stand up, girl. And then y'all put her with Ted. Why? Why we do that?
To try to resurrect his character.
We don't need to. He's already trashed. We all know that. Like,
But the writers haven't given up on Ted though. The writers are trying to figure out a way to redeem Ted.
You can't.
And Shanice is getting
Ted.
sacrificed
Ted
for
don't
it.
even want redemption.
I think you
Ted
can.
doesn't
You
even
could.
want
You could redeem Ted if they actually wanted to do it, because they're doing it with Bill. Quiet as kept.
Yeah.
They are doing it with Bill successfully.
As Bill more than I like Ted.
Yes. And people was kicking my back in about that, and I'm just like, you know what? At some time, you just gotta stand in your truth. I do.
Do you guys like this version of Ted, or do you prefer the original version?
This
Because I've
version.
seen many comments where people were like, they preferred the original.
They only
I
prefer
did
the
not
original
agree.
because he was bigger and had a stronger back.
I think he was more one note, the first Ted. Like, I didn't know where his emotions was. Like,
Yeah, and you're gonna have to. I'm sorry, Lancray. You're gonna have to go back to previous videos to get that, because we've talked about that ad nauseum, and I really don't want to keep bringing up the conversation of old Ted.
You know, you really
He
do
was
need
too.
to give me a recommendation. Watch this one first, then this one.
I have a whole Beyond the Gates playlist. You're gonna have to just get into it, boo.
I know, but where to start is the question.
You can literally go episode by episode. You started watching the episodes, or if you see such and such happen. Like, if you want to know what I felt about original Ted, go back to the episodes when the original Ted was in there, and then up through like episode 100. We did a lot of talking about it, but I know a lot of channels still do talk about it, but I don't want to do it, because in addition to what he did on the show, he also did some things off the show that I don't actually stand with. So I don't want to talk about that man period anymore.
Okay, all right.
Can we get a new Tomas though?
Hell yeah.
No.
Well, actually, I don't want the Tomas character anymore. I think that they cannot reprise it. I don't think that recasting Tomas is going to do anything.
We need someone else other than Martin to bash. So Tomas is there for us to bash. I mean, I think we all know that.
I got plenty of people to bash. Ted,
yeah. Martin, Tomas.
I feel like
Marcel.
Ted is like punching down.
Marcel. Yeah, most
If
definitely
we bash
Marcel.
on Ted, it's kind of
What's
like
their
bashing.
daddy? Daddy.
Punching down.
What's the daddy name? Eli? Is that his name?
Yep, Eli.
Yeah, him too, with his crooked ass.
Wait. I don't know hey, did you guys discuss my theory that Joey had an affair with Darlene, and that the one that I don't like, Isaiah? You know, we really don't like half the cast. You know that, right?
Right, so we can spare Tomas. You the one saying we can't get rid of Tomas because we don't have nobody to hate. We got plenty of people. Hell, I only really like Kat, Dani, and Jacob.
You guys actually like Isaiah.
No, I do not. When did you see this, Lancray? You gonna have to do your studies, Bookie. You gonna have to get into the crates of them videos, because I do not like Isaiah. Isaiah has lost me from the moment he brought his goofy plait wearing shaved sides behind down them stairs in that stairwell and got to talking to Cat crazy.
We talked about that, but I never liked him. A lot of people got angry with him because of the stairwell scene. But it doesn't mean that they don't like him. I don't like him, period. I never have.
I was indifferent to him before then. Before then, I didn't like. I'm just like, all right, he's here, and y'all put these little light-skinned people together and they look cute together. But I never really bought into his relationship with Eva either, because he feels very codependent, and I don't trust that he's over Yolanda, and I feel like Eva is scratching the itch for him that he actually needs to heal from, and Eva is just like, please want me, please want me, please want me. So for me, their relationship is not as stable as a look. On the surface, I like how you show up in the relationship for this girl and you are loving her well, but I don't trust the mechanics behind the scenes. So for me, prior to him making a definitive statement when it came to Kat and this liver, I was indifferent to him. He was a non-factor.
I definitely agree because I didn't like him either. First of all, I didn't like him because how you gonna be flirting with Haley and you know this girl married? I don't care. Like, that right there showed me who you are right then and there when you.
He flirted with Haley.
Oh yeah, you don't remember that, huh? When they was.
Well, I know that Haley was flirting with him, but he never seemed to reciprocate. Like he just seemed like, girl, are you okay?
No, he reciprocated. Y'all gotta rewatch that. He was reciprocated.
Child, I'm not going back and rewatching him.
Before he got with Eva, he was sitting over there batting them eyelashes, them long ass.
I mean, I think that he comes across like he's a natural flirt as well. Like there's certain things. I don't know. I feel like he didn't actually start flirting or being active with it until Eva. Everything else is just like, okay, you a fine, tall, light-skinned man.
Yeah, but he didn't. So like, usually this is how I see it. If somebody is coming at you and you don't want them to come at you, you usually be like, you know what, I'm good, whatever, and then you walk away. No,
he's not like that with anybody though.
Huh?
He's not like that with anybody.
Right, but what I'm saying is like, if you already know that she's married, right? You know she's married to Bill, and you're over here entertaining it though. Like he's entertaining whatever she's throwing at. And that's why I said I didn't like him. I was like, no, something about him. Don't like it. Next. That's exactly what I said. Remember I said that, Erica? I said,
child, I don't remember because I really wasn't paying this man no mind. I said, oh, you a little hurt boy jumping into another relationship. Boy, bye. The moment I realized, actually, I cared about him up until I realized that he was not going after Kat. Once it was like Kat's not interested in him and he's not interested in Kat, he really just became a non-factor for me. I was just like, boy, you just here. Just like everybody else.
I still don't like him.
And that's fair.
That's fine.
Can I ask someone? I saw this on another blog, and I was like, y'all are really tripping. The dress that Haley wore yesterday, right? And the people.
Well, wait, before we bring it on here, I want to set some parameters around how we talk about black women, especially when we are not a black woman. Again, we are going to operate with care in mind. That's one of the reasons why I'm not having a hair conversation on the live stream link, right? Because it for me, there's a bunch of conversations that get had that are not tactful or not tasteful and are not done with care. And the way conversations happen specifically around black women in media, I won't be a platform that perpetuates that. So before you bring whatever you've seen on Facebook or wherever else, run it through a filter of, can I have this conversation with care if I'm about to critique a black woman as I'm assuming black man?
Oh, no, it's not at all anything like that.
Okay, cool.
It was a comment about, did you guys see the dress she had on yesterday? Did you like it?
I don't remember.
What she had on?
Remember, it was
Haley always got something tight on.
With all of the designs.
Okay.
The dress was clearly done by Emilio Pucci. All right.
Okay.
I thought the dress looked really good, and I noticed that like last week, Dani made a comment about when they were in the hospital fighting, and Dani made a comment about the way Haley was dressed. Her style.
Mm-hmm.
You guys don't like her style, or is Kat the only?
I don't care about her style. So when Dani made a comment about, Dani called her tacky, I laughed, but I laughed not because I agree with everything that she said. I don't think that everything that Haley wears is tacky, but it's kind of like you just gotta go with it in the moment. Like when I'm talking about All American, right? And I don't like Tori, she's a pick me. I call her forehead. There's nothing wrong with that girl forehead. She's gorgeous. But I call her forehead. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's what that was kind of like for me.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but I love the way Haley dresses. I think she has great style. Someone said the dress came from Temu. And I was like, this is clearly someone who's trying to be cute. That dress is not from TV. That dress
When
was.
she
That
called her
dress was a
tacky, she was
feature.
wearing a suit. She was wearing a 2-piece orange midriff suit. That wasn't a dress.
What?
I
Remember what she
loved
was
it.
to you. But I do think that because we
Company Confidential said it's
First of
very
all,
basketball wives. That's so accurate, actually.
that's yes. I do think that the way Haley dresses, I love the way she dresses. I like all of their dresses actually because I love the way
Right.
Dani dresses. Dani be dressing down. Okay.
Yeah, I think Dani dresses
Even
down.
Anita, she be dressing down. Okay, but I do like how the way Haley dresses, but I don't think that's what Dani was talking about. I think also you got to remember she had that pent up like she had all that pent up anger because Haley over here talking stuff and that's why he left you and that. So Dani going off and saying whatever she got to say.
Yeah.
I don't think she really thinks she dresses. I think she was just like, yeah, tacky, just going off on it. You know what I mean? So
literally.
Dresses, yeah.
Okay,
Because she
it was
does
today.
dresses.
It was today. I didn't love this dress today. I found it. It was today. You talking about this?
Which one? Erica, we just see you, boo. We just see you.
Oh, it switches. It just is a delay. Sorry.
Okay.
You talking about that, Lancray?
Oh yeah, the print.
I felt it was just too tight for them to be claiming that they in here having sex, but it was whatever. She dresses very. Now I don't know what Marquita's thing is, so I'm not saying that. Marquita. To me, she dressed very BBL fashion.
Yes. I think it is giving basketball wives, most definitely.
Can you see it, Lancray? I had to switch out if you're on watching and on your phone. I don't know. Can I put it in here in the Discord so you can see?
You sure can. So Erica, the way you put it in the Discord.
I know I can put it in there, but I'm like, I don't want to mess up everything else. Oh shit, hold on. I didn't did. See, not you distracted me.
Well, no, you can do it that way too, so everybody can see it. But yeah, you can do it that way too.
Okay, there we go.
That's the yeah. Yeah, Fashion Nova-ish. Yeah, I can see that.
Is this what you're talking about, Lancray?
Oh.
I don't know what happened.
I don't know.
Yeah, for the most part, I am fine with the styling. I think for the most part, everything fits everybody's personalities as well, and like, I think that they do a really good job with the visual storytelling on the show, and that is all of the things outside of like what the character actually says and does. So that is the clothing, it is the accessories that they carry, it's their hair. I think that they have done a really good job of like cultivating definitive characters. And yeah, I don't think that Haley is tacky per se, but she definitely gives basketball wives. I also think
but
that
like right because she's a sex pod.
Right, exactly. So it like works. I think that it also depends on who's wearing the clothes, right? People have forgotten this and like let this go, but this is probably when my real villain origin story started when it pertains to Ted, because I will never forget. Now I already moved the file, so I can't even show y'all. I put it on a hard drive, but I will never forget Eva's introduction at the country club and how he put her in that damn Chanel looking skirt suit set that Cat will wear. and the clothes look crazy on her because that's not her style. She looks tacky
Yeah.
in it because it's not her style. It was this pink plaid but like quilted looking Chanel-esque piece.
Yes.
And it was literally something that felt like it was right out of Kat's playbook. Kat does the structured, suit coordinates and all that kind of stuff. He put
Right.
that on Eva and she looked crazy to me. She looked crazy as hell.
Because she's more like a boho.
Definitely.
Like style.
So I
Yeah.
think that's what
I
also needs to come up in the conversation. Like, we also got to think about who the characters are and what they're wearing.
Yeah. I like Eva's pieces too. Yeah, she's definitely boho, and I definitely think when they put that outfit on her, I was like, no, not because of Amber, because Amber looks gorgeous, period. But
Yeah.
it just didn't fit the character. Yeah, I was just like, no, absolutely not. Yeah, I agree.
Company Confidential says the clothing style announces them before they open their mouths. Yeah. I know the cat mean business when her outfit is just like on point. I know that she is not playing in the episode when she comes with a tailor blazer. Ugh, a nasty shit. Ugh, love it for her. I
And
think
then
that
walk.
yes.
That walk.
I think that the person that they allow to experiment the most is Chelsea, but then that makes sense also because she's a fashion girly. And the only way that you really cultivate style is you try different things.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely do agree.
But no, I don't feel
100%.
like this
And I
dress
do-
was ugly. I would have preferred it if it was solid.
Also,
I think I don't love the muted. I don't
Anna's-
know. It's not. It looks like it could have been on Fashion Nova. It could have.
or Timu. I
Yeah.
did see it could have been on Timu. Oh yeah, but it's cute. I'd work it. If I had that body, I would. Shoot.
Okay.
I wouldn't be telling me.
Did we talk about everything I want to talk about? We talked about Tomas, Joey, Andre. I wrote down from before.
We did not talk about Bill.
Oh Lord. What else we gotta say about Bill's ass? You right.
Conversation with Bill and Vernon. What did y'all
Okay.
think
Okay.
about?
Yeah. Let's do that.
Oh.
And Lancray, I don't know. We can't hear you. So if you are talking or something, I can't hear you. But go ahead, Toy.
Okay. I understand that Vernon is like a dad to Bill because Bill don't have his father. We get that. However,
Hold on 1 second, Toy, because I just scrolled past this and I had to go ahead and put it up there one time for the one time. I know we're not talking about Carlton.
Amen. Amen.
But my word.
It's a beautiful mess. Yes, love it.
Okay. Okay, back to being focused.
Ooh, girl, you had it up there. I think with Bill and Vernon, because Vernon is always teaching Bill. Thank you. Vernon is always teaching Bill something. And I love that he does that because Bill doesn't have that dad, doing that for him. And I also think it was very interesting that he came to him and just flat out asked him, I feel like Bill, though, doesn't know how he feels in that aspect of Dani and what, like, and I do believe it is that's his possession, like you're mine, like nobody else can have you but me, you know what I mean? Or like when she was chasing him at first, right? When the whole situation with Haley had happened and how she was acting, he was actually like, acting like she was crazy. Remember how he was talking about her and everything, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then when she stopped, he was like, hold up. No, she didn't.
Right.
Then he was towards her and doing all this stuff like, nobody would never love you like I do. Like, boy, get off my face. But I did love this scene with him and Vernon.
Mm-hmm.
Do I think it needed to happen? No. And the reason why is because Vernon and Anita, y'all gotta stay in y'all lane. If Bill has feelings for Danny, then Bill has feelings for Danny. That's on him. You know what I mean? He's in a marriage. That's on him. What he does with his situation. I also think that sometimes the Duprees, they are very nosy in that aspect because like they always be like, well, why y'all didn't tell us? Why y'all didn't tell us? Because maybe we didn't want you to know. Like, did you think about that? You know what I'm saying? So in this aspect, I don't think it is their business nor their place to go to Bill and say, hey, what you doing? Do you want to be with Danny? But then I look at their dynamic and I kind of see why he did it though.
I
Because he's like,
100% see why he did it. I was against it before I saw it. Then when I saw it, I said, "Oh no, this needed to happen." And if for nothing
Exactly.
else, I think it also needed to happen. Not even just. I get what you're saying. I totally get what you're saying about them butting in, but his tie to the family is not just with Danny. They have cultivated this father-son relationship. My only issue with Vernon is that Vernon, you need to be willing to completely revoke access and not lean on him anymore as a result. So if he's lying to you about wanting Danny back and not and pursuing Danny, then what is going to be the consequence? Because you coming to him and you having this conversation, fine, but if there's no consequence for him lying or betraying you, then it's just going to be a repeat of the cycle. And then that to me would make this conversation futile. But otherwise, I think that it is warranted because there's been other bonds created. There is a deeper connection that's outside of what was y'all's former marriage. And there's expectations to uphold for y'all to be able to maintain a relationship as well.
Right. And I definitely agree because like I said, he doesn't have that father figure, so he looks to Vernon as a father figure. So I was like, okay, I can see why they doing this. But at first I was like, dang, you nosy. Like, and then I was like, wait. I can see why they did it. I do get it. And I agree with
And
you.
he don't have
100%.
nobody. Bill has nobody to be able to bounce his worst impulses off of.
He really doesn't, except Joey. That's about it, really, to be honest. We all know about Joey, you know. Yes, boss, we get it. You know,
Child.
I don't know about that Joey relationship with Bill either. Only
I'm starting to vibe with it. How do y'all feel about it? Y'all still there with us? Kelly, Eureka, Hope.
Yes. I actually like the relationship he has with Joey. I think that's gonna help him in the long run to like finally wake up maybe and realize like something ain't right. You know, the family can only try to wake him up so much, but maybe with Joey's input, he will like really truly wake up. Be like
Yeah.
something.
Yeah. Joey dropped some nuggets on him in that hospital when he went to visit him. He's like, I
Yeah.
thought I was going to have to come and start looking out for your family now. But he's like, hey, you don't like your first opinion, then basically get a second opinion. Like, there has to be something more than just pure coincidence. You keep ending up in hospital. Like, this is not normal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think
And
that
he's on a scent. He's on Haley's scent right now.
And then
yeah,
Haley
he's been on
and then
this.
Haley confronting him was the stupidest move I've ever seen. Haley confronting Joey, trying to confront Joey about Vanessa. Like, you don't want this guy to try to figure you out. That was just so dumb for
Mm-hmm.
that. I was like, what are you doing?
I
But
definitely agree.
like Randy said, she's getting a little bit too cocky. She's getting a little bit too
Yeah.
comfortable.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And we
Joey
would be
is
so
only
lucky that he
loyal
tried
to
to kill you
Joey.
like the last Mark, but I don't think he's gonna do that.
I think he
Yeah.
killed it.
What'd you say, Toy?
Joey is only loyal to himself, and he's already warned Randy months ago, like when your mess with Mrs. Hamilton comes to my door, like that's where he kind of draws the line. Like, is you making a messy at my place now, and it's going to come.
Yeah.
I do think it's transactional, their relationship, but I also think that he does actually care about Bill because but Joey's all about information. He don't spill the information, but he'll give you little nuggets like pay attention, like you know what I mean.
I think
But
I think that their thing is actually going to shape up to being something genuine because they are two men who don't have this type of support outside of the women that care about them, and now that they have the women, like Joey specifically, he has something else to protect. Before, when it was just him, he wasn't worrying about his sister and he didn't have no other attachments. he could move in a way that he is, but now that he cares so much about Vanessa, he wants to make sure that Vanessa's okay regardless of what happens to him. He needs an ally, and I think that is going to be the grounding force in a true friendship with him and Bill, because they kind of need each other.
Yeah, I definitely agree.
And they have
agree.
mutual respect, so then there's that.
Do you think that because now that they have this mutual respect and mutual bond, you think Joey's also still going to have his eyes out on Randy and Haley?
Oh, for sure. I think that's
Definitely.
Now he's even more invested in it, because he needs Bill to be viable, to be able to be there if he goes to jail, if something, like, Bill is the thing that's in his corner to either get him back to Vanessa or make sure that Vanessa's okay and try to help whatever. So you two hoes are going to compromise that, and it's the only thing I have in my pocket? Oh no. I can get another henchman. I got plenty of black men running around here calling me boss, so that's easy. And Haley, I never liked you anyway. That's easier.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Bill's personal life is messy, but as far as him getting the job done, he is the fixer. That's why they've given him that nickname, the fixer, because he's going to do the things that's uncomfortable for others, like the Duprees. That's why he's always quick to tell them, like, you guys want to look down your nose at me until you need me to clean up your mess. And that's how it is with Joey's. Like, I know I can use Bill or utilize his talents to clean up my mess if or when it ever comes to that. It's going to come to that, because I'm still waiting for the day with other shoe drops where it's revealed that he had Doug killed.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Bill knows that.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't know
Yes,
that.
he does.
He doesn't know that.
Erica, come on now.
Real quick.
No.
Hey, Jen, welcome in. Jen said, the Duprees want Bill even though they need Bill. I feel they use Bill's feelings for Vernon to their benefit. And yeah, Dad can ask what you want with my daughter when you did her wrong. When did Bill find out about Doug?
They were having a conversation, Erica, and he said, "Did you?" He has an inkling though, because when they were having the conversation, they were basically saying, because remember, Bill had so Doug had came to Bill. Remember, Doug had came to Bill and was,
right. He
like,
suspected
him, like,
some foul play, but he doesn't have any. He doesn't have any confirmation. And he also didn't follow up. Like, he don't care enough to confirm anything.
Right, but if that, you know what is interesting about that whole storyline though, like, when he went to Joey and was basically like, Doug about to do some things to you, he knows some information, that you don't know, all this stuff. That was basically his downfall right then and there. That Doug had to die. Doug knew too much. You know what I mean? And so, like, anytime somebody I would say snitch, but anytime somebody does that, you know what I mean? Something's gonna happen to that person. So I think Bill knows in the back of his mind that, okay, yeah, Joey did this. Like, you know what I mean? I don't.
But also, Doug went to Joey though too. I gotta go back and watch that particular conversation, because nothing about that gave me that Bill actually knows that Joey is responsible. Because I thought that Bill tried to tip him off, and he was like, "Yeah, I already know. He's saying this. He's saying this. He's saying that." Because Doug literally said everything that he said to Bill to Joey's face, like a dummy. That was the thing that changed everything.
That was later on, after Bill had already came to him, because Doug, you know what? Never mind.
I gotta go back and see it, y'all, because I don't recall that. I'm like, Bill, you know that, and it's supposed to be one of Danny's closest friends.
Yeah, Bill knows.
I don't think that he does know that. Oh, y'all saying in the chat that he does know.
He knows. That's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, it's interesting, their relationship, because they both keep each other for the same thing. For,
well,
like,
then that to me seems like it would be more of an argument that they actually have a real rapport and respect. Y'all were trying to say that it's just transactional. Like, that requires trust.
No, I'm saying in the sense of at that time, yeah, before they were keeping each other for the same thing. Like, you know what I mean? Like if I got your back, if you got my back, you know, kind of thing. And then now because he was like, hey, if something happens to me, take care of my girls, it kind of changed, I think, in that aspect. You know what I mean? Because before it was more like, listen, you know what, you know my dirt, I know your dirt, let's keep it together, you know what I mean, like
But I don't
even
know.
in the sense of,
That's a little one sided though, because he doesn't know any. Like Bill hasn't killed anybody.
but so I don't believe that. And the reason why I don't believe that, he may have gotten somebody killed, I don't think he killed them like himself, because you ain't gotta kill somebody to actually
And
pull
it's
the
just
trigger.
something we don't know yet. Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
I can't
so
speak to that
that's
because
what I'm
they
saying.
haven't given us that yet. But okay.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, but there, it's been alluded to that though.
Okay. So, what was the point you were making? I'm sorry.
It's okay. No, you good. I love it when we do this. So what I was saying was is because the fact that like at that time they was basically like, I know your dirt, you know my dirt, because you know Bill went to him because of the Martin situation. He went to Joey. So you see what I'm saying? Like they both have a need together. Like Joey has a need, if something, you scratch my back, I scratch yours,
No,
kind of thing.
I'm
But
not
now,
disagreeing with any of that at all. But even the Martin situation is not directly Bill. So like that, I'm saying that there has to be a
because
certain
they
level
work
of trust
together.
that Joey has in Bill for him to know that he knows about him killing Doug and letting that fly. Because as of right now, it doesn't seem like Joey has as much on Bill as Bill has on Joey.
Mm, no, because I think he does know more about Randy and Haley than Bill does. And I think
He
he
does know
does.
that, but Bill doesn't know he know that. What I'm saying
I'm sorry.
what I'm saying is that Joey has to have a certain level of trust in Bill to let Bill go, knowing what he knows, because he, as of yet, we have not been disclosed that he has the same level of information on Bill as what Bill now has on him. Even with him knowing about Randy and Haley, that doesn't implicate Bill in anything. That just says that they are conspiring against him. So my whole
Yeah,
point is that Joey has to trust Bill to some extent to let him frolic around with this very clear understanding that y'all are saying that he has about knowing that Joey killed Doug.
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I think, like I said before, it was a more scratch my back, but now I think it's more deeper when he was in that hospital room talking to Bill. But before it was
Got it.
more scratch my back, scratch yours. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then when they got into the hospital room, I think it's more deeper now because I think now I don't think he's off Haley's neck. I think he's digging more into it.
For
I
sure.
think he might be the one that's gonna be uncovering it. I don't think it's gonna be Dani and them, cause yeah,
I don't know. I'm not counting Cat out.
I can't count Cat out. I didn't say Cat, but you
Oh well, you
know,
said
but
Danny and them. I thought that was included.
they're what? No, I'm talking about like his,
And the
his
daughters.
family,
Got
right?
it.
The daughter,
How y'all
but Cat.
are y'all on board yet with Noah?
Uh,
No. And that impromptu little jam session today, open mic night in Nicole's living room, that was strictly because of Nicole's relationship with his dad. Because there's no way under any other normal circumstances, Anita Dupree, being the EGOT that she is, would get a phone call all of a sudden she's dropping everything to come run over here and talk about taking this young man under her wing. She don't know him from 2 Sundays. No, but Noah, no, he gives me the creeps. He gives he could definitely turn either way. I don't really see him as a good guy. I don't have much vested in him right now, but he definitely has something that he's hiding.
Mm.
I
yeah,
have a
he's
question.
a character.
Mhm. Go ahead, Kelly.
I want to know. I like to know. Have we? Where's Doug's ghost? Like, have we forgotten all about that? Is Diana or Diana is she just so entranced with Noah that she's no longer interested in
getting justice for her father. Didn't her father tell her that Joey absolutely killed her, and now Noah is taking all? Is that like, so what? We're just gonna get involved with Noah.
I
Just
think that she
curious
has
about
to,
that.
he also advised her to like be patient and like come up with more evidence. And like part of that is her being close to her mom and digging in. I think that Noah could be part of a distraction, but I also think that Doug appears when she's most excitable around the whole Joey thing. And because she's trying to like temper herself and be more strategic in how she moves when it comes to that, he might be coming to her less because she's not allowing herself to get as excitable every single time it comes up or she thinks about him or Vanessa talks about him. I don't think that they've forgotten about it. I think that they're just trying to be very strategic in how they use him.
I definitely agree with that one. I also think that because she's not, it's usually when Doug usually comes up when she's usually like crying and freaking out and stuff, and then all of a sudden he comes in and he's like, "Hey, baby girl, I've been here," and stuff like that. So right now their focus is on trying to, get Joey and everything, and I don't know. She may not do it because she blinded by this broke musician. Yeah, you gonna not have money and go to a food place. I just don't get that.
I think that she also has to find some additional things, and she hasn't been given anything to find yet.
But that's
like
she's supposed to be about that.
She's supposed to be spending the summer with Vanessa to do that, and I don't know. I'm not ready yet. I don't love that she's engaged with this man and like she likes this man because I'm like, I don't see what you see, girl, but okay. But I'm not ready to write it off as she's completely like digmatized or pre-digmatized versus this is also part of the plan and like she has to spend the time to and be around to pick up on different conversations. She has to lull Vanessa into a sense of comfort where she will actually reveal some things. Like that part is just gonna take time. And she was coming in very hot at the beginning, and that's one of the things that Doug's ghost communicated to her of like, girl, you have to be patient, but also don't forget about it. So
okay, I could go for that.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I'm sorry,
and they wanted to they wanted to introduce Noah so bad, so they had to find a way to get his ass in here.
You notice they added more white people. We ain't added no more black folks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I'm tired of seeing Joey and Vanessa. Can we just not every time see them on every?
I love my man. I really love my man so much. But Jacob, what the hell was this? They did a whole episode of them just doing
Yeah.
Cause y'all mean to tell me y'all are going to Mexico and Ashley's studio apartment? Doesn't this hoe cook on a hot plate?
Yeah.
I really feel like this episode was like we really stepped into Narnia because what is going on? And you coordinating, you literally like, yeah, Grayson, everything in place for a Mexican night at Ashley's studio apartment.
They needed comedy. That's all. There's the comedy.
I said, Jacob, if you don't,
they was just like, what do we do?
I don't.
And he just is smiling, just yucking it up. I said, Jacob, please.
Grayson too was like, and thank Grayson. Oh my God! If it wasn't for you, man, thank you for saying this.
Y'all could have did this in your apartment. What are you talking about?
I think the thought was there. The thought was there. I guess
it was.
But, what the hell?
Jacob, please. I was so excited. I'm like, oh, he's been cooking this little date up for the last 2 days. Okay, like he making these calls, and then you include them on it. Now we're on a double date. Please. I thought they were supposed to be the service workers.
Oh man.
With this little video pinata. Jacob.
They done got rid of Derek's. You know they need their double dates back. That was Naomi's thing. The double dates with her and Jacob and Ashley and Derek. Now it's Grayson. Like we're supposed to just forget conveniently that this guy was part of the black market plasma.
You just sliding him into your best friend place. Wasn't you sliding down the wall throwing up about Derek's behind? I said, why they got my man doing this? Jacob, I need you. Please, take his ass back to work. You know
Derek
what?
was disposable.
Let him go back to work and keep working on this red market ring. Because if I got to deal with this, I don't want it.
Jacob, why do you like Jacob so much?
Justice for Derek.
Justice for Derek. Why do I like Jacob so much? Because he's an amazing guy. He's a unicorn guy.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Don't talk about how short he is. Don't do it.
Why would you think I would do that?
Because you did it with Andre. Don't do it.
Because Andre is short.
What's your issue with Jacob?
It's the way he allows Naomi to steamroll him. I don't like her character. I think she steamrolls him. I think he can do better. The character, I can see why you like the character because the character is written as a genuine good guy, right? And I just personally feel that his relationship is so unbalanced. And I feel that he puts a lot more in than he actually gets out. And he comes out kind of looking like, I won't say weak. He comes out as looking like the devoted, loving husband who allows himself to be walked all over. As someone who does not reciprocate the same level of respect, understanding, and love that he has towards her. I'm going to remove love. I'm going to take that away from that statement. But he does not benefit from the same level of respect that he gives to his wife. And so for me, that doesn't really sit well with me when I say it. But hey, it's a soap opera, and that's why we watched them, right?
So how does Naomi disrespect him?
Where to begin? Naomi is a hypocrite, okay?
Well, before you take this as an opportunity to read her entire character, I'm specifically asking, and I need y'all to land y'all planes quicker. How does she disrespect him specifically?
Oh, don't you remember the Derek affair?
I know. I'm asking for your, but this isn't a.
No, this is what I'm saying. Remember, she went off on her husband for knowing about Derek, right? She went off on him. I felt that was unfair. It wasn't his secret to tell.
Was it unfair or was it disrespectful?
I felt it was both unfair and disrespectful the way she spoke to her husband.
Okay.
And that's my personal opinion. Everyone obviously might not share that, but there you go.
Okay. So when she spoke to him in that moment, okay. Is that it?
I think that she's inconsiderate. She makes all of these decisions about the baby type situation. No, it's my way. It's my way. It's my way. It's every time that comes
the baby type situation. You got to get a little bit more specific than that.
Well, remember when they thought that she was pregnant, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, couples evolve. People evolve every day. And yes, today we decided this. But then tomorrow it could be circumstances come into play and things they can change. And it's like she made him the way she behaved towards him because he had felt that over time he didn't want kids. But then when he thought that she could be pregnant, it kind of gave him something to think about. And he was like, it's not a bad idea. But she's really kind of punished him for that. I think that was a very human reaction. The way she handled her own personal.
So his reaction was human, but hers wasn't.
Well, I didn't say that hers wasn't. I said that
I'm asking you to give me the specifics of how she's wrong and disrespectful. You said the baby situation. So what of the baby situation was disrespectful because she has not evolved in thinking with him?
Being dismissive. You did not. Okay, well, in my perspective, I saw her being dismissive. Okay,
Was her being
that
dismissive
is
in
my
that moment disrespectful?
I definitely think when you dismiss people, I think that is disrespectful.
Okay.
I don't think it's necessary. I feel being dismissive is beyond passive aggressive. It is aggressive in my perspective. And the situation with her health, and it's just like, this is your husband. If you get sick, he's going to be the one that's there with you. If you have these surgeries and something goes wrong, he is the one who's going to have to be there with you. No consultation with him. It's always I, and this is decided, and it's a fait accompli, and you have to accept it. I also feel that in a marriage, I
With
would
the
have a
with
hard
the
time
health
doing.
situation, she actually
Yeah,
took
with
time and asked
the
him to
bronchogene,
what?
the bronchogene, the
Right, that's what I'm
bronchogene.
talking about with the bronchogene. When she finally admitted it, she also told him to tell her specifically how he feels. So you can't also brush over that. Like, Naomi is such a hard character for me to critique, specifically because I think that you give people an inch and they want to take a mile. I do think that I don't necessarily agree in how she goes about some of the things, but I don't think that she's any less devoted to Jacob than he is to her. I don't think that she's a terrible wife. I don't think that he can do better, as you said. And it's very, very tricky because I think it's very easy for people to discard stronger black women if they don't fall into a certain level of submission or a certain level of pedestalizing their partner. For me, the things that we've seen play out when it comes to Naomi are very real reactions, some of which I identify with very really because I've spent a good deal of my life not feeling like I had people in my corner that was supposed to be in my corner and having to do a bunch of things by myself. So I understand a lot with Naomi specifically making certain decisions and like not really realizing and not really registering that she does have somebody that's supposed to also help take on the load after you've been a person who's had to carry a lot. And I think that's something that she needs to work on. And it's only something that you can actually work on when you're in a relationship. I think advocating for Jacob to not be with a Naomi is you also advocating for all the strong women who have operated a lot in survival, has had to have a certain amount of autonomy and agency and advocate for themselves in a very, very real way to never actually truly be loved, because part of what it looks like to be loved is to really be seen. And that's not just seen as your perfectness or the best parts of you, but also the worst parts of you. I don't think that Naomi is such a terrible wife that she doesn't deserve a Jacob. And it's one of the reasons why I really appreciate Jacob, because he is so patient with her. And he has decided who he's going to be before he even got into this relationship with her. So he operates in a certain way, yes, with Naomi, and y'all look at it as him being steamrolled over, but I look at it as he decided who he was going to be before, and he just applied it to the woman he fell in love with. And that happens to be a patient man. That happens to be a man who can cultivate grace. That happens to be a man who is seeking to understand. I think that it's interesting when it's a woman who is having certain things in reference to communication issues or is, for you're giving an example of her being dismissive, and I would agree that she has been dismissive in various moments. It's very easy to say, oh yeah, get rid of her, get somebody else. But men do this all the time. And women are socialized to ride or die and to persevere. And this is how it goes. So it's interesting to me when we see the character dynamics when it comes to relationships like Naomi and Jacob. It reminds me a lot of Karen and Aaron on Sisters, because people were also advocating for Aaron to leave Karen as if she didn't deserve to be loved through all of what she had to unlearn to truly be able to embrace this relationship. I think that we are meeting Jacob and Naomi still very early in their marriage, even though their marriage has been established before the show started. And there are certain things that she can be loved through, and I think that Jacob is actually doing it, and I hold him to the utmost respect and regard because he's prioritizing that, and he doesn't lead with his ego. He doesn't lead with what other people would think about him. He leads with who he wants to be as a man, and that's how he makes those decisions.
Okay, Erica, there are a couple of things that you state that I hear what you're saying. However, I have to respectfully disagree with two or three of the points that you made. The first point is this: when you talk about like someone is expected to, like people expect women to take like a submissive role. Nothing in my statements, uh, you know, nothing in my statements conveys that that's how I feel because actually I don't believe in that. I believe that when you are a couple, there cannot be. I know that some people like relationships like that, but I see relationships as a 50-50 partnership.
No
It
relationship
has
is
to be
50-50
on.
all the time. That's also a point. I'm glad you brought that up because no relationship at every given point in time is actually 50-50. To your point of like
Well,
people
that's true
evolve and
because at
people
some
grow and
point,
the ebbs
some
and
people make
flows, there are going to be points where one person is given more than the other, and then another season is going to swing. And that's not even just for romantic relationships, that's also for friendships. I'm navigating a space right now in my friendships where for the first time I've been the one who doesn't have everything for everybody. I literally have to receive, and it's been a learning thing for me because I've been a person who has always been the one to show up and to give this and to do this and like, oh yeah, I got this, and I've been in the season, lost two family members last year and my damn dog, and like I don't got it mentally, I don't have it, and I've had to get comfortable with receiving it, and it's been very foreign to me. So I think that that's very unrealistic when people try to make it as black and white of like, well, relationships will be 50-50 and you have to do X, Y, and Z. No, you there are ebbs and flows in relationships, and a lot of the stuff is learning as you go along. Like I said, for me right now, a great example is I'm learning how to receive, and it's taking me a long time to get there from people that I love dearly. But I have been socialized and normalized throughout most of my life to believe that a lot of my value comes from the things that I can do and how useful I can be. And I'm having to unpack that. And I'm doing that in relationships with people where now my friends are showing up for me more than I can actually show up for them.
And you also got to understand that Jacob is her calm. Jacob is the one that is not the disruptive one. He's the one that's actually helping her because her family is always depending on her. She's the oldest child, so they're always depending on her. Like, Naomi, what should we do? Naomi, and like he's the only one that's like, listen, you don't have to do this all by yourself. I'm here. I can help you. Let's see what I can do. She's not used to being the one that's relinquishing that. She's always the one that's always helping that. So for with these two, I don't think he should get rid of her. I hate when people say that, get rid of her. Why? Why should he get rid of her?
Because black women are easily discardable, but black men we can love through whatever their little things are. What'd you say?
The other thing that you said was about like there's some people and stuff, like you said earlier about like receiving love or something like that. People felt that something you said at the very beginning. I can't remember the exact words you said, but the way the character has been written, Naomi has never been in a situation where she ever doubted that she was loved. That is the way the character is actually written. So there is no sense of overcompensating from the way I've seen this character.
Overcompensating in what way?
When you say with some people they don't receive love here, and then in this, it's something that you said earlier. I mean, it was such. I can't remember verbatim what you said, but the thing about it is,
well, you can't speak to it if you can't, because you already have a pattern of like hearing what you hear versus what I said.
I was trying to speak to it, but you interrupted me earlier, and I didn't get a chance to finish my thought. And now I can't actually remember the words. And I wish, and I don't write these things.
So are you saying that Naomi doesn't have a right to overcompensate in her life now because she has not had to suffer of not having love from her parents?
Did not say that at all.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying. That's what I'm trying to get to it. I'm trying to pull it out because you said you don't know what I said.
I don't see the relationship as balanced. I see him as being the one who is always being super, super, super supportive. I see her as being dismissive of him.
Okay, you've said all of this.
I don't see him getting from her what he pours into her. He pours a lot into her. And when you're in a relationship, relationships are give and take. I see him getting very little back other than, oh baby, I love you. I see him giving a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot, a lot. And after a while, I don't feel that that is sustainable over a long period of time. Short periods of time, yes. Sometimes in a relationship, one person has to be stronger than the next. That is what it being in a relationship is all about. But I can't see a relationship being so sustainable when one person pours into the other one always. And remember, this is what they were saying on in what pertains to this particular soap opera. This is what they were saying is what kind of happened between Bill and Dani. And this is why Bill said he lost respect for Dani because she was the one who always gave. And then she wasn't the woman that he married. And I mean,
So
I think that
Jacob
was a
and
pretty lousy
Naomi are
thing for him
Bill
to
and
say.
Dani.
No, I didn't say that. Now, when did I say that?
I'm trying to stay with you, but you're like going around and you're not landing the plane, so I can't really get what the point is that you're making. You brought up Dani and Bill, but you're
No,
saying
what
that
I
they're not
brought
like
up
them.
was when I brought up Dani and Bill, it was specifically to go back to the point of what I said about one person cannot be the one always giving.
And you said that
And
Jacob is
then
the
I
one that's
said
always
that's why Dani,
giving.
right? And I said, and remember, that's what Bill said a couple of weeks ago. Dani was always the one in the relationship, giving.
So
He
if you're
specifically
making
said
a
he
correlation, but
lost
you're
his
not saying
respect.
that they're like them, I'm not understanding.
And what don't you understand? I don't get that. I just simply stated as an example when one person literally said, this was the person who was giving, just like Jacob gives. Then the other person who received
But
said,
you're not trying to say that
I
they're
lost
like
respect
Jacob.
for
I
that.
mean, you're not trying to say that they're like Bill and Dani, but you're using them as an example.
No, I use that as an example of what happens in couples generally. This is unsustainable.
Do y'all understand? Because I don't understand.
I think I got it. Don't judge me. But I think I got it. Okay. So you're not saying that Naomi and Jacob are like Bill and Dani because they're
No, I
not.
never said that. I cited an
No,
example of
right.
what a character said to
Hold on.
support that.
Hold on. I'm not saying that you are saying that. I'm just saying that you're not saying that because I'm trying to also
Right,
get an understanding as well. Okay.
right.
What you're saying is like basically that was your example to what you're thinking that Jacob is going through. But I have to disagree. And the only reason why I say
I don't
this is
understand how you use them as an example, but you're not saying that they're alike. That's what analogies are.
yeah, but I have to disagree because
Before you
Naomi has
disagree, like we need to like establish that. Like if you're going to use somebody as an example to make your point, then you're saying that this is like this. You're making a direct correlation.
hello.
Hello.
No, I'm here. I'm listening.
That is a direct correlation. Because my thought before you even went to calling them to saying like Bill and Dani, I was like, okay, well let me assess the rest of the couples. Vernon is in a season of pouring into Anita, and it is not matched. She's trying her best to reciprocate, but she can't because she's just not in that particular season, and she needs more. But that's not the example that you gave. You gave Bill and Dani, but then you're also trying to say, and I'm going to be honest, this feels like gaslighting because you're saying this is like this, but I'm not saying it's like this. But that's the couple
Erica,
that you choose as an example.
Erica, if you see that as gaslighting, that is your interpretation.
No, I said it
I don't
feels
feel
like it. Feelings are not facts, and I'm aware of it. I'm just telling you that that's what it feels like.
Right. Who was the other person? She was trying to make a point, and I wanted to hear the end part of what she was trying to say. If that's okay.
You talking about me? You talking about me?
Yes. I was.
That's not true though, because you're basically saying that he does not pour into her. No, she does not pour into him like he pours into her, and I disagree because I've seen where Jacob was down and Naomi was there, or even in the fact that when he was on his when he was on his journey as well, what's that guy's name again? Anyway, when he was on undercover and when he had to do that, she was there. She was the one that was making sure he's good and everything and all kinds of stuff. She had to be by herself. And I mean, that was a hard situation for anybody. But I also think that she does pour into this relationship because he comes to her and they communicate with one another. Their communication, they do have a good communication, but I also see where you're coming from to an extent, where like he pours into her and she doesn't pour a lot. I could see where you could see that because of the fact that how she acted when it was coming to the presidency, or how she was acting when she had the BRCA gene. However, you got to remember, if somebody, if I sat here in the beginning of the relationship and I told you I did not want to have children, and then all of a sudden now we're about to have a kid, and I've already told you that I didn't want to have children, and you were cool with it, and then now you're changing your mind and saying I want to have kids, you're like, well, where did this come from? Because before it was you didn't want kids at all. You see what I'm saying? So that thought process is where she was like, hold on, what is going on? It took her off balance because
Mm-hmm.
they were always in agreement of this is not what we want. You know what I mean? And then the BRCA gene, it took
Well,
her
wait.
so long to
Let's stay on the kid thing for a minute because that's one thing that I nobody will ever get me to change when it comes to, because I think that this is something that more women need to advocate for themselves with. Women are indoctrinated into a belief that we are here to birth everybody's babies, and if the woman don't want to birth the damn baby, now people are pissed and this woman is so terrible. No, the fact that they had the conversation prior to actually getting married and they decided together that that was the case and she is standing with it does not make her wrong now that he is getting the daddy itch and wants a baby. It does make it complicated. It does make the conversations hard. While the stuff was happening, I was like, Naomi, I don't love how this feels, but I still stand with her standing up for herself and advocating for herself because most women won't. And when I made the comment about how society looks at things and how society prioritizes men in our patriarchal society, that still stands whether you feel like you agree with it or not, or align with it a lot or not, because we are also indoctrinated, whether we realize or not, to go along with certain things and to make things seem okay or seem worse off depending on what society has normalized. And I made the statement specifically about when it's a man, oh, we're going to go hard and you should be a ride or die, and girl, get that man time and like love him through it. And I'm not saying that specifically on some just random like stereotypical stuff. I had to unlearn it as well. I was the dumb ass ride or die behind a man who just needed a little bit more time and like see his potential in this and that and the third. Like, no, but that was perfectly fine when I was going through the things when a man didn't have the capacity or whatever. But when it's a woman who is struggling with releasing, we're struggling with surrender, who's struggling with submission, she's immediately discardable. But women are encouraged to not ever leave their man. And that's just the facts. Whether that's something that you do specifically on a day-to-day basis or not, that's a whole other conversation. But society is set up in that way. So
yes,
when I'm advocating for Naomi to stand on, she don't want no damn baby, we need more people to stop having kids they don't want and they didn't actually intentionally consider, period. So if there's a woman who says, I don't want a baby, why are we going to try to force this lady to have a baby because the man that she wants to be with wants to have the baby? You know what happens then? Babies that have to survive their damn childhood because they were never wanted to begin with. Half of the kids that are birthed every single year should not actually be here because, one, their parents didn't intentionally prepare for them and they weren't actually wanted, but they were here to stroke a parent's ego or to be the thing that's going to love this mama or love this daddy because everybody else left them and all the other things that people got going on. Like, that's the real conversation I have wanted to have, but I have like held back on having because I don't want to go too far and people just like, well, you already think so deeply about it. That's my thing on that. When it comes to the BRCA gene, she was 100% wrong for withholding it from Jacob. I have said that. But I also feel like the flaws that Naomi has presented does not make her discardable. And the way that people are so vocal about her being discardable simply because she is struggling with some very real human things is wild to me.
Yeah, I agree. I
So you
definitely
said
agree.
that other people, so hold on a second. So you say that other people also express that type of idea, right? That she was discardable, Erica? Erica?
Yes.
Oh, so you said that some other people in some of the previous conversations also expressed some particular ideas along that line?
No,
used
these
to
are
work this.
comments. We have not, no, people have not gotten up here and said that to my face. No, no, but in
Okay.
comment sections
So, all right.
and in other
So
people's
listen
lives.
now. Okay. So listen again about this soap opera. I 100% agree that when you make a decision with someone, it doesn't mean that conversations should not be had around those topics again. And it came as a remember, he was not expecting to become a father in the way this soap opera was written. He was not expecting to become a mother. And it was something that obviously neither of the characters, the way the storyline played out, neither of the characters had even considered it until she was like, oh, I think I have there might be this situation. So obviously, okay, well, what do we do? Right? And then there's also comes up other questions of like, let's
But
imagine
pause
that,
there.
well,
So
let's
with
not
that,
assume
what do
that.
we do? You said that both characters were taken off guard. My concern
Yes.
is that it's easy and it's normal to empathize with the man in that circumstance. But you just said that both of them were
Mm,
caught off guard.
I generally don't do that. No, what I'm saying is
But you
this.
you immediately defaulted
But the
to she
point
was in the
is, no,
wrong
I was,
with
I,
her
my
response and
thoughts,
her shock.
Erica, I would really like to land this plane as you asked me to do
I
earlier and
I
get
need
there.
you to do it quicker, babe,
For
because
sure
you're
that the
long winded.
conversation should have, well, Erica, every time I tried to say something, you've kind of like interrupted me and I wasn't able to actually finish this thing. And I'm trying to. I just feel that when it comes to situations like that, couples, they evolve and they change. All I'm saying is conversations have to be had. Even if your decision and your position doesn't change, still conversations they have to be had. And this conversations and communications that keep a couple together. I don't feel that from what I saw in the soap operas that conversations were handled in the way they could have been handled in the best way. I feel that there were better ways to handle those conversations. That's all.
Yes, there are
And it
better
doesn't mean
ways. Okay, so
yes.
I thought I let you finish and
That's
then you
all I need
started
to say.
again. The conversations could be had in a better way. Cool. But then what happens when they aren't? You leave the person?
No, this is when you have therapy, or this is when you fight to keep the relationship. And Jacob is fighting, but so is Naomi as well. She's just doing
But
it
they're
a
not,
different
but
way.
she's not getting credit for that. And I also
That's
noticed a
exactly
very
right.
clear through line in like she's not getting credit for that because she how she responded to the baby and in the shock of it all, those conversations were very tough, were very combative, and definitely had dismissal in them, which is why I think she also made a point when she admitted about the whole BRCA gene of it all and hiding it and copped to it. She also made a point of saying, no, tell me exactly how you feel, because she did not create that space for him in that previous conversation when they previously like had that. So that is my whole point of it all. Like, ideally, yes, you will handle things the best way that you possibly can. You would be considerate in a moment. You would not be selfish and worrying about your feelings, but that's not always the case. I know it hasn't always been the case for me, and I'm grateful for the people who claimed to have loved me and then showed up in the moments and said that they love me, because then they're able to communicate, you know what, I get what you're feeling, Erica, but I didn't actually feel the love in this. I didn't feel that you understood this, and this is now how I can learn and move forward in the next thing. And I've had to do the same thing for people with me. I don't think it's realistic to look at the flaws that Naomi displays and literally say, well, because you didn't handle this conversation correctly, he should leave you. Especially
But
when she looks
also,
like she's learning.
yeah, I do think that he's also teaching her how to have those type of conversations, most definitely. Yeah. So I don't think that this is a relationship that needs to be discarded just because of the fact that how she was reacting towards it. And we can agree or we can disagree, but I didn't like the way she acted towards the BRCA gene, to be honest, because she snapped. She was like, "Oh, well, this is the baby." Like, I'm like, hold on, Naomi. We getting a little too much in it now. You getting a little too much dip on your chip. Calm down, girl. That he just said he was trying to figure out what's going on. He was trying to get the information to understand. And I think also sometimes in relationships, and not just men, it's everybody. We sometimes don't know how to communicate. We have so many things that this is the reason why we can't communicate is because we have these things called cell phones. We have these things called social media and all these things.
But
So
also,
nobody really knows.
it's not even just that, Toy. It's also we weren't taught. A lot of us aren't actually taught strong, effective communication. Like I have had to unlearn and relearn certain things coming into adulthood, and it was only because like I don't like how this feels, like getting into it with family members and like, well, why do you immediately jump to this and this? Like one of the things that's a telltale, like I can't do it. If I have an issue about something and I come to you with the issue, one of the things that my family members do, they got an attitude now that I got an attitude when they were perfectly fine before I said anything. No, that's not how this works. If I come to you about something, we're going to deal with what I come to you about. You don't get an attitude with me because you are uncomfortable with me saying, you know what, I didn't like how that sounded. I didn't like how that made me feel or whatever the case might be. But that's not something that they know until I bring it to them, until I am now persistent in like, this is actually not going to work for me. If we're going to have a relationship, you can't actually do this in this way. I don't respond to X, Y, and Z. And we wind up learning in relations and in those moments with people. I think it's just so unrealistic to, and it's crazy because it's only Naomi that gets this. Naomi is the one who should get left. Meanwhile, many of the other characters have different flaws, but they're not discardable.
Well, you got Eva. Look at how she does her conversations and how she communicates in regards to Isaiah. And she's very
I was going to make that point, but because Lancray doesn't like Isaiah, I don't think that he would have received that.
Listen, everybody, listen. Let me make something very clear here, right? When I look at this, I'm talking about a soap opera. And for me, these are soap opera characters. And so, I understand that, when we're doing this analysis and stuff, Erica, you use a lot of personal examples, right? But when I'm talking about this, from a humorous point of view, from a satirical point of view. For me, this is just a soap opera and this is fantasy. And I love talking about these things because I know that it has no impact on people's real lives. So that's the way I handle this. And this is, my perspective on it, right? That's it.
I disagree that it doesn't have any impact. I think that media is one of the most informative pieces of unofficial education that we have. And how we're represented in media is very important. I spent a lot of my time while growing up modeling after Moesha Mitchell.
Oh no, why? I'm sorry.
It's the truth. It's the truth.
No, after whom? I'm sorry.
Moesha Mitchell. Brianna Barnes.
Show, right?
I didn't hear you.
I'm sorry. I'm not familiar with these names.
Moesha is a popular black teen drama from the 90s and 2000s. One-on-One is another one.
Is that the one with Brandy?
Yes.
Is that the one with Brandy?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
But my whole point in that, like whether you know the media or not, people model themselves after what they see. And media has only gotten more and more pervasive. So for me, when I push back on the critiques around Naomi, it's not just pushing back about a critique about a character within a fantasy. I respect that that's how you're actually viewing it. But as another strong black woman who actually has to navigate the world in that particular archetype, it does actually, a lot of the things actually do mirror. A lot of the responses do actually mirror, and they're not cool. So I'm going to say it.
I mean, if you think about it.
I received that very well. I received that very well what you said, Erica. But see, for me, right, is, I don't get the opportunity to live, where I used to live on the other side of the Atlantic. And these soap operas are such fun for me. And I love them because they're campy, they're soapy, they're not real life. We get to see silly, stupid stuff. We get to scream at the TV screen, right? And that's why I came, that's what attracted me to this particular group. to be able to talk about those things with other people who love that, and to not, I don't come and make personal comments and stuff about like other people's lives and stuff, because I know that I don't know people's lives. It's very personal stuff, and that's why I always try to keep my comments here really talking about characters, fictional characters. Okay, so if I say something, right, like the jokes I make about like Andre being short, right? He's probably taller than I am, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I love making the comments because they're funny, and I know that I'm not hurting anyone because it's just a soap opera thing, right? And that's what I love, and this is why I'm always saying Nicole is perfect. I don't think that Daphne Duplay is perfect. I love her character that she plays. That's all.
I mean,
No, I
and
definitely
we gotta live life, and
that.
we gotta live down sometimes that we wrong. Because Nicole definitely ain't perfect, but if that's what you want to hold on to at night, by golly, Miss
You know
Smiley,
what?
you know what? That's not for me to take from me, and I respect it. Like I get it. I think that it's a weird line for me to walk because I inject a good portion of personal things in it because I understand the power in media and because I work in this field as well and I craft stories as well. I think that the only note that I would maybe give to you is yes, be here for the campy, fun, fantasy, drama, little taste of America because you live in Europe. But when it does come to points where things are a little bit more touchy, just consider that. Consider the pushback before you, for lack of better words, and I'm literally saying for lack of better words because I can't come up with another word right now, but before you dismiss the grounded real take, consider where it could come from.
Right, because soap operas derive from real life, right? It comes from real life situations. So like when they did soaps, when they first started soaps, they came from real life situations. So most of the characters and all these things is things that's already happening like right now or happening,
And a lot
in
of
your
people
life.
are using media to validate their decisions. Y'all are not going to tell, and this I'm going to get some lashings for this one, and I'm going to take it. It's fine. Y'all not going to tell me that you're not an evil lover and you're not validating a victim mindset you might still be holding on to.
Ooh, Erica. Ooh, you went there.
I know I'm not supposed to say that, but
Why are
who
you
you?
not supposed to
Would
say
you say,
that?
Lane Cray? Sorry, would you say?
What? So you said I know I'm not supposed to say that. Why?
Because it makes
Why
people
not?
uncomfortable.
It does.
Telling a radical
We can
truth
always,
makes people uncomfortable.
we
And
can
then they gonna
always
be
be in
People
situations where we feel
who go
comfortable.
to in reference to like Eva, but I'm always gonna root for the underdog. That is why you're actually there. You don't actually believe that every single thing that Kat does is wrong. You have just been indoctrinated, normalized to believe that people with money are bad because you grew up poor. Okay, cool.
and they're gonna be in her comment section. That's why
They
she
gonna
said it's
ether
gonna
my
be.
ass for this.
You know I know. You know I
They
know.
are
They're gonna
gonna
be in
come
your
for me, but
comment.
it's fine. It's fine
You're gonna
because
be, it's
Cause
fine to
Lane
be like,
Creighton
girl,
already,
Erica,
you done
you
already
said
started
like
off
that.
talking about I ain't want to be black, and I'm joking, babe. I'm joking. But some stuff is like it's the unspoken thing that you're not supposed to say, and one of my things is that I do tend to say the thing that people are not expecting, or you're just supposed to be polite and not say. So that's why I said that I wasn't supposed to say it.
Okay, I get it.
And honestly, this is what is this? My third or fourth live. I guess we're also figuring out the flow and all of that. I mean, I definitely have valued your additions. I definitely have had to like get
Thank
clarity
you.
around them, and I welcome you to still be a part of the conversation. I am again figuring all this out too in real time, and I try to lead with what my intentions are. So as long as everybody's clear about what my intentions are, in moments of like pushback, I am receptive, and if I believe something, I'm going to believe it. And I'm going to I'm going to actually speak to that. So
Like that.
I hear you, girl, but I think some people are
What?
prickly as when it comes to the Naomi character because she's unyielding. She's not about to go against her convictions. She made the decision a long time ago what she's going to do and what she's not going to do. And
yeah.
I guess the fact that she's not willing to give that up in order to accommodate the change in heart for her husband, that's why certain people may say that, like, oh, she's not giving him the same effort or the same sacrifices that he gives to her, or that she's not as emotionally available to him as he is to her, or kind of opening up. So I think that has a lot to do with how people perceive the
Yeah.
Naomi character because she's not going to turn her back on what she feels is right. And in this case here, where it seems to be bumping up against okay, what my husband wants versus this is my body,
Mhm.
this is my autonomy. So yes, we are married. Yes, we made a decision before we even got married not to have children, but now, okay, you saw a little glimmer in the eye of okay, what it could be like to be a daddy. But no, I'm not there, boo. So we still in the same place. I don't want children.
Yeah.
And then I think when she came around dealing with the BRCA gene, and then her being the consummate researcher and lawyer and everything. She went and did her research. She talked to doctors and she did the homework before she even
Mhm.
had the conversation with him. And I think part of her kind of holding off on sharing that with him is she knew it was going to kind of touch upon that
Yeah.
original issue that
Yep.
kind of came back, which is not having a child. Because not only is she talking about having a double mastectomy, she's now also talking about having basically
A
having a
hysterectomy. Yeah.
hysterectomy.
And
Yes.
let's be
And
clear,
so
Lane Craig. I know you're new here, but I don't agree with her doing that. Like, I think that that is the most wild thing ever, and I like struggle in my critique of it because I'm like, also I am for people's autonomy and do what you got to do for you, but girl, this feels so extreme. This feels like what the hell are you doing? But to your point, Erika, people do struggle with her being unyielding, and I always have to stand with that part of it because I think that women are too often coerced to yield.
In terms of all of these surgeries that she wants to do, right?
Mhm.
I'm very, when it comes to what a woman does with her body, I'm hands off. I don't, because let me say this to you. The day that they made the decision on Roe versus Wade a couple of years ago, I received a text message from from the White House. And I knew about it before they even announced it. I was like, well, is this serious or not? And I realized, there's not a single law on the books of any country that dictate what a man may or may not be able to do with his body. I don't know if you realize it. You know it, but you didn't really realize it for a lot of people. There's not one law. So I'm very hands off when it comes to what a woman should do with her body. It's her body. You do what you want to do. But when that conversation came up, all of the decisions had been made on the soap opera. And it was, she announced it as a fait accompli. And remember, I looked
Well,
at
she
that
hasn't
man's
fully
face.
decided yet. She hasn't
That hold
committed
on.
yet.
When they were at the doctor's office, right?
Mhm.
And she brought this up. He was like, "Wait, what?" He was like blindsided,
Mhm.
right? So, and
Was
I was like, oh God, I couldn't imagine living life of being just like, wow, such major decisions. That's it's not. It affects her, but it affects again. It affects the person you say this is my other half.
For
And remember
sure.
last week when I talked to you guys. Remember last week I was telling you guys that that's it. If we're married, I don't believe in divorce.
Mhm.
I don't believe
okay.
it. And this is why I have very strong feelings about a partnership. And I really do believe this with all of my heart. From a personal point of view, I really do believe that marriages are meant to be partnerships between two people, right? And and about the baby thing, remember how I told you how I feel about infidelities in a relationship. If I'm
Mhm.
married today and 10 years down the road, someone opens up, says to me, well, you know what? I'm thinking that maybe we should like incorporate a third person into our relationship. My reaction would be like, you know what? You need to pack up your things and you need to leave
Mhm.
because that's the path I'm not going. So I understand how categoric Naomi is about like not wanting to have children, but I do believe that I would have to sit down and we would have to have conversations, not one conversation, not two conversations, not three conversations, and maybe I think it was, I don't know if it was Tori who said it, but maybe bring in a therapist, right?
Yeah,
Because some of
I
these
agree.
conversations are too complicated for two people to be able to have. And sometimes you've got to have a neutral third party out there to be able
I
to bring a
agree.
little balance to
I
get you to
I
hear what
think
the
that
other is saying.
the priests have resources for that. I don't think it's realistic for everybody to be able to operate like that. Um, but ideally, yes. And I agree that conversations should be had, especially in a marriage. So I am not pushing back on that part in particular. My pushback literally just comes from the conversation around discarding Naomi and coercion, because the conversations for me should be conversations to create space for your partner to be able to communicate their thoughts and to feel seen and heard. But when it comes down to something like a decision that y'all made and she has not wavered on it in reference to the kids, that conversation should not be a list of conversations that are just a plan of coercion to get her to do what you want her to do. It should be a conversation around how you feel about it, what things have shifted for you, and how do we get you to a place of still being okay with what I've already decided, because I already know that I don't want that. I'm big
Yeah, I
on
think it's
holding space for people and like how important it is to hold space for the people that you love to feel heard and seen. So I agree with you 100% about the conversations need to be had in their marriage, and then also the way that some of the conversations happen should have happened differently. However, I just charged them to the game of like, she don't know, and part of it is being in partnership with him and she's learning, and maybe some people don't see that she's learning, so that could also be why they want to discard her. But I do think that she's making progress.
I
I'm going
definitely
to
think.
try my best to give her I'm going to try my best to, when I look at after today's conversation or tonight, so it's morning over here. After this conversation, I'm going to do my best to have a more open mind and see these other qualities in Naomi that you guys also see in her. So that way, in our next conversations, I might have something to say that aligns more with what you think. But I'm going to try to be fair. I'm going to try to be open minded. And I do remember, I don't remember who said it, but someone brought it up. And I was like, yeah, I did forget this. And they brought up about like when Jacob was on his top secret mission and how supportive she was and holding down things. And that's something that I did not put into my own calculation when I made my statements and when I formulated my overall ideas. So I mean, there are things there, and I'm going to do my best to try to be more observant to the qualities that she has.
Yeah, I watched this
That's
show
dope.
called. Yeah, I watched this show called Cherish the Day.
Ooh,
Really good show.
girl,
And there was Girl season 1. Girl,
it was so good.
so good. And I watched it, and I was just like, oh, okay. Looked at it totally different, because these two people, when they were in therapy, it broke it down to the point of, okay, this is what's going on in our marriage. This is what it is. This, because they couldn't talk to each other. They were trying so hard, but they really couldn't, because they were keeping secrets. This is what I was talking about with Dani and Andre. It's the same type of situation. You're keeping all these secrets instead of just letting it out because you don't want to hurt the other person. So sometimes you got to hurt the other person so y'all can work through it. And I think that's the thing with
Dani and Andre.
Naomi and Jacob.
For sure.
They are working through it. And I love that they are working through it, because even her smiling when she walked in the door, she thought it was the most cutest thing.
She did, and I'm over here clowning it, and she's yucking it up. So, baby, yeah, and that's also something. I'm so glad you said that, Toy, because it's also y'all's relationship. It also seemingly works for them. Like, yes, we're getting the pensive looks, and like after the doctor's appointment, people were like, "Did y'all see how he looked? And he felt like he couldn't say anything." Sometimes that happens. Like, I also want us to be realistic. I think that we get to a place with the people that we've decided to like versus the people that we've decided to hate, and then we are looking in like for confirmation bias, right? Like, yes, that's an uncomfortable moment, and yes, he's decided to be silent, but that doesn't mean that he's completely repressing the whole relationship. I think that he's figuring out how to navigate her. And he had a conversation, was it with No, it wasn't with Isaiah.
Wasn't it his daddy?
It was with Andre. It was with another man who has a strong woman, and he's like, he basically said something along the lines of like, it's hard for them to release control.
Oh,
we just got to keep
was
showing up.
Andre.
I don't remember who he was talking to though. You remember, Toy?
It was Andre.
It was Andre. And I was like, yes, and I just have so much respect for Jacob because it takes so much strength. I hate when people call him weak because it takes so much strength to be that fully actualized as a man, to be able to concede in ways that he does with his woman, because he's keeping his eye on the prize, which his eye on the prize is to love her as fully and as beautiful as he possibly can. His ego is very seldomly involved when he's navigating her, when he's making decisions, or when he's responding to her. And I wish more men would aspire to be like him, but they look at him and they just see a simp, or they look at him and they say, oh, she's just being steamrolled. And I'm using your words, Lancray, but that's also a conversation that has been bubbling up in the ether as well. So this is not specifically to you. A lot of people look at him like that, and I'm just like, it takes a very, very strong person to care about somebody so much that you are actively and intentionally working to create space for them to be their full unmasked self.
Yes, I
I
agree.
get that, and see, the thing with me is, I hear a lot. This is what I keep hearing a lot, and I understand it. You know, the way people think generally, they think of relationships in terms of this is the husband or this is the wife. This is a dominant personality. This is a more submissive person. For me, I don't look at relationships like that. This is the way I see it. I see them as when you are together, you leave everything outside the door. It is you in front of the person that you love. It is not a question of gender. It is a question of love. It is a question of respect. It is a question of admiration. And this is how I see it. So I don't, and I know that most people, argue, well, he's weak, he's a man, and he's weak. I've never felt that he was weak because this is not his role as a man. And I know I didn't say anything like that, and I'm not saying that anyone said that, right? What I am saying is I just don't see a relationship like that. I see relationships as two people who are supposed to love each other, work with each other, respect each other, and admire each other, and show up for each other. And in that context, this is why I say I don't feel, or I didn't feel earlier, that it was a balanced exchange. So please remove the idea of gender and just look at the way, and that's how I felt about it. Right? That's it. But I am going to try to be more understanding to her.
I understand what you're saying. So basically, you're just basically saying that you're understanding where we're coming from when I was breaking down to you what Naomi is to Jacob and what he has done for what she has done for Jacob. So now you're seeing it from our point of view in that aspect. Is that what you were saying? I'm just trying to get a clarification.
Yeah. I mean, I am looking for, yeah. And when you made the comment earlier, I think it was you who made the comment about like who brought up about like when he was undercover, right? And this is the thing though, and I think that when Erica, she said something about like ego, right? And the male ego in relationships. I don't think that anyone could say, I think that Jacob is the perfect example of a character development that has been developed with no ego. I think we can all agree with that, right? And and I think that's the way couples should be. It doesn't matter if one is the man, if it doesn't matter if the other one is a woman. If you're in a relationship, you got to learn to put the ego aside, put forth those things that really matter. And and I said that, and again, I don't feel that that exchange was balanced. And it doesn't matter about gender in this. It's just a question of
Lancray, how many relationships do you believe actually operate like that?
Successful ones. I don't know, because I think
Do you
that
think that they're majority or
most
the minority?
Okay, let me ask you this. When you say relationships, do you mean just general relationships or do you mean marriages?
Or we can say
Or do you mean
marriages.
all
We
relationships?
could say marriages.
Marriages?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right. So, all right. So that let's limit it down to marriages then, because that takes out a lot. I think that we go back to this thing about communications. Communications is
Can you
so.
answer the question?
I cannot give you a
Do you
number
believe that?
about
I'm not
how.
saying a number. Do you believe that majority of marriages operate as they should without ego, or do you think that marriages that operate without ego are in the minority?
Oh, that's a clearer question. I think that they are definitely in the minority. I think they're definitely in the
Okay,
minority.
so if that's the case, right, then why should Naomi lose her husband if she's in the majority of circumstances that most married people are in?
Because it's a soap opera. How am I supposed to have something to
Oh my
enjoy? I
God.
need my up. I need
Well,
my
all right.
up.
Well, now
I
you're
need my
banned, actually.
down.
You're banned from
I
Naomi
need
because
my
Naomi
surprises.
represents the Ericas, and Erica needs to see Naomi's. And Erica needs to see a Naomi advocating for herself so that she knows and is unwavering and doesn't take her goofy ass back to her 20s, falling all over herself for a damn man and his wayward ass wishes. How about that?
Erica, is there something you like to say to us?
What'd you say, Lancray? I didn't hear you.
Is there something you want to tell us, Erica?
I don't shy away from it. Erica was a dummy in her 20s. I don't shy away from that. A lot of the things that I speak on is like learned hard experience and lessons. That's why I'm so damn passionate about it. Because I'd have got the lumps, bumps, and bruises, the scars to show for it. So I don't have a problem with that.
I get that. See, I didn't get into relationships until I was close to my 30s. And I always had the benefit of being in very, 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 very long relationships. And they take a lot of time in development. And I looked now, this is from a personal point of view. In my home, my father was the one who worked. And it was always it was this sense of toxic masculinity. I make the choices, my money, my this, my that, my this, my that. And I think that when we all grow up, I've only known one person to ever have said that when they were a child observing their parents, that they would do things exactly the way their parents did. I actually had a student who said that. For me, that was a lesson as to what a relationship should not be.
So it's that though.
And I really feel confident about, you've got to, relationships are hard. People, they change on a daily basis based on every contact you have with a new person that enters your life. You change on a microscopic level, you change on a subatomic level, and you've got to have regular conversations. You've got to learn to put ego aside. You've got to learn to listen to the other person, even if you disagree with what they say. You've got to learn to make them know that you have heard them, even if and there's still room for disagreement. But, dismissiveness, and I think that we can all agree that there has been some dismissiveness in the relationship, right? So, but again, it's a soap opera. I want them to break up, them to have a romantic
hell no. Hell no.
Without each other.
Lancray, I can't.
I'm a romantic. I like
you're getting Dani and Andre to break up now. Now, let's not be greedy, damn it.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say break up Dani.
No, I know you didn't say that, but that is coming. That's it. Leave Naomi and Jacob where they at now.
Give me some hope.
It can't just be Vernon and Anita. My God.
I know.
Why not? I love Vernon and Anita together.
No, I'm saying they can't be the only stable, don't break up relationship. Vernon and Anita can't possibly be it. No, they can't. They need another one, and Jacob and Naomi are it.
You know what I was just saying about the way I see relationships? I should have just said, look at Vernon and Anita. They perfectly embody all of the things that I really feel, and on a personal level, and the things that I say what makes a couple work.
I think that's interesting though, because Anita has had very vehement pushback, so much so that she almost died.
Pretty much.
Um, and it required Vernon to have care and to have grace and to have patience, similar to how Jacob navigates Naomi. And I don't think that Anita is in a season where she is equally matching all of Vernon's care and pouring in. She's now recovering. She's about to shift and be in support of him in this like consulting thing, but he had to pull back within his career. He wasn't lecturing. Like he had to do certain things. So I think that that's great that you're using that as an example, because that's a perfect example of it's very seldom directly 50-50 all of the time.
Mm-hmm. There is a great difference between their situation and that of Naomi and Jacob. Anita was actually sick. That requires quite a lot of patience and a big support system, right? Naomi is not sick.
So
She's
she
not
don't
sick.
deserve patience and grace?
No. Erica, what? Erica, what is it with these gotcha questions tonight?
You are walking yourself into it because you're trying to invalidate Naomi tied to Anita. I'm not saying that they're a 1-to-1 correlation. I was making the example to the levels of their relationship, right? Because right. Anita and Vernon have been married for over 50 years. Jacob and Naomi have been married for less than 10. So there's differences there. Like, I think that the differences are innate. So when you go out your way to say, well, this is a difference, that feels like you're invalidating the example.
No. Erica Vane, you are being way too harsh on me.
Okay.
You're being too harsh on me.
I'm sorry. I'm not laughing.
Well, I apologize. I apologize for being harsh on you in this regard. And you apologize for thinking that I did not want to be black.
Listen, okay, I know, Erica, I know that you got your fire on, and I know that you need to scratch me up a little bit. I get it.
I can see. I can see. That's what it felt like to me, but maybe I'm wrong. Fine.
I'm gonna, I was actually thinking about like reaching out to you privately and stuff, because I wanted to make sure, and I didn't get a chance to. I've been in meetings and conferences, and it's just been so hard because I'm in these conferences with people who are in California, in Atlanta, and me here in Europe, and it's just been so hard to find a moment. But I was going to reach out to you before today because I just wanted to make sure, and I didn't get a chance to do it. And had I done so, found the time, I would not have been scratched up and so abused tonight.
Lord have mercy. Now I'm abusive.
You notice you didn't deny it.
I am not. Okay, you know what? If you are, then it's because you came for the wrong ones. And that would be anybody. Toy, please tell him.
But I was, listen, in all sincerity, I'm going to stop. When I see a beautiful girl and then she's dark skinned, I go up. That's it for me. I think that there's nothing more beautiful. The darker the skin, ebony is like, it's a miracle to me. It really is a miracle. And that's all. And I'm not going to go any further on that. That's all. If I have anything else to say about it, I will reach out to you privately, but not here.
Well, just know, babes. Initially, my initial smoke for you was 100% tied to your comment. This other stuff, is the Naomi-ness of it all, the damn Jacob of it all. Because I'm gonna go up for Jacob regardless, and that's anybody. Anybody got a problem with Jacob? It's we automatically it's up. I will fight. I will fight for Jacob until my last breath.
Yeah, don't talk about Jacob. Don't do that to Erica.
What'd you say?
I said don't talk about Jacob or Michael Ely. You should.
Period.
Don't do it.
I like Andre. No matter what you guys think about him being short. I mean, about that. No matter what I think about him being short.
You think he's short. We didn't say that. You said
I corrected myself. I like his character. I do. Because remember when I came in, I was defending
We know you was defending him.
About his relationship, about how he's handling the health thing, right?
And we over here whacking him.
I still think that.
I have a question.
Yeah, who has a question?
I do. I have a 2-part question, and this is just for the room. Like anybody can answer. One of the questions is, when is Dani's birthday, and
what type of gift would be like for like what gift would you think Bill could give her or Andre could give her that sentimental or something of value that she'll I don't know just something that Bill can give her that maybe not him because he doesn't know what's going on with Haley, but like the episode
She gave him the key.
where Bill gave Dani something. I mean, when Dani gave Bill something. What is something Bill could give Dani that could like I don't know. I'm not saying he's trying to get back with her, but just show
I
that
see
he's
what you're
cared.
saying.
Yeah.
I don't know her birthday. I've been thinking about it and have been wanting to know. I've been like,
Yes.
I hope they're gonna give it to us this year because they've only given us Eva, Kat,
Bill.
Bill.
I don't know. Yeah, I think that's it. I don't think
Have they given us Anita's birthday?
I was trying to think.
No.
I don't think so.
Okay, so they only give us those 4 birthdays. So I don't know when her birthday is. Ooh, what could he give her?
A good question.
He already gave her the painting that he took in the divorce that she actually wanted.
But I just feel like there could be because like nothing against like don't get me wrong like I'm not against her and Andre, but when he gave her that ring, that Japanese ring. It's just kind of I don't know.
Wait. So you want to know what gift could put him back on the road to like redemption with her?
Yeah, like
ooh.
Because I just expected, and nothing against Andre's gift. I just expected him to give Dani like a diamond. You know what I'm saying? Like nothing. It doesn't matter what the ring looks like to me, but just of Dani, just her accepting that. I mean, like she's in love, but I've just always wondered, like.
Messy.
I'm sorry.
But I think
y'all gotta handle that.
On that point, I think on that point with Dani and Andre, it's not so much about the big flashy gifts because she had all of that. She had all of that with growing up with her family in the Duprees. Then she got all that being Mrs. Bill Hamilton. So like that ring that he gave her, like with the string, I forgot what it was, but I think it was supposed to be more of a sentimental thing as opposed to an audacious gift. Like, oh my God, that's what your husband gave you? Oh, that's gorgeous, something like that. So I think it's not so much for making a statement through the whole. Okay, this is on display for everyone to appreciate or love or say, or give him his kudos. It's more so those little private moments, little things that would be more felt in depth.
And it's not a battle for me. Like, I don't want it to be a battle, but I just, since she did so well with giving Bill his gift, like, what gift could he give her that she would think is like,
I can't think of a tangible one, but I have been saying I'm actually glad that Bill is still operating in his ego and he is so selfish and like peacocking because had he really turned over a new leaf and started to prioritize Dani and her happiness regardless of how it made him feel, I think that gift of like true remorse and change behavior would be the thing that would change everything and it would have her kind of running back to him. But because he still operates in a space of his ego,
himself.
Yeah.
Okay.
I definitely
think he should give her an apology.
He's giving her that.
He gave her that.
No.
But
When did he do that?
He's done it twice now.
I think that Andre has money though, so it wasn't like he didn't have money. I think it was more of like a thoughtful gift, like something that is basically like a remembrance kind of thing because he has money. He's not broke. So it's just like really interesting how he did that. That was more towards the heart.
It was a Jacob gift.
Yeah.
Like Jacob gave that damn monkey.
Pretty much, yeah. But I think also though with Bill gave her a painting that she's always wanted and everything. But he knows her more though too. Like they've known each other for years. Andre and her ain't known each other for years. So I don't know.
I don't even know if that one hits the same. Like I know that she appreciates it, but I think it also still has a sting to it because you fought for this in the divorce and you ain't even want it. You just didn't want her to have it.
That part right there. That's exactly what I was gonna say, Erica. You hit it on the neck.
And he gave her remember early on he had her sign something for some vacation property that they held together.
Yeah, when they kissed the
Mm-hmm.
first time, they were fighting over
Yeah,
that.
he gave her some
Yeah.
property that she preferred, so he has given her things. And then crazy,
I
he
just,
has given her 2 apologies, and most recently it was the one on his damn deathbed, and he's like, "I want to see Dani, not my wife."
Only when he's dying, he has something to do like that.
yeah,
But
I just wonder. I don't know. I mean, I know. I mean, he's still stuck on Haley. Like, I understand that. I just wonder what's something that could just. But like you said, the ego, like
Wait,
him changing.
Hope, are you secretly
Yeah,
hoping for their reunion?
I really am.
Oh, okay.
And I'm gonna tell you why. From the beginning, I was never a fan of Andre. Like, I've always felt something was off, and it's not like I don't like him as a man or nothing. Like, I think he's a great guy. I just from the beginning, I just never. I had a weird vibe about Andre, like from the beginning. I don't
Got
know what
it.
it was, but I've always had like a weird vibe, and like I don't agree with anything Bill has done to her. Like, I think he was horrible to her in the beginning and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But I've never felt like Andre. Andre really never did it for me. I wanted what I really wanted was I wanted her to, her and Andre to do the one night stand thing. But I wanted them to bring like another man in, and just, maybe that be the competition for Bill. And I'm not saying him and Andre aren't, competitive or nothing when they,
They
when they have
are.
their battles.
They are.
they are. Mhm.
Yeah, but no, I'm saying like I say they are competitive, but I'm just saying when the battles, I'm not saying it's not even. That's what I'm saying. It's not. It's
Ah,
even. That's what I'm saying. It's even. Like the battles are even. It's just I just felt
he
like
don't
if
do
they
it for
brought
you.
another guy in before, I just always felt something off with Andre from the
Ah,
beginning. That's all. Yeah.
Hope, are you a fan of Victor and
Yeah, she was kind of giving. She was kind of giving Devon.
Yeah. Devon. I would have been cool with Devon coming in. Like I was. I
oh, that
like.
would have
I like.
been
I
yeah.
like that. I kind of like that. But I just when we first started watching Beyond the Gate, I just always felt something off with Andre. Like I've never felt like his character was like
interesting.
clean. Not saying he was clean cut, but you know what I'm saying. Like I just never felt.
I mean, he was definitely wayward.
The Ashley of it all.
Yeah,
Oh, the
I
Ashley of
had
it
like
all was about to make me quit the whole show. I know y'all.
yeah.
If you
I
were
just
here
had a
from me
weird
from the
vibe.
beginning, you know that Erica was almost out. Like, I will never talk
Erica was
about this
like,
show
"I'm
again.
out. I'm done." She had wrapped it up. She had wrapped it up. I was like,
It was Ashley and Andre were going to be the deal breaker for me. I couldn't
Yeah,
do
I just
it.
always had a weird vibe. I don't know what it.
And you
It's just
still
from the
feel that
beginning.
way?
I mean, it's. I mean, he's showing it to me now. Now we know what's going on. I just- and I
Has
think he's a
Danny ever
great
been to
guy.
his place?
Yes.
yes.
Okay, so he has a weirder vibe than Bill.
No, I'm just saying like from the beginning, I just always felt like something was up with him. Not like he's a weird person. I just always
No.
thought he
I get
just
it. I get it. But
oh yeah.
Danny would. Okay. I mean, we want what we want, child.
I can understand that.
And it doesn't have to be this year, her and Bill getting back together. It can be these next 2 seasons when the new 2 seasons they got. I just I don't know. Just seeing their story and just the conversations they have. That's all.
Do you think that Bill deserves Danny back yet?
Not now. No, definitely not now. He's not. Like you said, the ego thing is still. He need to work on that. I just.
He's arrogant.
That thing that
too
is so
arrogant.
that is so sexy to me. A man who understands himself enough to be able to sit his ego down is just one of the sexiest traits that a man can have.
Yeah, and I think eventually it's gonna happen. Like eventually he's gonna make that turn. But I mean, I'll wait until he does it. I'll wait to see.
Not you gonna be holding on with Bill
I am
Hamilton.
because I just feel like him and Danny. I don't know. I just see the chemistry to me.
The
I like
chemistry is there,
It's
unfortunately.
just
Chemistry is
there.
It is definitely there,
Yeah.
It's
unfortunately.
there.
Especially when they
Like
was in that law office.
yes,
Oh God.
yep.
I was like, you
The,
know what? Jump ship. I might jump ship.
when she touched his face,
Tomas goes to jail for trying to poison Bill? I know there's some theories out there, but would anybody be happy about that?
If Tomas
So
goes
that
to
Haley
jail,
is spared? Yeah, for poisoning Bill so that Haley is spared.
I don't want no more. I don't want no more fake villains getting spared. I still waiting for the lashings for
Right.
Leslie. If they keep letting these
Right.
hoes skate, I'm gonna have to go up to Fairmont Crest and just act a fool because it gets to a point.
Yeah. It's getting
Yeah.
annoying. Like it feels like you can get away with whatever.
I wouldn't be opposed to it, but Haley still got to suffer something.
Yep. I agree.
Like I said, I literally I was completely indifferent to Haley until that scene with Leslie when she told Leslie, "Bitch, be careful who you threaten," right? I was completely indifferent to her, but after that, I was like, I kind of like, and then I started looking at her, and I'm like, oh my God, like she dresses very well. She plays as she's two-faced. And she's very campy, and you, oh my God, I think that Leslie was supposed to have been the villain. I think that with Leslie, is she going to be campy or is she going to be a villain? I think that with Haley, they got it right. They got her in the right dosages. Most people don't like her. I like the character when you love to hate the character, and that makes, and again, it makes for a very interesting character. And even though you don't like them, you keep coming back, waiting, hoping for the moment they get busted, right?
That's Ted for me.
Ted, what do you mean?
I enjoy hating Ted.
Nicole gonna circle back to Ted. She may not keep him, but I think she's gonna circle back.
She 100% gonna circle back to that goofy man.
Yeah, she's definitely gonna do that. And
like, Craig, after all that we have discussed, you should understand why I hate Ted first and foremost.
I'm dreading her going back to Ted.
He cheated on his wife, so that's why
his ego is crazy. He is the man with the most unchecked ego. He's the
more
Ted,
than Bill.
Please, yes, more than Bill. Bill might not operate without an ego altogether, but he knows when to tuck it. When his daughters are at play, he tucks it. When his family, when it's time to step up for people, he tucks it. Ted can't even figure out how to put his damn ego away to show up and be a present ass father. He refuses to do that. So you cheat on your wife while she miscarrying your damn babies. Go have a baby outside of marriage, and then the damn babies that you do have with her, you don't want to show up for them either because it's all about you. It's the Ted show, and you're a loser. Boy, bye. Oh, I was able to move on from Nicole because I have Shanice now. The fact that you couldn't move on by yourself is because you know that you're a loser. If you're out here on the island by yourself, you know that you are a damn loser, which is why you keep trying to attach yourself to bomb-ass black women. Ted is forever my nemesis, and I will never, ever like his ass. And I will enjoy every minute that I get to hate him.
Yes, because you always put belt to ass for him. I know.
Every time.
I just wish Erica could be more clear about her feelings for Ted. I mean, you don't know why.
Ted needs belt to ass, and he needs boot to ass too. Belt in boots.
Everything to ass when it comes to Ted. Ted disgusts me so much, y'all. Like, he does not know humility if it slapped him in the face. And I have yet to see any moment where he will cultivate it for a person that he claims to love. How do you really believe that you love any of these people when you never step back and put them first ever?
Ted's running game on all of them. It's about the chase for him. He want to wine and dine them, even down, and they really exposed it when he come with those tied red roses.
Child.
And all of them have the connection.
And couldn't understand what was the issue. Running the same playbook on every single woman. But what's the problem? I don't understand. Well, maybe. And then he was so quick to quit on Shanice. Well, maybe Shanice ain't the one because she started to push back because she didn't want the same that you did for the girl before her and the girl before her. Boy, Ted, if there's nobody that don't like Ted, I'm no longer here.
And then the way he didn't
bother me. I just ignore him.
Yeah, but the way he didn't fight.
And see, I can't ignore him because he's so he impacts Kat. I think I could ignore him more if he wasn't Kat's daddy.
That part. He don't even care about Kat.
Hello?
Not really.
He only cares about the people that he loves in relation to him and how they make him look and how they make him feel.
When's the last time you seen him with Cat? I'll wait.
Oh, you brought your dad something to eat? Oh, but I don't eat this. I eat salmon on. Boy, this wasn't for you anyway. This was for Uncle Bill. I wish I would bring you anything to eat down here.
You don't even care about me, and I had surgery too. Dad.
Hello?
Yes.
You all up in Eva's face.
Okay.
Your own daughter had to tell you to go check on your other daughter.
You still ain't doing
Yeah,
it.
Anita, in dealing with her chemotherapy, had to tell you to check up on your kids, the ones that's been here.
Eva was straight up like, Dad, it's fine. You can leave me alone for a while. Go be with Cat. And he still didn't
And
listen.
he still didn't do it.
Ted is stupid. We all know that. Ted is stupid. Come on, man.
Oh.
He hate that Cat challenges him. That she doesn't take
Yep.
his words at face value. So it's like, oh, I can't be in her presence long because she gonna call me out on my PS.
100%. 100%. His avoidant, narcissistic behind never wants accountability. So anytime any of the people that he claims to love is pulling his feet to the fire or holding him accountable to something, he falls back. He is only up in Eva's face until Eva starts speaking truth about him. And then he gonna get ghosts on her too.
Yep.
Martin came to your room trying to beat you up. What you do? Stop calling them.
That part.
I can't imagine Martin trying to beat anybody up.
At the beginning of the series, he did. He went, when he found out about the cheating, he went to confront Ted.
He wasn't gonna do nothing, girl. Please, it's Martin. Really? He probably gave him a pat on the back. It's Martin. Really? Martin ain't finna do nothing. Really? You could have said anybody else, Erica, but you said Martin.
That's true. I don't like Martin either, but I'm just referencing the moment, like just as an example of like any of his kids. It's not even just the girl.
I know. It's all about Eva, because she's the one that no one knew about, and yeah.
Well, any last thoughts, y'all? Because I gotta get out of here. I'm supposed to be taking my butt to bed early tonight, and I've been on live with y'all for 5 hours.
And we loved every minute of it, Erica.
We did. We appreciate you, Erica.
I don't know what I'm feeling like over here. Because what? I appreciate y'all too. I thank y'all for being here. This conversation has been great. Y'all have elevated my blood pressure, but it's all good.
Oh wait, so Erica, does that mean that you and I are cool now? Are we cool?
We
Am
cool.
I welcome back?
You are welcome back, boo. You are welcome back. It's fine.
I popped up on that screen. You were like, finally, he is here.
I wasn't sure you was gonna come, but I said if you do.
She was on ready
at the door.
Woo.
That's one thing I don't play about. I don't play about that. It's been a very interesting journey and like acceptance and confidence and all of that. So like I want to make sure I'm clear. I'm out here doing it for the other dark skinned black girls. Like absolutely.
Okay. All right. I'm glad that we got that cleared up because but you understand why like when I thought I heard what I thought I heard. So you can understand because you stand up for the same things.
Yes.
You understand why for me it was frightening for me.
Mm-hmm.
Because you stand up for the same things that I stand up for, and that's why I was like, but maybe I misheard something. Perhaps I was had one too many libations when I was listening.
It could be that.
It could have been.
It could be.
I mean, it could be true. I mean, I always encourage people to drink without moderation, and I try to lead by example. So, it could be that.
Not without moderation. Any last thoughts on the episode, y'all, or this week, or what we're predicting moving forward before we get out of here?
Is Toy still there?
I am. I haven't left, sweetie.
Toy, I need your help. I need your help with that thing. That site.
Y'all gotta do that outside of here. You cannot be conspiring over the live interwebs.
How do I contact her? I'm new to this. How do I contact her after this?
You guys can DM in Discord. You can click her profile and add her as a friend, and then you can be able to send her a direct message.
I got you.
Let me do that. Please. okay, because I don't know how. Like I said, I'm really new to this, and I really don't know how this stuff works, and I'm still learning, and I
I'll
only
teach you.
started learning just so that I could be in this group.
I'm gonna teach it all to you. Don't even worry about it. I'm gonna
Toy
teach you the
got you.
Discord. I
Thank
got you.
you.
Hmm.
I'm ready for Madison to come back, and hopefully she come back with some clear eyes so she can figure out what the heck is going on with this poisoning. Like this storyline is going on way too long. It's time for
Way
Haley to be busted.
for real.
It is.
It, the crazy thing is she's doing it out in the open though. Like, and nobody's
Mhm.
caught her yet.
That
True.
part.
And you would think at his law firm he would have some cameras or something around there. Like you can't
Right.
tell me you don't have
That's what
nothing.
I'm waiting
Then she's
for.
all in the smoothie shop, the coffee shop,
She keep
uptown,
pulling
just
that little
dripping
vial out of her
drops.
boobs everywhere. She just whip it out anywhere.
Yes.
Like,
And
Haley,
listen, and
please.
the crazy thing is this though. I do need somebody to catch Haley because I'm kind of tired of this storyline too. You gonna kill him or not? Because I'm tired. Like I'm listening. I'm
Exactly.
tired of
It's
this.
almost
Like
it's almost been a year, and I'm just
it
like, we're
has.
not done yet. Like, what is going
Ain't nobody got this heifer yet, huh?
on?
Okay.
Mm-mm.
And I hated they
No.
have it like she's cheating on him, and I hate they went that route. I was just like, only to
Yeah.
give it more time. I was like, y'all don't have to do this. We know
The
where
cat's
the
telling them. Cat's telling them they just don't see it. She picks up a lot from her podcast. She's telling them, but they're like dismissed, like, oh, haha, like, yeah, that's far fetched. Like, little do they know how true she is. Like,
right.
yeah, usually the wife is trying to kill the husband when something like this happens. They're like,
But
no,
I
it's
don't understand
cheating.
that because Naomi, you seen it when he was sitting there and he was literally choking, and Haley was like, "Well, I guess you could die right now." Like she knew nothing, and they was like, "You ain't gonna save my day." Like you didn't even, girl, put two and two together. I'm gonna need it. I'm gonna need it right now. Like what is this?
No, the choking, the cupcake, her slug of tea out of her hand that was supposed to be meant for Bill in his office. So there's been like little tidbits she's been dropping around on me, but it's not going nowhere. It's like I don't know, cat's gonna have to be kitty cat to the rescue because here's going wrong.
Child.
They should put all their resources together, and that's what I'm waiting for. Is them to all come together and say, "You remember when this happened, girl? Yeah, I remember when this happened." Like, put it all together and figure it out. Like, girl, remember when she tried to do that cupcake, girl? I think there was poison in there. Like, just something. But nobody is doing anything. They're just like, "Yeah, she cheating." That's what you came up with, huh? Okay, how'd that work?
Yeah.
All right,
To
y'all. We
do.
got to get ready to get off of
Thank you,
here.
Erica.
You're
Erica so much.
Thank
welcome.
you.
You're welcome.
Get
You
ready
Thank
guys
for
are
Monday.
y'all.
awesome. Thank you.
Get ready for Tuesday, Erica. It's coming.
What's Tuesday?
You know what's Tuesday? It is a standing appointment.
Oh,
We
Toy,
have.
please.
I'm just telling you. Listen, I
I'm
got
in
my
Beyond the
bubbly.
Gates mind. You trying to take me to All American, the bane of my existence.
Listen, I got my bubbly ready. I told you, you need some. I got you.
If you say so. If you say so. Thank y'all so much for joining. I am going to do a breakdown for this episode, even though it probably will be very short because this episode was a big mess, y'all. It just, to me, I don't understand what was going on, but I'm trying not to miss any episodes this entire season. So there will be a breakdown. Please make sure that you watch it. Drop your thoughts on it. If you're catching this on replay, please share your comments still in the comment section down below. I know it's going to be a lot to get through, and if you make it through the whole 5 hours, you was a real one. Give me some stars or something in the comments. If you rewatch this and you drop some stars in the comments, I'm gonna know that you watched it all the way to the end, and I'm gonna make sure that I respond to your comment for sure. It's so hard for me to get through all of them, but I will respond to them stars 100%. Again, thank you to everybody who called in today, shared your thoughts, shared your perspective, got into some little healthy debates, very interesting, spirited, but our community is growing. We got a lot of people on the live. Even though y'all didn't call in, it was a lot of people. I think we peaked at 100 today. So shout out to y'all.
Yay, Erica.
this is so new for me. Like I'm used to that for like All American, but because I've just started doing these lives, I'm like, wow, okay. Yeah, be on the lookout for the breakdowns. I also have some character things coming, so more conversations around particular plot points and additional character analysis. So pretty soon there will be more than just the daily Beyond the Gates videos drop in. So be on the lookout for that. If you watch All American, I do cover that show as well. I go live on Wednesdays to discuss All American. I'm also Tuesday. Sorry, you're right. I'm so sleepy now. I was up since 4 o'clock this morning, so I'm also like, Erica, you are tripping right now. I also am covering Fightland, which is streaming on Stars right now, and a couple other things. I'll post it on the community post tab of like all the things I'm looking to cover. So if you are watching any of these other shows, then be on the lookout. And then I will see y'all in the next one. Good night.
Erica.
Whew.